The events unfold on the imperial square of Andreus. The princess was already prepared for the sacrifice. King Andreus asked Master Maysont if the black dragon was a priority for him. Maysont replied that His Majesty should not worry. In fact, this dragon was stupid. It would simply approach the gate to capture the princess. It must have been expelled from the dragon's nest, which caused the storm. The citizens began to panic as soon as they saw the flying black dragon. The black dragon arrived. Then it grabbed the princess. Maysont ordered his men to attack it quickly. Arrows flew toward the dragon. The man began to cast a spell. Thanks to this, its wing was wounded. However, he continued flying despite the pain. Upon arriving at the cave, he laid the princess on the floor and then lay down beside her. Suddenly something happened, and the dragon spoke. His first question was about who had spilled water on his electrical wiring. He immediately fell silent as soon as he realized what he had said. Whose claws were these anyway? He accidentally jumped up and fell face down. There was water in front of his face, and only then did he see his reflection. Had he really been reborn as a dragon? For some reason it made him feel sad, because he didn't understand why a dragon. He heard a noise and looked toward the source. And then he saw a girl. It was good that she wasn't seriously injured. He even wondered if the beautiful girl wanted to experience the dragon's breath. A system window appeared before his eyes. A system of war and plunder was at his disposal. Following this system, a system of transformation and evolution appeared. And then, a system of evil deeds. Why were there so many systems? Was he truly gifted by the heavens? There were too many systems, so integration began. The integration was complete. Now it was an absolutely invincible self-transformation, a super revolution, a system for plundering evil-fighting dragons. In short, it was a system of evil dragons. Instead of normal words, he made some incomprehensible sounds. But he wanted to know how to use this system. The system explained that the master did not need to say anything. He could say it to himself. The master has a special favor from a female NPC, which allows him to activate special abilities. With the help of system points, the master can restore his body and its individual parts. If he kills a player, he gets 1 point. If he kills an enemy, the host gets 0.5 system points. However, he wanted to know what kind of players they were, and what kind of NPCs they were in general. It was as if he had entered the universe of some kind of game. The request is being processed. System permission is disabled. It is not possible to answer the question. The host has kidnapped a special female NPC of SSS rank. The system asked to continue. A little later, he was busy reading some obscene books. He immediately tried to distract himself. It was already late, and Sunian was busy with who knows what. A girl approached him because she was cold. This class is really unusual. It seems that the little dragon was truly chosen by the heavens. The system detected a rare SSS-ranked lowly character. After that, it asked if the owner wanted to check the corresponding panel or view the character's card. Sunian wanted to do just that. Her full name is Anna Hathaway. She is 18 elven years old. Class SSS, race, lower elf. Condition, starvation, frostbite, infection. Only 2 days left to live. Abilities unknown. Affinity level, -80. She is afraid. Since her sympathy level is too low, it is impossible to obtain system points and abilities. The master must raise her sympathy to 0 in order to obtain first-level abilities. But she only has 2 days left to live. Such a rare character, and for nothing. Of course, there's no such thing as a free lunch. Suddenly, he let out another cry. Anna pressed herself even closer to him, because it was so warm there. What a disgrace. What had he just shouted? He found a bearskin and covered Anna with it. She wouldn't be so cold now. His likability rating went up 10 points. Just covering her with a blanket could increase his likability rating by that much. Easy. By the way, he even wanted to make a deal with the system to give him points, and then he would increase his likability. Of course, the system didn't agree to that, but there was nothing he could do now. She was dying. Sunian asked how he would find food and increase his sympathy rating. Maybe there was some kind of gift for newbies. The master is right. A newcomer's kit was issued. An emergency healing card, valid for 30 minutes. This card draws life from the master. Half an hour after use, the master weakens and loses consciousness. So that's what all this circus is for. Isn't that the same as rewarding him with his own reward? It was his only chance. After all, her body is weakening. It doesn't look like she can save herself. She's so weak she's shaking. So he decided to use the emergency healing card. The system reported that the healing card had been activated. She asked her master to take care of himself. Since he was a dragon, he obviously couldn't survive on fruit alone. He needed to find at least a little meat, or he would weaken in half an hour. And if he didn't get enough food, he could die of starvation. Fortunately, his problem was quickly solved. Suddenly, He saw 25th class moon wolves running towards him. 3rd level beasts. Wolves are very territorial creatures. Could they be feeding here? No wonder they ran out as soon as he approached. Still, dragons are great creatures and won't settle for simple food. So why was he feeling nauseous with excitement? He simply decided to incinerate this Volga. The others immediately became frightened when they saw that their comrades were gone. However, he had no trouble dealing with the other two. Then he looked at the cave. The dragon returned, and she was no longer asleep. Anna's mind was clearly racing with thoughts that she was about to die. However, the main character thought that she had not yet woken up. It seemed that this girl was indeed very ill. But how could he feed her if she was unconscious? Anna suddenly jumped up and told the creature to go away. Sun Yan immediately gave her an apple. Anna asked if this Mr. Dragon was going to eat her, but he didn't want to do that. At the same time, from Anna's perspective, the dragon didn't understand why she had fallen again. He even asked the system what was wrong with her. The system replied that it was the heat. Fear had caused her to lose consciousness. Sun Yan asked if he should get points for the wolves he had killed recently. The master killed 3 second-level moon wolves. Since they were only hostile, the system points were halved. The system congratulated him on earning 30 points. Since he had earned his first points, the system store was now open. He needed to find some medicine. In accordance with the current situation, the system recommended taking advantage of a special offer and spending 10 system points to purchase a Baikal helmet, which is used in traditional medicine. His grandfather often said that it helps lower fever. Sun Yan didn't even expect that the system had earthly items. After that, an item appeared in front of him. The dragon asked how to use it. It seemed he had no other choice. He cherished this flower and was ready to give it to her through his mouth. Suddenly, he felt that the card's effect had apparently ended. He began to weaken rapidly. He could no longer hold on as his body grew heavier. Meanwhile, she dreamed that she was walking through the desert. It was so hot, and she wanted water. And then she saw a dragon flying toward her. At that moment, she woke up. Anna noticed that the same dragon had covered her from the rain. Her mouth tasted bitter. It tasted like medicine. Could it be that the dragon had saved her? She liked him even more now, and he had probably picked these fruits for her again. She added another 20 points to her liking for him. This dragon looks cute. Another 20 points were added to her liking. She even tried to wake Mr. Dragon up. Could he be dead? Anna even thought it was because she had stabbed him with a knife. The girl begged the dragon to wake up. Anna Hathaway's sympathy level increased by 100 points. The current level was 90. The sympathy met the requirements for the first level. The system congratulated the owner on obtaining the initial level of ability and absorption. It also congratulated him on receiving 2,000 system points. Initial absorption. Eating food can quickly restore strength and cause a certain level of self-healing, but appetite will also increase. He immediately woke up from hunger. The dragon didn't understand why he suddenly wanted to eat so much. He had just eaten. Then he noticed that he had slept and gained abilities. Nevertheless, every cell in his body was begging for food. His gaze was drawn to Anna. He even thought for a moment about cooking her, but then Sun Yan pushed those thoughts away. He couldn't eat her. Besides, his affection for her had already reached 90. Only then did he suddenly realize that his affection had grown so quickly. He even fantasized about Anna saying that she really liked such a tall and handsome dragon. After all, he was so big and powerful. His fantasies were shattered by reality. Anna began coughing up blood. Sun Yan didn't understand why Anna had become so weak. She only had 1 day left to live. The system informed the owner that obtaining this character, in addition to acquiring the ability, would also grant 2,000 additional points. The changes in the body had already reached their peak. Abilities that altered the body had been unlocked. It seemed that this girl had saved him. However, he still did not know what illness she had contracted. It was clear that the medicine couldn't have prolonged her life that much. After that, he opened the system store. There were all kinds of things there. The dragon immediately became angry because she was sick, and this swindler was offering him this. What kind of joke was this? The store was opened specifically for him, but not for this elf. But the dress really did look attractive. The exchange was complete. 10 points were retained. He immediately covered himself because he didn't want to look at it. The dragon had spikes there. First, she needed to be healed. He ordered the system to unlock abilities that alter the body. External modifications. Strengthening of claws and fangs, steel scales, body shape modification. Internal modifications. Heart, blood vessels, muscles, organs, senses, internal organs. He wanted to look at the healing modifications. Eye modification. The initial level of insight is worth 1,000 points. It allows you to superficially learn about an object or condition. This is what he needs. Sun Yan wanted eye modification, the initial level of insight. The exchange was complete. The points were deducted. The eye modification was activated. The system warned that there might be some discomfort during the change. The owner should not try to scratch their eyes. Then something started happening to his eye. It stung and itched. It was painful. Then he looked at Anna. It said that she was a lower elf and had the highest level of abilities: weakness, night sweats, and sensitivity to cold. Ulcers on her legs, anemia, cough, esophageal spasms, heart failure, and lung inflammation. It's a miracle she's even alive with symptoms like that. Suddenly, he heard voices that had just found the dragon's lair. It must be somewhere nearby. He had to hide. Black Viper mercenaries arrived at the lair. To be more precise, they were just a bunch of idiots. And there was also the Chief Knight of Wales, a 21st class warrior. He himself said that killing a dragon was easier than anything. Selena, 18th class, fire mage, idiot. It didn't look like the mercenaries had come here with good intentions. He told the system to add reinforcement to his claws and fangs, as well as steel scales. Modifications added. These changes cost 1,000 points. Current points, 130. The master had already become stronger, so the system told him to attack faster. They immediately saw the dragon begin to fly. Wales ordered everyone to prepare for battle. However, some began to feel that this silly dragon had somehow changed. It was a fire mage. She told everyone to stop because she saw that something was wrong. However, the knight thought she was just afraid. Don't listen to her. If she hadn't cast the spell to break the bonds in the square, who knows, maybe they would have already captured that stupid dragon. He saw that the dragon was flying west, so he ordered everyone to follow it. Selena didn't understand why he was flying out of the forest. Perhaps his treasure was there, and he didn't want them to find it. That's why the dragon was flying in the opposite direction. What idiots they are. Then he suddenly changed direction and decided to deal with these soldiers. Wales attacked the dragon. He wanted to defeat this dragon himself. However, his sword couldn't even pierce its scales. The knight didn't understand why he couldn't hurt it. He wondered why his back was itching so much. It turned out that a flea had latched onto him. The man became angry and asked what he would do to him for that. Sunyan replied that he should leave that question for his next life. The subordinates noticed that the chief knight was dead, so they began to scatter. Of course, he wouldn't let them escape. They were worth points, after all. But someone still started running as fast as they could. The system congratulated the master, saying that he had earned 150 points in this battle. That was somehow not enough. Then he remembered that there was another witch there and immediately flew back. Selena saw the shadow of a dragon approaching. At the same time, she was healing the princess. She would not let the monster get any closer. To do this, the girl used a binding spell. How tired she was. Sunyan didn't understand what the hell was going on. He didn't even have any dragon breath left. If he had known about this earlier, he wouldn't have used it at all. He noticed her threatening smile, not understanding what she wanted to do. Humans and dragons are not compatible. The current score was 280. He was tired of putting up with this crazy woman's antics. He knocked her down with his paw. The dragon asked who she was fighting for, and why she wouldn't answer. Only then did he remember that she was speaking to him in human language. The dragon asked the system how many points it would cost to modify his vocal cords. Modifying the vocal cords would cost 300 points. A loan service appeared in the system notifications. The loan repayment amount was increased by 50% of the loan amount. This system clearly wants to rob him. However, the system reported that it does not engage in illegal activities. In any case, he decided to take the voice modification. The modification was activated. This time, a loan of 20 points was taken. Next time, the repayment amount with interest will be 30 points. Sunyan demanded to know who sent her here and why she came in the first place. Selena clearly did not expect him to be able to speak. However, the dragon demanded an answer, as he did not have much patience. And then she told him that King Andreus had hired a group of mercenaries to find and kill the dragon. All for the sake of the prince's health. Rumor has it that the prince has a problem with continuing his lineage. And in order to get rid of this problem, he needs to eat some of the dragon's organs. This made him even angrier. Selena begged him not to push so hard. He was just fixated on the fact that this old bastard wanted the prince to eat not only his heart, but also his dignity. After these words, the king even sneezed. He couldn't believe that these bastards still hadn't found the dragon. Apparently, these nobodies were completely useless. The king asked what Master Mason had to say. He said that the dragon had already crossed the Mulligan Plains and entered the Silver Moon Forest. The dragon was young and weak, but it had managed to escape far into the mountains. However, using the tracking seal consumed a great deal of energy and magical materials. Therefore, the master believed that more money was needed. What a bloodsucker. I wish he would just die. The kingdom is small. Didn't that master see that there isn't that much gold here? He doesn't have the same possessions as Marcus Island. He has already given 3,000 gold lions. Andreus can only give him 500. That's all he has. And if he refuses, then that will be the end of them. The sorceress was bound. The main character checked what she had on her. A potion of divine light. It speeds up meditation. A potion of resurrection. It restores health. Sunyan asked if she knew how to heal. Selena replied that she would rather die than heal the dragon. At that moment, he untied her. The dragon demanded that she heal Anna. Selena asked if the dragon didn't know that she wasn't a princess. Of course he knew. Any fool could see that. Wasn't it obvious that humans couldn't give birth to a half-elf with fox ears and a tail? Selena didn't understand why he was saving her. He couldn't just say she was a rare character. So the dragon replied that they were best friends. Their affection had already reached 90%. Definitely best friends. She didn't even expect them to be best friends. The system congratulated the user on unlocking a new character. Affection plus 20. Full name, Selena Luther. 19 years old. Human, SSS class. Good health. Abilities, dark magic. Affection level, -30. And now he had gotten another character with the same class. Fortunately, he hadn't turned her into system points. She heard him say something about class, and he immediately replied that it was nothing. Sunyan asked how Anna was doing. Not very good. Her injuries are very serious. 1 bottle of potion won't be enough. The dragon then asked what she needed. She needed a completely stable environment, as well as medicine and food, and 1 very good cleric. However, he thought that she was that cleric. Not all people study healing magic. Anna woke up and asked them not to fight. If she could survive, that was already good news. She thanked the Dragon Lord, saying she didn't deserve it. Sunyan was glad she had woken up. The same could be said for Selena. The character's emotional state is unstable. Support from the master is needed. If that's the case, there's nothing we can do. Selena was frightened when she saw that the dragon had swallowed her. Just because she said she was unworthy didn't mean she was giving herself permission to be eaten. The stupid chain was at least as heavy as she was. It seemed that the king was willing to do anything to catch the dragon. Apparently, he would have to find a new lair. Now she was covered in the dragon's saliva. Anna asked the Dragon Lord what he was doing. Selena also demanded that the dragon release her immediately. Sunyan replied that the cave was no longer safe. They needed to find a new refuge. He also asked her not to say such things anymore. The girl agreed. His sympathy rose by 10 points. Current level, 100. Thanks to this, he unlocked a new achievement. The system also congratulated the master on receiving 1,000 points. It was so delicious that they weren't even sure they could carry it out. He too had been living only for this moment. A little later, a pack of dog-like creatures appeared there. They stopped because they sensed that something was wrong. Sunyan wondered what this was. He even stroked the dog with his claw. Now he was convinced that it was indeed a real dragon. He never would have thought that he would meet a living dragon in his lifetime. He addressed the great dragon, speaking on behalf of all the Soglafts of the Crooked-Tooth tribe. He begged the dragon to allow them all to become a family. They would be loyal servants, ready to do anything for their master. Soglavits Krivozeb, 7th class, 1st level. Current sympathy level, 80. Revered. Weak, travel in packs. Blindly worship dragons. The dragon noticed that they were so weak, so what use would they be to him if they became his family? Even though they are weak, they can polish every scale of a dragon. They can also build him a magnificent nest. They can also find deposits of the rarest materials to make him rich. What simpletons. And they're not afraid to give everything they have. Sunyan would see what they had in mind. But right now, he needed a spacious, dry cave. So the dragon asked if they could build one for him. The dog told his master to follow him. They arrived at a small village with houses and food. This is where the Crooked-Tooth tribe lives. This place will be the beginning of the master's domain. The current score is 970. From this moment on, Sunyan Waters Pardernak accepts their loyalty and swears by his name that he will protect and defend them. He even offered Epocleus to become his sworn brother. Epocleus seemed to have been waiting for this moment his entire life. Damn formalities. A precious stone seemed to appear on his face. The main character asked what had happened to them. Were there really so few of them? Hippocles asked the master to decide their fate. Not long ago, the tribe was attacked by Ettercap spiders. They did not plunder their land or capture the cave with the mines. He led the survivors away with him. When they reached this cave, they settled here. If there are workers, there will be money. And if there is money, they can buy a healing potion to delay Anna's illness and even sleep on gold. Sunyan asked what kind of mine they had before and how many Ettercap spiders there were. Epocles replied that it was a silver mine. There were 5 Ettercap spiders, and these creatures were cruel. They really like to suck out brains. Their mouths are kind of like a DI. It's hard to tell how many spiders there are. He turned to the system and asked if there was a characteristic card for the Ettercap. The information was temporarily unavailable to players. The system recommended purchasing an encyclopedia that contained general descriptions and weaknesses of a large number of monsters that were inaccessible to players. He immediately decided to buy it. He paid 900 points for it. Sun Yan couldn't believe he had paid so many points for one damn book. This system was clearly mocking him. The system asked him to be patient. As they say, knowledge is power. He didn't care about that power. He just wanted his money back. However, sold goods cannot be returned or exchanged. All he could do now was cry over his lost points. Anna asked the Dragon Lord what had happened to him. The main character replied that nothing had happened. The task was simply too difficult, and he couldn't solve it. Ettercap. Capable of walking upright. Has compound eyes. Fangs secrete poison. 28th class. Special abilities include control over spiders and vulnerability to fire. Uses an exoskeleton. Resistant to acid, attacks with water. Now he's definitely doomed. Dragon breath contains acid, but even its damage has a limit. He can't take them on alone because they'll call spiders to surround him. If his breath were fire, it would be much better. So what does he need to buy? First level horn. Modifies acid in the poison glands. Adds cells that produce magma. Allows him to breathe poisonous fire. Costs 1,000 points. First level dragon breath reserve. Modification that transforms the parietal cells of the poison glands. Increases the speed of dragon breath reserve. Cost is the same as the previous item. He inquired about any bandit strongholds or black beast mercenaries nearby. Hippocleus replied that there were indeed 2 bandit groups and mercenaries of the Bloody Lion nearby. He had not heard of any black beasts. The dragon ordered half of the warriors to gather and follow him. They would visit the nearest fortress. According to the system, the enemies were relatively strong, but the bandits did not stray far. It was a great place to earn points. John told Anna and Selena to stay here. He would be back soon. Anna asked the Dragon Lord to return quickly. Selena simply agreed with him. He also warned Selena not to even think about running away. The girl asked how she could do that, although she clearly had such thoughts in her head. From the Silver Moon, the fortress of the Whirlwind Bandits, the captain has returned, so we need to open the gates. He congratulated his brothers on returning home safely with a huge haul. We need to drink to that. Their captain was so strong. They had looted a lot today. Thanks to this loot, they can now rest peacefully for the rest of the month. The man replied that it was a gift for the captain. A subordinate informed the captain that a black dragon was flying toward them. He certainly did not expect to encounter a dragon at his base. At that moment, the main character landed there, and everyone began to scatter in all directions. While people ran screaming for help, points were added to his score for each kill. The main character began to spew poisonous flames. The man couldn't see anything because of this, and it was very painful. Others began to scatter because of the crowd of dogs hunting them. The system congratulated the owner on earning 1,020 points in this battle. They all began to praise their dragon. Thanks to him, they were able to win. The system began to collect trophies. Hippocleus informed his master that there were many boxes here. It must be all the loot, so they decided to drag everything here. The dragon ordered everything to be taken to the lair. There was flour, silver, gold, apples, and transformation potions. These potions were just what he needed. He took the lowest level transformation potion from Coco. It allowed him to transform non-human creatures into humans, inheriting 10% of their strength. The effect lasted for 1 hour. With this potion, he would turn into a human and then return to Anne and Selena. He even began to imagine it. Selena even asked him to take her as his admirer, and she wanted to kiss his feet. But if you translate that into human terms, he's a teenager. Won't that turn into a Shota? In any case, it doesn't matter. He'll just go down fighting. He has an hour anyway. In the worst case, he'll wait for the effect to wear off, and then return. The system reported that he had used a transformation potion. The transformation began. He returned to the egg. Then the shell cracked open and a naked young man appeared. Hippocleus couldn't understand how his master had been able to transform himself. Sun Yan immediately covered his body and asked the system where his clothes were. The system reported that the potion was taking effect too quickly, and that the clothes were still loading. The main character admitted that he was indeed handsome, and his age was just right. He used to worry about the differences between humans and dragons, because there are things that are difficult to do. But now, 6 hours would be enough for him. Sun Yan asked the dog if everything was ready. He reported to his master that the last box had been loaded. They were finishing up. In that case, he would return to the lair. If he was not mistaken, he could switch between human and dragon form as many times as he wanted while the potion was active. Meanwhile, Selena thought this was the perfect chance for Togo to escape. Anna asked the girl where she was going. Selena replied that she was going wherever she wanted. She also added that after Togo, since she had failed to catch the dragon and the mercenaries had been destroyed, if she returned, she wouldn't even be given the position of assistant magician. Anna asked her to look at what she had just found. Selena asked if she wasn't afraid of Togo, the vile dragon who had kidnapped her. In fact, she considered him very gentle. This was clearly not what Selena expected to hear. How could a dragon be gentle? Then the dog announced that they had returned. Selena was surprised again, as she couldn't understand how they could have returned so quickly. The current score was 1,090. Sun Yen, who had temporarily turned into a dragon and was therefore late, returned with a joyful expression on his face and announced that he was back. Suddenly, a staff flew into his face. He immediately removed the staff and asked what was wrong with them. It was him, Sun Yan. At that moment, he saw the destroyed state of the village. There were also spider webs there. Selena immediately approached us and explained that Anu had been kidnapped by these sea wolves. She apologized for her uselessness, not even being able to protect her. This dragon must think he's usually a nobody. It doesn't matter where she is, with the mercenaries or with him. She always ruins everything. However, Sun Yan replied that she had done everything she could. It was he who had failed to protect them. Selena's sympathy increased by 50 points. Current sympathy level, 20. The system congratulated the host on successfully gaining the character's trust. Sympathy reached the first level and unlocked new abilities. He unlocked a new ability called Tears of the Wise and received 2,000 points. Sun Yan wanted to return the first level horn and the first level dragon breath supply. The return was complete. 2,000 points were retained. The revived modifications caused great pain. Therefore, she asked her master to prepare himself, as there would be painful sensations in his throat. Selena noticed that he had vomited blood. In fact, he was fine. He also asked Epocleus to take him to the Ettercap's nest. He dared to visit the rare character of the main hero, so he probably no longer wants to live in this world. Here, under the silver moon, somewhere in the wilderness. Here, the Ettercaps raise their spiders. Ahead is their cave, where they used to retreat after their raids. Then they immediately speed up and attack them. There is no time to linger now. As soon as he took off, he suddenly got caught in a web. He couldn't even move there. Fortunately, he managed to get out of the web. After that, Sun Yan used his dragon breath. The system reported that the master had killed 57 huge spiders. 312 points were earned. The nest of the Ettercaps. The main character flew in and asked where they had taken the lowly elf. A minute later, he beat the creature to death. He went deeper into the cave. And there, wanting to show off in front of Anna and Sun Yan, who had turned back into a human, he saw her. She was wrapped in a web. Surprisingly, she immediately recognized the Dragon Lord. She could smell the Dragon Lord. He reached out to free her. Anna thanked the Dragon Lord for coming to save her. After all, she had to admit that he was very handsome in human form. Sun Yan replied that she was very important to him, so he had to save her. Anna Hathaway's sympathy level was up by 100. The current level was 200 friends. The system congratulated the host on reaching the second level of sympathy. He gained a new ability called mid-level absorption. New abilities can be consolidated. He also unlocked a new ability called Wisdom Traces and received 2,000 points. Then the system congratulated him again on receiving 3,000 points. Based on regular physical condition, absorbing prey restores strength and accelerates growth regardless of age. He was delighted to have earned so many points. No wonder she was SSS level. Sun Yan would earn more by interacting with her and killing monsters. However, he was also curious how she knew that it was the same dragon. It doesn't matter what the dragon looks like because she always recognizes him at first glance. On the way home, he gave her a potion to restore her strength, as well as an herbal tincture that she must not forget to drink. His affection for her gradually grew, but the guy didn't understand why this affection was growing so slowly now. Selena mentioned that it wasn't syrup for him. It had to be taken with food. As soon as he heard about the syrup, he suddenly remembered that among his trophies there must be some fruit to sweeten the medicine. There he noticed a strange box. After he opened the box, he saw that there was a girl tied up inside. Her full name was Evelyn, 17 years old, human, in a state of terror, fear, and hypoxia. Water magic abilities, sympathy level -50, experiencing fear. Selena immediately stopped him and asked what he was doing. She hit him and called him a perverted freak. Anna approached them and also asked if something had happened. Selena immediately covered her eyes, saying that this was not a sight for children. Sun Yan replied that he hadn't done anything, so he didn't understand why she had hit him. And where were they looking? If they didn't believe him, they should just ask her. As soon as her mouth was free, she immediately began to curse those vile bastards. That is, the gangsters. The girl demanded that they untie her immediately. Selena tried to calm her down and cover her. Now everything is fine. Even Anna began to say that it was all because of Mr. Dragon. Sun Yan didn't understand what kind of injustice this was. He even asked the dog how the box got there. Lepokli replied that the owner had allowed him to drag the box onto the cart. He didn't even know what was inside. At the same time, a huge force hung over the world. The system sent a notification that the game had begun. All living creatures in this world would be half-digitized. All the chosen creatures that were killed would level up. All the chosen one's belongings would be stored in the newbie village. Quests began to be created and the newbie village began to generate. According to estimates, he would arrive there in 3 days. The current number of points was 4,452. The main character immediately asked what this was all about. Selena named the nickname above his head, a vulgar, perverted dragon. Sunian began to say that he wasn't like that at all. He mentally asked the system who the chosen one was and what kind of village for newbies it was. Could he really have ended up in a game? The world in which the master currently finds himself is real, but some of the existing effects will only be half game related. For example, the fate of the party in this world. If the master cannot eliminate the players, the consequences will be catastrophic. What kind of joke was this? A player was someone who played and could be resurrected in the game, and he had never heard of any country releasing a game so realistic that it could make the world half a game. Those who arrive from the aquamarine planet. This measure has a highly developed gaming industry, similar to the main character's home planet. It's like some kind of parallel worlds. It's better for him not to worry now, otherwise he'll look like some kind of peasant. But even if that's the case, you can't just destroy the players, because they'll come back to life. The system reported that players can be resurrected, but each new resurrection doubles their time. For example, the first resurrection lasts 5 seconds, the second lasts 10 seconds, and the third lasts 20 seconds. And so on until the maximum allowed time is reached. And if a player returns after a year of waiting, having died, they will have to wait 2 years. But then, looking at himself from the perspective of a constant level increase, he will want only one thing: not to die. And the players will grow weaker. Besides, it's not that difficult. He is a dragon, after all, even if he has no reputation right now. But only then did he learn from the system that NPS cannot be resurrected. What kind of idiot made these rules? Players can resurrect endlessly, while NPS must sacrifice their lives. It's unfair. You could see it that way. But by becoming a defensive country at the start, they are stronger than other players. If you look at the balance of power, there is no imbalance. They just have different weights. Moreover, there is only one way to lose: to be destroyed. This world has simply been turned into a game. They didn't even ask the people whose lives they put on the line. They are playing with human destinies. Suddenly, he turned back. As it turned out, the potion's effect had worn off. And he hadn't done anything yet. He had wasted 6 bottles of potion for nothing. Anna asked him not to be angry, because they had already found out everything. It was all the work of bandits, so the gentleman should not blame him. Sunian replied that he had not shared the potion for that reason. Only then did he notice that her clothes had changed. Anna replied that her clothes were completely worn out, and Selena had found some clothes in one of the boxes. That's what she had changed into. After that, he shouted Selena's name. How could he not have noticed her strange fetishes before? Selena replied that it was a disguise. She was in Class A, he wouldn't get many points. But even if he didn't earn any points, Evelyn could stay as a pet. He liked it, but it was against the rules. So he told them to change quickly. In this world, he was the only one who understood what this game was. Since fate had allowed him to learn the truth, it had hinted that he could use this information to oppose the players. And no rest for him. He wanted to find out how strong all the monsters nearby were. It would be better for Apocleus to make a simple map, because he wanted to gather them all in one place. He accepted his master's order. The main character decided to look at the information about himself in the system window. He was a black dragon at level 30. His abilities included various types of dragon breath, primitive hunting, dragon power, absorption, and wise man's tears. A note said that all 5 characteristics could be increased outside of combat, during training to reach a new level. If the inhabitants of this world kill each other, they will not gain experience. It is necessary to kill the players, only they have no restrictions. There are many more inhabitants, but players have more opportunities to level up. This is an unequal struggle for resources. Both sides force players and inhabitants to fight not for life, but to the death. The fact that stats increase during training could be a weakness. He called Hawk over to him. Hawk approached him and asked the Great Master how he could serve him. The dragon decided to check his information window. He was at level 4. He could set traps, cave modeling, ore mining, garbage collection, howling, jumping strikes, and feigned death. He was too weak. Sunian said that now he would run around the cave for half an hour without stopping, and if he dared to stop, the dragon would devour him. After that, he immediately began his training. After those laps, he was barely alive, but he managed to crawl to the Great Master. Not bad. It seems that training really does improve performance. The The girls, who had finally changed their clothes, came to him. He had already begun to fantasize about the girls inviting the boys to train with them. That's actually a good idea. That way, they'll bring him 100 of them. This is a map of the Silver Forest made by the previous chief. Each tribe has its own chief. He ordered Apoclius to gather all the Soglavs. They all have to carry all the weapons. Silver Forest, Chief of the Beast Kings, 3rd level. The leader of the Boar Warriors, 7th level. The leader of the Boar Spearmen, 9th level. Sunyan tried to calm them down, saying that he would not eat them. He learned that this world was on the brink of crisis, so they needed to unite. The Silver Forest is their home. They must gather all their weapons and fight back. They must drive away their enemies. The Master's speech is being verified. The passive ability of the Wise Men's Tears has been activated. The beasts recognized that he was speaking the truth. They are all one family. Now it is clear how to use these tears. Isn't this the speech of the main character? Whatever the main character says, everyone will believe him. The rabbit asked the great dragon how they should fight their enemies since they are so weak. That's a pretty good question. To do that, they must undergo devilish training. They need to hurt faster because they only have 500 laps left. Everyone trained hard, and they knocked down trees. They'll see who comes out on top in this game. Sun Yan was determined to be the winner. Aquamarine Planet. Suddenly, a huge hourglass appeared before them. The game of this world's team began. Daniel Igeson. He didn't understand what was happening to his body. The system congratulated the player on being chosen. The system wished him luck in invading another world. The time limit was 10 years. Brenny Churton. The first rule of the game. Those who start the game cannot leave it until they die. After death, players can wait for resurrection in the main square. The second rule of the game. Players earn aggression points for completing quests and surviving for a long time. Aggression points can be exchanged for items and everything necessary for survival. They can also be used to buy resurrection time. Aggression points can be exchanged. The third rule of the game. Chests appear randomly in the game world. Inside the chest are aggression points, equipment, and rewards for combat. Rewards can be exchanged. Fourth rule of the game. The resurrection time for the first time is 5 seconds. Each new resurrection time is doubled. Fifth rule of the game. Time in the game goes 10 times faster. The system asks them to try to survive. If they make it to the main square, they will die for real. The time countdown has begun. Silver Forest. He reported to his master that the last training session had yielded noticeable results. The nearby gnomes and black-beaked manas had also joined their ranks and were currently undergoing training. After all, many system windows appeared in his eyes, indicating that players were arriving. The newbie village is complete. The first rule. Upon arrival, the territory that players can occupy is limited. Automatic protection of the newbie village lasts for 1 week. Second rule. During the protection of the newbie village, all game characters who enter the village will be teleported away. Their memories of the village will be erased. Third rule. Chests will appear in the world. The first newbie village, Sakura, has already appeared near the Silver Forest on the Mulligan Plain. A chest appeared behind it. Does he really have to guard this chest himself? But even inside the chest, it was empty. This chest may be the only way to get rewards. But he can only get rewards if the player opens the chest. Not only could he not be human, but he also had to guard this damn chest. He ordered the Grey Wolf, the Leather Snake, and everyone else to bring all the chests they found in the forest here. Apocli must bring here all the bombs and poison gas traps they have made. He asked the system if it had something like a world map. The system reported that the world map had been updated after the players arrived. 10 system points are required to unlock it. The world map was unlocked. Updating in progress. The map showed the newbie village as a base. Indeed, a battle is not the same as a war. Although the players are weak at the beginning, they have 7 whole days during which they can train in peace. But based on years of gaming experience, newbies have a weakness that will be their downfall. Curiosity. Apocli reported to his master that all the chests were here. The dragon ordered all the chests to be opened, and traps with poison gas, bombs, and other poisonous items to be laid out. They should be hidden somewhere nearby in the bushes. They should hide them well, but not too well. The wolf asked his master why all this was necessary. He had friends here whom he wanted to give a wonderful gift. Those bastards wanted to force him to guard the chests. They'll pay for this, but why did he laugh like a villain? The Mulligan Plain. Daniel Igeson. A new task has appeared. You need to build a house. You can use 100 pieces of wood and 100 pieces of stone. World map, forum, create a team, adjust the 5 senses, task system. There is no button to exit the profile. This is real. There is a world that has been turned into a game. Dragon's Lair. Selena is practicing magic. Evelyn thought she must be angry. Still, she ran away with Blythe, and that jerk sold her to the gangsters to save himself. It's good that she won't see him again. Otherwise, she would kill him with her own hands. Such fragile girls, and they all give him the creeps. He didn't understand how she could have such a fierce look in her eyes. Anna would never become like them. She needed to take her medicine now to restore her health. She thanked the Dragon Lord for that. Epocleus told his master that the heroes had come out of their strange basket. It seemed that no one could resist the temptation to explore a new world, the Mulligan Plains. The man with the sword would never have thought that it was so easy to level up. He built a room and already reached level 5. Besides, this village was boring. Perhaps there were some artifacts in the Silver Forest. It would be nice to kill a couple of small monsters to get some practice. However, leaving the village is very dangerous. It's better not to leave. They took him with them because they liked him. A week would pass, so he didn't understand how this guy would survive alone. He would just ask the others to take him with them. And then they definitely wouldn't agree to it. If they needed bait, they would just use his bones. He noticed that there was a chest here. They were immediately delighted when they also saw the chest with the treasure. However, a huge snake emerged from the chest, and in the next chest there was an explosion. Another one was full of bees. Even the chest contained some useless junk. He looked back and couldn't understand where the other two had run off to. His whole body was shaking because he also didn't understand where the guys had gone. Suddenly, a huge dragon appeared in front of him. The system announced that the player had been killed. Users earned 10 points. Sun Yan couldn't believe that this weakling had died of fear. As soon as he turned around, he saw the dragon. A dog approached him and told the man to leave. Sun Yan asked who he was and why he had entered his territory. The man explained that they were travelers who had come here for the first time. The dragon demanded that he not lie to him. He had better be careful because he had such a fragile skull. They were just passing by and didn't even think of disturbing the dragon's peace. In that case, he didn't even need to think about it. He would drink some speed potion, use geomancy or something like that, and run away from there. He immediately remembered that speed potions were, of course, sold in the store. That way he could escape from the dragon. Yes, that was 200 aggression points deducted. The dog reported that the guy had escaped. Of course, he knew that because he had let him escape. 7 days would be enough for the players to build a prison for themselves. What bad luck. There wasn't even anything useful in that damn chest. And suddenly, a silver chest appeared before his eyes. Free stuff. The system sent a notification that he didn't have the key to the chest. To open the silver chest, you need a silver key, which can be purchased for 1,000 aggression points. He thought it was too expensive. Based on past games, the key could drop when killing monsters guarding treasures. There he saw the leader of the 3rd level Beast Kings. He justified himself as soon as he saw this rabbit with such a low level. This is too easy. If he quickly kills this rabbit, the key will definitely be in his pocket, and everything in the chest will become his property. This little rabbit needs to die, but things didn't turn out the way he expected. Does this puppy really think he can steal the chest? There's no way a 3rd level rabbit could have that kind of strength. It's just impossible. What should he do now? Maybe he should call for help. The rabbit said to open the chest, and then he would consider letting the man go. In that case, he would open it. He had purchased the key for 1,000 points. Inside was a bomb, which exploded immediately. The system congratulated him on completing the task of building the building. Thanks to this, 500 aggression points were processed. It was her dream house. The system congratulated him on building the tower, for which he earned 1,000 aggression points. And also for building the fortress wall, for which he earned 500 aggression points. The same guy from the forest ran over. Daniel asked him what had happened. He replied that everything was lost. As soon as Daniel asked what was going on, the guy suddenly shouted that there was a dragon. They had to run away quickly. He clearly didn't expect a dragon to be here. The others thought that this idiot had simply been stunned by fear. It sounds like a joke, because this is a village of newbies. But it was true. There was a dragon in the forest. Gary was gone. Only thanks to a speed potion was he able to escape. If the dragon really existed, as soon as the protection for the newcomers was removed, they would all be doomed. They would build another tower and a fortress wall using wood and stones from Togo's house. With their help, they would be able to fight off the dragon. Why should they do that? It's her home. Selena and Evelyn were bored. Sun Yan asked what was wrong with them. Selena was sulking because of her failure in magic, and Evelyn was upset because she wanted to kill someone. It was probably just a joke. They had really had a bad influence on Anna. He saw a message from the system saying that his relative had killed a player, for which he received 10 points. Then Epocleus arrived. They brought all these chests. After they opened them, it turned out that there was so much stuff inside. A roasted leg of mountain sheep with a golden crust, a book with water spells and an ice spike, and there was also a drawing of a flamethrower tower. But then the system reported that insufficient conditions had been met, so the drawing could not be used. What kind of conditions are these? Perhaps the players know something about this. Selena immediately noticed the book with water spells. She even asked the main character to give her the book. In the end, the main character agreed. Selena even thought he had a crush on her. In any case, she would go read it. You have to put up with these remarks, because she's a rare character. Selena suddenly remembered and thanked him for the book. 20 points were added to her likability. The only way to the dragon's lair. The system reported that the analysis of the open area was complete. The analysis of the fire tower blueprint was complete. The blueprint was purple, so it could be used 5 times. He had to determine where to build the tower. It turns out that it can only be used outdoors, and it's a building block in the game. All that's left is to find a suitable location. To build a flamethrower tower, you need 10 stones, 2 pieces of wood, 20 workers, and 5 kilograms of food. Construction time is 12 hours. Different workers are possible. People increase KD by 20%. Psychedelics increase defense by 20%. Goblins increase mutation frequency by 20%. Gnomes increase all building characteristics by 10%. The owner must supply the workers himself. After the workers arrive at the site, construction begins automatically. After the construction work is completed, the workers return with their memories erased, and he must supply the workers himself. Hippocles swore with his life to follow his master. That is why he does so. The dragon ordered him to bring 20 strong Seglavians to help build a flame-throwing tower. Suddenly, he fell right in front of the dragon. Therefore, Sunien suggested that they do everything tomorrow. He even thought about how Anna must be resting now. It was true. Selena spoke in her sleep about how she was an honorable mogul. And Evelyn said that she would cut him up and feed him to the pigs. And suddenly he heard Anna's voice saying something about her parents. There was also a demon in her dream. If the encyclopedia is correct, demons were destroyed 1,500 years ago. It is unclear how demons can exist now. Suddenly she opened her eyes. The entire village was on fire. She watched with her own eyes as her parents were killed by demons. As soon as she uttered the words Mom and Dad, her mouth was covered, and she was told to be quiet. She was with Anna. The girl put her in a closet and told her not to come out under any circumstances. But right before her eyes, her sister died. The demon smiled at little Anna and frightened her. Anna demanded that he not come near her. At that moment, her powers awakened. She used these powers to get rid of the demons. It seems like Anna is having a nightmare. For several days he gave her herbal tinctures and potions, and finally her life bar turned green. No matter what medicine he gave her, it still showed that she would only live for 63 days. There were no signs of recovery. Could it be due to heart failure? And then she woke up. Anna immediately attacked the dragon. The dragon was thrown straight into the wall. The blow was really painful. This woke Selena and Evelyn. Selena immediately asked if he had at least seen what time it was, and what he was doing here. He must have been up to something. Evelyn was curious to know what the noises were. The dragon reported that Anna was missing. The girls flew on the dragon, and also noticed that someone was there. Anna ran deep into the swamp. It was surprising that her strip was full, even though it was red. And this was the Swamp Lord, the crocodile with a stone helmet. He was at level 15, stage 2, and it looked like he was being beaten by his bitches. Finally, she noticed the Dragon Lord. After that, Anna began to fall. The crocodile tried to eat her, but Sunien intervened. Evelyn noticed that she had lost consciousness. At that moment, the crocodile attacked from ambush. The dragon had already started barking at this bastard. Then they fell into the water. This crocodile had thick skin, and in the swamp, the dragon's breath would definitely not be able to be used to its full power. He reported to the system that he wanted to change the modification to a high level of scale strength, high-level reinforced claws and fangs, as well as an underwater breathing bladder. The system replied that these modifications would cost 10,000 points. Therefore, it suggested taking out a loan. He agreed. She also pointed out that the interest rate was 50%. He was tired of listening to all this nonsense. Just activate it. It is also worth noting that during the modification, she may experience sharp pain. It was indeed very painful. The current number of points is minus 9,300. Anna's sympathy level is 220, Selena's is 50, and Evelyn's is minus 40. Selena tried to approach the dragon because she wanted to know if it was still alive. Does this mean that she no longer has to return the book with the combined spells? At that moment, the main character flew out together with the crocodile. He pushed the crocodile with his tail. After that, he simply decided to burn it so that it would finally die. Selena smelled something very pleasant, roasted crocodile. It looked so appetizing that they couldn't resist. All 3 of them ate very well. Tima reported that the owner had killed the crocodile with a fireplace helmet. He received 60 system points and 1 magic core. He absorbed the crocodile's stone helmet, and his health recovery speed increased. A low-level elemental core. Could this evil creature grab the cores, and then return? The bar returned to what it was at the beginning. She was seriously ill and weak. She had 24 hours left to live. He even asked the system if it knew what illness Anna had. Unfortunately, this system does not have the function of examining patients instead of humans. It was essential to find out what illness Anna had and why she had gone mad. And then there was this destructive force that emanated from her. A cleric was needed. He asked Selena if she knew of any powerful clerics in the area. In fact, the girl had no idea. When she was with the mercenaries, they always bought potions. Who knows, Evelyn? This cleric lives in the kingdom of Andreus. But the dragon will most likely be killed if it approaches the city walls in its current state. After all, hunters are all over the city looking for it. That's true. It's a good thing he has 6 bottles of transformation potions left. That should be enough for half a day. If he can make it in time, there shouldn't be any problems. In fact, it doesn't matter if it's a person or a monster. All men are selfish. As soon as a problem arises, they will abandon you without hesitation. Then she heard someone ask why she was standing there frozen. Let her jump in. Evelyn's sympathy increased by 40 points. Current level, 0. The system congratulated the owner as sympathy had reached the first level, and he received 300 points. He also noticed that sympathy had increased. Could it be because she saw him as so brave in the heat of battle? But why so few points? He had agreed with the system about skills. Could she have already forgotten everything? Although a special character of level A must reach level 2 to obtain new skills. 350 points were deducted for the loan. 9,000 points remained to be returned. Selena immediately saw that he had started vomiting blood and asked what was wrong with him. Sunyan replied that it was nothing. It was strange that he still had to pay off a loan in this world. The city walls of Andreus. The royal city. Everyone claimed that the conscientious Nightblade was a real handsome man. They say that he single-handedly defeated a gang of whirlwinds and beheaded their leader, and that he and the great wizard Maysont had led a campaign against an evil dragon. The main character was there too, and he was the one who dealt with the gang. That bastard stole someone else's glory and even stole the dragon's skull. If he hadn't been busy, he would have smashed his head in right away. Evelyn said that the cleric's name was Rob. His hut was in the western part of the city, and there was a flowering tree on the door. She would not go with them to the city. He knocked immediately and wanted to know if the cleric Rob was there. No one had opened the door yet. Perhaps the old man simply hadn't heard, so he simply decided to enter by kicking the door. There was the doctor's apprentice, Varvara. He apologized for barging in and said they were looking for the cleric Rob. However, it was no big deal, but he still had to pay 50 silver coins for the broken door. Varvara also gave her name. The girl asked why they needed a cleric. Sunyan replied that it was for medical treatment. Unfortunately, because the cleric was unable to cure the prince, he had gone on a journey. Sunyan asked if she knew where he had gone or when he would return. It is still unknown. At that moment, she noticed the lower elf in his arms. The ears of this cute little thing were very soft. Varvara immediately knew that she was sick and would soon die. Sunyan did not expect her to be a cleric as well. In fact, she was only learning, but she could examine her. Could she really diagnose the illness? Last night, Anna suddenly went berserk and then lost consciousness. Varvara said to put her on the table. After that, she began to conduct a preliminary examination. The main character even wondered if all clerics conducted examinations this way. Now it was clear why the prince's illness had not been cured. Finally, she found something. This girl is cursed. The source of the curse is in her heart, and other illnesses are caused by the curse. It is a very powerful curse that takes away all the strength of the cursed. It drives people mad. So if she weakens, she will go mad. And if she goes mad, she will lose her health. It's all very logical, actually. Sunyan asked if she could cure her. Varvara apologized, but it was impossible. She can only stabilize her for a while. However, he also needs to know something. If she has resistance, her body will be destroyed. There are 2 ways to remove the curse. One could kill the one who cast the curse, or remove the vessel and replace the cursed heart. The best option was a dragon's heart. This girl can sniff everything out. She's like a dog. If she's talking about a dragon's heart, it's very difficult to find. That's why he wanted to find another, but equally effective method. In that case, you can dip it in the legendary Elven Spring. That should delay the curse's effect on the spring, which dried up long ago. Or go north to the Winter Empire. There is a high cleric there who has mastered the art of purification. But the patient doesn't have much time left. Then she remembered that she could find a witch, who always had a bunch of strange ways of healing. But they are very difficult to find. Barbara only knows that they have been seen in Santolist. Let her just magically heal Anna, and then they would discuss what to do next. Varvara asked him to wait a moment, then began leafing through a book. Sunyan asked her what she was doing. It was a book called Magic Healing for Dummies. It's worth relaxing, because everyone is nervous the first time. Why does the main character feel like she's talking about herself here? After that, Varvara began to treat her. Fortunately, Anna was able to open her eyes. He was immediately delighted when he saw her. She asked the Dragon Lord where they were. The guy replied that they were in the royal city. She suddenly fainted, and he carried her to the cleric. Of course, she heard the word dragon. And then Varvara realized that she had not been mistaken. He really was a dragon. Seeing this elf, everything now made sense. This was the very dragon who had recently been hunted down. Sunyan asked what had happened to Togo. Barbara had no intention of turning them in. After all, she was a cleric and had promised to heal all those in need. She was currently studying how to heal the body. Even without magic, it was possible to successfully transplant a heart. Plus, he could get a 20% discount. She is very much like a modern surgeon. The main character praised her. But first, she must prepare herself. He and the patient will also prepare for the heart transplant. As soon as she asked about the transplant, her mouth was suddenly covered. While the crazy woman was busy, they simply decided to leave. She even skimmed through the treatment for beginners. Of course, they won't think anything about this transplant. The city walls. The guy asked if she was feeling okay. Anna asked if her illness was incurable. It was just a simple curse. He even cursed by his dragon name that she would definitely recover. The Dragon Lord even swore an oath. Anna thanked him for that. Anna's sympathy rose 50 points. Her current level was 250. He gave Anna his word, but he must not sacrifice his health to save her. She should relax, because he would definitely find a way to lift the curse. A rare NPS was detected. She was calling the dragon. The system asked if he wanted to respond. It was surprising that a rare NPS was calling him. Santalist, Sanctuary. She asked the great goddess to hear her prayers. However, she was unsuccessful again. There was no answer. Although he really wanted to go and see, he had more important things to do. Behind the dragon's lair. Construction of a flamethrower tower. Apocleus reported to his master that the tower had been built. They did it quickly after all. They definitely have a talent for construction. If they continued at the same pace, they would be able to quickly build the remaining 4 towers. He decided to look at the information window for the flamethrower tower. First level. Range, 30 kilometers. Self-aiming, 1 arrow every 10 seconds. With manual aiming, 1 arrow per second is the fastest option. It depends on the number of soldiers. In reality, 1 arrow every 10 seconds is too slow. First, he needed to check the tower's power. He ordered them to aim at the rock. After that, Apocleus opened fire. The rock was destroyed, and they call this little thing a regular fire arrow. The guy wondered if it was a simplified version of a rocket. No wonder it's so slow. Such a huge kairat. If the builders are different, then the effects should also be different. He doesn't even know if this is true for soldiers. Sun Yan ordered 20 Beast Kings to be brought, because he wanted to conduct an experiment. Flamethrower tower. Bugs Bunny must test the tower with his subordinates. There are 20 soldiers in the tower. Since the soldiers are not standard, there will be changes in the flamethrower tower. The system asked if he should continue. Of course, continue. His guess was correct. So, depending on the abilities of the relatives, there will be different changes. With these towers, defending the cave would be no problem. All that remained was to increase the speed and range. He asked the system what was needed to upgrade the tower. The system noted that 10 magic cores from 3rd stage fire monsters were needed. Last time, the main character had killed a stone-helmeted crocodile in the swamps near the Silver Forest. He had obtained a lower stage core then. It seemed difficult to find so many 3rd stage monsters in the Silver Forest. Perhaps there are more of them in the mountains. We'll have to visit the mountains. Anna informed the Dragon Lord that Selena and Evelyn had gotten into a fight. He immediately began fantasizing about the fight, and even how Evelyn addressed him, saying that it hurt so much. However, Selena replied that she had started it. He was completely immersed in these thoughts. She tried to pull him out of it, saying that if he didn't stop them right now, they would blow up the cave. This clearly couldn't be allowed to happen. It dawned on him that they were both witches. How could he have forgotten that? Sunyan tried to calm them down, saying that if they wanted to fight, they should get out of there. However, seeing that no one was paying attention to him, he had to take his form. Anna said that they had quarreled over a book of water spells. The exercise was difficult, but Evelyn just glanced at it, and then they fought. The dragon asked how they could be so ashamed to fight over such trivial matters. In this territory, they had to obey the owner, namely him. Next time, they shouldn't just fight hand to hand and not use magic. They simply turned away from each other in a show of defiance. Night fell. Selena didn't understand why she couldn't do it. She wasn't even armless. While she was hitting the tree, all the stones fell down on the main character's head. Sun Yan peeked out of the cave and told her to stop. Selena asked if he wasn't the one who said to fight in the street. They just needed to argue. They didn't have to run around at night and hit trees. She obviously didn't want to let people sleep. In reality, Selena felt like a nobody. The main character replied that if she couldn't follow the beaten path, she should find her own. He thought that since she was so cruel, it would be best for her to try her hand at black magic. Selena replied that black magic was not for people. That kind of magic would definitely not suit her. The dragon whispered that for some reason, she didn't seem like other people. Still, she thanked him for keeping her company. 50 points were added to her sympathy rating. The current level was 100. Somewhere in the Silver Forest, they were watching the animal rabbits. These rabbits all seemed kind of fat to them. One bite, and the fat would flow. The girl with pigtails even wanted to take the gold chain that was around his neck. It was very beautiful. However, the other girl wondered how such large rabbits had come to live in the forest. She even wondered if these rabbits usually ate so well and wore chains. In any case, it didn't matter. Even these damn rabbits couldn't defeat the harpies. Rumor has it that there is a dragon in this part of the forest, so we need to be careful. They attack on the count of 3. After the countdown ended, they immediately flew toward the rabbits. The rabbits should already be jumping into their stomachs. Of course, the rabbits weren't going to give up that easily. Their bodies underwent a transformation. The harpies clearly didn't expect this turn of events. It was clear that they couldn't stand up to such opponents. Therefore, she gave the order for everyone to leave. However, a web suddenly appeared above them, so now they couldn't even fly away. They were dragged into the dragon's lair. So it was them who wanted to attack the main character's relatives. The girl began to justify herself to the great dragon, saying that they did not want to hurt him. They just wanted to eat. A few days ago, a flock of periton came from the thick part of the forest and took their cave. They took the mountain rams and killed the harpies' tribeswomen. On the other side, there seemed to be a village of newcomers. She begged the Dragon Lord to help them return home and rescue their tribe. As it turned out, her name was Hannah, and she was the leader of the harpies. Hannah even swore that she would bring her tribe under his wing and sacrifice a whole ram to him. The main character, of course, understands everything, but they really did try to eat the animal kings when they went to the toilet. This harpy named Hannah is pretty good. Plus, she's level 17. Her current likability level is 30. She feels reverence. She's strong at flying and has a sweet voice. Their cunning is well suited for scouts, and their sweet voices can disorient players. Sunyan Waters Parternak responds to her plea. He also announced that the Harpy tribe is now his family. After that, even her eyes changed. She asked if the Dragon Lord was going to the Silver Forest now. They also wanted to go with him. Sunyan shouted that he was going there to fight. This wasn't a regular picnic, so they weren't going anywhere. Anna just wanted to spend the rest of her time with the Dragon Lord. It didn't matter if it was in battle or somewhere else. Selena also wanted to help him in battle. The same could be said for Evelyn. The main character also noticed that Anna had been clingy lately. Could it be because of her illness? While he was away, if anyone entered the forest, they should do everything as usual. They should put traps or something else in the open chests, but not let them go deep into the forest. After that, they flew to the cave. Those who attacked them were fierce and cunning, so the master must be careful. He shouldn't have brought Anu here after all. It stinks of blood here. Sun Yan understood that it was dangerous to go further, so he asked her to wait for him here. The dragon also ordered the two to stay here to protect Anna. As soon as he entered the depths of the forest, he suddenly saw a group of periton in the distance. They were all 3rd stage. It turned out that there were so many monsters of this stage in the Silver Forest. No wonder the battered harpies had fled from this cave. Although the dragon was strong, he certainly couldn't withstand so many. In that case, he would simply bring more people next time. However, it was too late now. He had been spotted. The peritons immediately woke up and began flying around him. Since escape was impossible, he had no choice but to fight. He used his breath and his tail to get rid of these creatures. The system congratulated the owner on receiving 23 3rd stage fire cores, as well as 345 system points. It seemed that the sharp ones had accumulated cores inside. How fortunate. The prey was flying right to the hunter. Suddenly, another one jumped out in front of him. However, he spotted it immediately. His current score was minus 8,655. In front of him was a mutated periton. Although it was the same stage, the mutated monster had a larger body, and its speed and strength surpassed the existing ones. This opponent would be more difficult. However, the dragon would still try to defeat it. The periton appeared right in front of them, ready to attack. It even wounded the dragon. This bastard is fast. Anna shouted for the dragon to be careful. Periton even attacked Sunyan's wings. Because of this, his wings lost their balance, and he began to fall down. But even so, the main character was able to defeat him using the hair kicks the hawk technique. After that, he burned him with his dragon breath. Anna asked Hannah to fly there quickly. As soon as they landed, Anna jumped up and asked if he was okay, and why was he bleeding. Anna begged the dragon not to die. Sun Yan immediately cheered up, saying that he wasn't dead, so she shouldn't cry. He was fine. However, he was bleeding. The dragon replied that he was just hungry. He would eat and everything would be fine. The system congratulated the master on defeating the mutated monster. As a reward for completing the quest, he was given 500 points and 1 black core. How good it was that there was still absorption. Not only could it speed up recovery, but it could also increase strength with growth. Suddenly, another periton attacked Anna, who didn't even realize he was behind her. As soon as the main character saw that it wanted to carry Anna away, he immediately used his breath. Because of this, Periton let her go, and Anna began to fall. Current score, minus 8,155. She was falling straight into some kind of pond. Still, Anna was glad she was alive. She also felt that the water was so pleasant. It would be nice if Mr. Dragon were still here. Suddenly, she saw a gathering of magic, and immediately told the creature to leave. A silhouette appeared before her, glad that someone had finally found this place. The girl asked who she was. As it turned out, she was the guardian of the great elven spring. She could see that the girl's powers were great, but it seemed that something terrible was limiting them. But tears immediately appeared in her eyes, for she saw her sister before her. She even thought that it was really her sister. But that was not the case. In Anna's memories, she could only take this form. It was better for her to forget her past suffering. Then they kissed. An unknown force enveloped her, and then the girl sank to the bottom. There really was a lot of treasure here. Meanwhile, the main character was also looking for Anna. She surfaced and shouted that she was there. As soon as he arrived, he immediately looked at her information window. Condition: sick. 62 days left to live. Elven power lasts 3 months. Abilities: supreme harmony with water elementals. Supreme harmony with light elementals. Unparalleled beauty. Beautiful figure and fragrance. Skills: water ball spell and light spell. Sunyan had no idea how she had managed to obtain all of this. The elven power had not only cancelled all negative effects, but also added so many abilities. The dragon asked what had happened to her. Anna replied that she had simply met her sister. The dragon also wanted to see her. Anna hugged the Dragon Lord, thinking that he was so worried about her. Sunyan replied that of course he was worried. Let all the liars sit on 1,000 needles. Anna Hathaway's sympathy rating increased by 50 points. The current level is 300, infatuation. The system congratulated the host for reaching the 3rd level of sympathy, for which he would receive a higher level absorption. The level of special skills could also be increased immediately. He also received 5,000 system points. Absorbed game can increase growth without increasing age. Different materials can also lead to different effects. For example, by absorbing iron ore, he increases the iron content in his scales. Just as he was rejoicing over all these wonderful points, the system suddenly informed him that his loan had been paid off. Now his debt stands at 3,155. The dragon tried to negotiate with the system to have his loan reset to 0. However, the system replied that this was a violation of the rules, and it was the system itself that told him about the rules. Wasn't the very existence of a dragon a violation of the rules? What would happen if the players found out that he had system files? The system asked the owner not to do anything stupid. If he was not mistaken, then the system was cheating. They all used cheats, so why not have a little more fun? In any case, the system considered that this was not an open book exam. Seeing the host's misfortune, it could change his debt to a step-by-step modification plan. Sun Yan asked what this was. The system, based on targeted modification of the master, divides the modification plan into time segments. In each segment, payment is made for the cost of part of the modifications. Roughly speaking, it's payment in installments. At least compared to the exploiter Joe, he has a large debt. Sun Yan also wanted to know if there was any interest. The system replied that of course there wasn't. The owner of the knife could use the plan because he had paid part of the debt. He was secretly proud of himself, because this system was still too young to compete with him. Anna asked to see these treasures. He opened one of the chests and saw that it was full of bones. What the hell was this? He turned to Anna so she wouldn't open the chests. However, the girl already had a purple book of water magic spells in front of her, and a purple book of light magic spells. Anna heard him say something, but she couldn't make it out. The dragon replied that everything was fine, so she should continue opening the chests. What a stroke of luck. Why did he think Anna had the luck of a main character? He even asked the system if it was sure that Anna wasn't the main character. The system tried to calm its master down. Anna called the dragon over because she wanted to know what it was. A 3rd-level fire core fell out of the chest, but how could he remain calm? He had risked his life to obtain the cores, and she just opened the chest. It seemed like he was just a loser. The system mentioned that he had always been the master. He immediately noticed this damn system. The system immediately replied that there was a system in his body. The owner just needed to follow the rules, and he would surely become a great hero. Or, to be more precise, a great dragon. There are a lot of strange things here. If he had been in an internet cafe at the beginning, the water would have gotten on the wires of the girl sitting next to him, and she would have died. And it would have been possible to pierce the body of the dying Anna. But there is another dying dragon next to her. Then it would be easy to get his heart, because all you would need to do is remove all the buffs. The system asked the host not to try to guess, but to simply believe in himself. He is at the heart of the world at the end of the universe. Does she really mean that if all the items in the store are women's, it's for Togo to believe in himself? The system thought the master was speaking the truth. Credit cancellation is possible. Current points, 0. What a surprise. The dragon also noticed that a harpy had flown there. She thanked the owner for saving all her fellow harpies. Hannah also carried him to his head, whose defense she had promised. He knows that. Hannah must go ahead, and he and Anna will leave soon. He had always claimed that there was a real dragon in the Silver Forest. Of course, no one believed him. You couldn't even find a rabbit in that Silver Forest. He was probably just scared of the trees. On top of that, he destroyed the girl's house to build his stupid tower. But he mentioned that Gary and Chelsea hadn't returned. How were they going to explain their disappearance? Since they had seen the treasure, they hadn't come back. Or maybe those two idiots had simply died of fear. He tried to calm everyone down, because they really needed to search for them. 1,000 people would go with him into the forest to check everything out. Since they were all laughing at him and didn't believe him, they would all just die there. He reread the advanced absorption skills. Absorbed game can increase growth without increasing age. Different materials can also lead to different effects. For example, by absorbing iron ore, he increases the iron content in his scales. Now it seems like the main character can level up. This is definitely going to be interesting. If iron ore is useful, then stone should be too. However, this stone tasted disgusting, completely bland. The system responded that 537 grams of bedrock had been absorbed. The rock strengthens the scales by 0.0001%. The body becomes 0.0002% more fossilized. Speed will decrease by 0.0005%. The body will petrify and speed will decrease. It seems like it doesn't need to eat everything that comes its way. Now I understand how high-level absorption works. Now I need to check the effects of different types. 36 grams of gold were absorbed. The rock will strengthen the scales by 0.0008%. Fire resistance increased by 0.000012%. 36 grams of silver were absorbed. The breed will strengthen the scales by 0.0008%. Resistance to rose increased by 0.000012%. One mountain wolf was consumed. Hunger time increased by 0.0002%. Because he ate so much, he even bit his tongue, which was extremely painful. 50 grams of black dragon meat was consumed. The purity of the dragon genes belonging to Corn Narid Water's Parternak has been increased. Who is this Corn? Could he be the head of the dragons? What's more, they are related. If he is a male, then he must be his great-great-great-great-grandfather. If he is a female, then he is his great-great-great-great-grandmother. The first stage of the experiments has been completed. Only the gold and silver ores have no side effects. Both can strengthen the scales. Gold increases resistance to fire and silver to poisons. It's good that there are silver mines developed by the Soglads near the lair, but there isn't much gold. Later, when he has the opportunity, he decides to go to the kingdom of humans to take a look at their treasure. If he can defeat them, he will swallow it in front of everyone. If not, then he can swallow it and run away. It's a brilliant plan. Anna showed everything she found in the chests. She doesn't even know if it's useful. This girl is too lucky. The dragon's lair. As their master had ordered, they spent several days in the forest quietly watching the heroes' movements. They opened the chests, refilled them, and hid them in the forest. They did a good job. However, the dragon hoped that they hadn't put any valuable items in the chests. The master need not worry. It's just fried intestines with stuffing. They will entertain the heroes well. He never thought that Ipocles was such a pervert. The harpy informed the master that there was movement near the edge of the Silver Forest. Finally, they've arrived. Apparently the players can't sit still. They're ready to take the bait. The main hero ordered Ipocles and the Beastmen to send all the fighters to the Flamethrower Tower. Hey Shuiman must make sure that the Kuruzme prepare traps for the ambush, and the gnomes and boar spearmen must be ready for the attack. All of them accepted their master's orders. Let the game begin with these players. Silver Forest. And we shouldn't even talk about monsters, because there aren't even any pheasants here. Daniel replied that it would be better to be cautious. If something unnatural happens, there is bound to be evil. And we need to be careful with traps. Well, there are no intelligent monsters here, so it's unclear how they could have set such traps in the first place. Suddenly, snakes grabbed them. They covered their mouths so the girls couldn't scream. Daniel even thought he heard some strange sounds. If he was just going to run away, then he'd better get out of there. And he shouldn't scare the others by telling them that someone was there. At that moment, he was bitten, and the man died. A pack of gnomes attacked the people. Even he didn't understand why simple gnomes were so difficult to defeat. The system congratulated him on his first kill, for which he received 500 aggression points. His level rose to 30. Daniel, of course, noticed how the others began to scatter. He tried to stop them, telling them not to run away and to fight, since they had weapons in their hands. He was too annoyed by these idiots. The gorge outside the dragon's lair. It seemed they hadn't been caught. These monsters are very aggressive. They've chased the people all the way here. Could there be even more terrifying monsters ahead? Another man noticed something long on the rock. He said it was a flamethrower tower. She decided to use a recognition spell. Thanks to this spell, she was able to recognize an ordinary vine and ordinary foliage. This was rather strange, so Daniel told her to check again. And only then did they notice the tower. Seeing that there was an archer tower here, they even thought that a feudal lord lived here. But how was that even possible, since this was the land of monsters? Meanwhile, he had already revived, saying that they had clerics and mages. So there was nothing to fear. Suddenly, a small rocket flew toward him. Everything happened just as he had expected. He couldn't even shoot it down. The arrow was too crude. There was no advantage to it. The rocket opened, and poisonous gas poured out. Daniel told everyone to run, but first to cover their noses and mouths. Then carrots also started flying at them. People began to scatter again and shout for help. How fortunate that he had improved the flamethrower tower, increasing its rate of fire and power. He had also added different types of arrows. Anna asked the Dragon Lord if she should help him with this. She had just learned the water ball and light spells. However, the dragon thought it would be safer for her and Selena to stay in the cave. Daniel ordered the mages to form a shield. The clerics were to begin healing. His strategy worked. All that remained was for them not to be targeted directly, and they could be considered to have withstood the battle. In the sky, they saw a huge black dragon. Only then did the people truly understand that this was no joke. He greeted these insignificant insects in his domain. Daniel sensed that this black dragon had a key aura. So, this coward hadn't lied about the dragon. But he was just a young dragon. This time, Daniel brought with him everyone who could quickly increase their strength. If he killed this black dragon now, he would become the best player in the world. This bunch of trash should prepare for death. Daniel told everyone else to hide because the dragon was attacking. To do this, the main character uses dragon breath. However, they were able to withstand this breath. The dragon flew down to the very bottom, having already used its breath. He became angry. If the people want to survive, they must listen to his command. Let everyone concentrate on a joint attack, covering the soldiers. Then they must retreat for a surprise attack. The man drank a potion of strength. His strength was doubled. After that, he drank a speed potion, which doubled his speed. He did the same with a defense potion. The mages used water and fire spells, but as it happened, the magic didn't hurt him at all. The attack was too weak. In that case, he would simply kill them all at once. At that moment, Daniel attacked him from behind, wanting to kill the dragon. However, the power of light prevented him from attacking normally. Even the others admitted that it was too bright, forcing them to close their eyes. As soon as the main character turned back, Daniel was already lying under the web. The Harpies, Anna and Selena, came to help the Dragon Lord. With horror on their faces, the people realized that they had lost this battle. They couldn't defeat these monsters with their strength, so it was better to run away. But who said they could escape so easily? He had no intention of letting them go. The dragon's minions began to catch the people. However, a couple of players were lucky enough to escape to the plain. But for some reason, it became very dark. At that moment, Sunyan burned them. The system congratulated the master on his first victory against the players. As a reward, he received 2,000 points. For each player killed, he receives 5 points. This time, he received 4,995 points for killing the players. He returned to the dragon's cave. Ipokli was happy that they had won, but he also wondered what to do with the remaining prisoner. This cheater had tried to deceive him. The dragon ordered that his limbs be torn off and then he be locked up. The man began to mumble something. Suddenly, he felt as if he had been knocked unconscious. So Sunyan told the system to check his health, and then he passed out. Anna immediately became worried, because she didn't understand what had happened to the Dragon Lord. The current number of points was 6,995. Anna asked the Dragon Lord not to scare her like that. Selena asked if the dragon had been injured. Then Selena asked what she was doing. According to elven legends, when you put your head on your knee, it's very good for healing. Last time, Mr. Dragon woke up that way. All the girls wanted the Dragon Lord to finally wake up. There were no signs that he had been unconscious for long, and light was emanating from his body. Therefore, he assumed that this was what had been described in the ancestral teachings, the rise of the true dragon. Of course, Evelyn, Selena, and Anna had no idea what he was talking about. It sounded like something grand, so they didn't want to disturb the Dragon Lord. The main character called Ipoklia over because he wanted to tell him something. He was delighted, because his master wanted him to serve him. As soon as he approached his master, the main character told him to leave quickly. Otherwise, he would be eaten. Ipoklia then remembered that his master had ordered him to lead his fellow creatures to set traps around the human village. The gnomes, the Zverokroi, and the Kuruzme must come to protect them. Sunyan said that the dragon's ascent was actually very dangerous. and he probably wouldn't wake up. Anna asked if the dragon really wouldn't wake up. This is a necessary stage in the life of dragons. During hibernation, they gain knowledge and become stronger. Therefore, the children should not worry and wait until he wakes up. Anna would wait for him. She swore she would protect him. Beginner's Village number 6. She thanked her little brother for so many aggression points. She loved him very much. It cannot be deleted. She is the only person who has this information. The dragon has fallen into hibernation and is deep in the Silver Forest. She must hurry to kill him. The girl didn't understand what these stupid messages in the game were. She ordered the system to delete them. They sent the royal army to the Black Dragon, thinking he was spending the night there. The system reported that the story character Maysont entered the territory of the village of newcomers under her control. She has 3 options to choose from. Option 1. Kill Mason and replace the main quest. After completing the quest, she will receive a huge amount of aggression points. Option 2. Help Mason wait for the main quest to be completed. Afterwards, she will receive aggression points depending on her participation. Option 3. Do not participate in the main quest. Now she understood that there was truth in those messages after all. First, she introduced herself to the gracious head of the village. The girl also greeted them here. He has such perfect chest muscles. There is clearly a shortage of girls here. Melinda burst into his room, asking the dear knight to save her. The man asked if she had not spoken to the high wizard Maysont about the basics of magic. That guy beats her, and Melinda doesn't listen to him. She just wanted to kill him. Apparently, the old man has lost all fear to raise his hand against such a beauty. She used a seduction spell to make sure that this dear knight could protect her. Don't worry, Melinda is his woman. He definitely won't let that bastard touch her. So let everyone wait here, and he'll go and kill him. He burst into the room with his foot. Maysont asked Blade what he was doing. The knight told the bastard that in Andreus, violence against girls was punishable by death. Max had no idea what they were talking about, because he hadn't done any of those things. But at that moment, Blade hit him. He should know perfectly well what he had done wrong in his life. If this bastard was looking for death, then he shouldn't blame Maysont for it. He used a lightning spell, but for some reason, he noticed that his spell didn't work. Blade didn't even think that this blow would be so powerful. He just laughed at it. Maysont advised him not to forget that the mage was here on the orders of King Andreus, because he had come here on a punitive expedition against the dragon. Melinda came to them, not understanding how this insignificant man was going to kill the dragon. If the noble knight killed Togo, they would leave together. Maysont called her a pathetic apprentice magician. She couldn't even be considered a magician. As the great magician of the kingdom of Eleland, he would not be seduced by the charms of this insolent girl. Melinda asked if he had drunk a sedative and tea today. She could pour him some more. Then he realized that the damn girl had slipped something into his water. Maysont wanted to kill her too. Bled couldn't stand it when someone insulted Melinda. Melinda stabbed him with a small dagger. She immediately pressed herself against the knight, begging for help, because Masanti seemed to want to kill her. At that moment, he stabbed the mage in the body with his sword. The system reported that she had killed the main character, Maysont. All of the slain mage's powers were transferred to her. She would be able to use them for 1 week before the main storyline ended. She replaced Maysont as the main character in the main storyline. After completing the plot, she would receive a huge amount of aggression points and completely inherit Maysont's powers. If she failed, she would receive a small amount of aggression points and lose Maysont's powers. The quest goal was generated. This quest was unique and could not be shared. The goal of the quest was a punitive expedition against the Black Dragon. The Harpy appeared before the dragon and said that a human army was coming. Sunian and Anna clearly did not expect this. The main character appeared in the inherited realm of dreams, and before him stood Cornwater's Parternak. It seemed that this was his ancestor. Compared to him, Sunian was tiny. Korn noticed that this little dragon had his own blood flowing through its veins. It was very pure. Therefore, he granted this dragon an incomparable legacy. He must live and drive them out of the ancient lands of the dragons. Now he must leave. Sunian wanted to ask his ancestor one more question. However, the ancestor threw him away. It was quite painful. They must have been referring to the players. It goes without saying that he would chase them away. He also noticed that he had appeared in a silver forest. Had he awakened from the realm of dreams? And why couldn't he see Anu and the others? This ancestor was truly unique. He simply dragged him here, and now handed him the task of completing his work without a word. It was like a yo-yo, back and forth. He didn't even say what was inside the purple crystal. He shattered the purple crystal. The system reported that a century-old memory of the Dragon Clan had been inherited. He received a special inheritance called a tomb. With a low voice, he will expose all the life forms and landscapes around him. Any camouflage will disappear. With a joyful roar, he will inspire his relatives, and under the effect of the tomb, his relatives will receive a boost to all their abilities. During this time, they will not fear death, and there are no side effects. With the tomb, steel objects can be broken. When the enemy is off guard, armor can be removed and weapons taken. Suddenly, he saw Anna in a new outfit. Sunyan didn't understand how she got there, or why she was dressed like that. Anna came to help her brother with his tomb training. Anna really hoped he would like it. Of course, he liked everything. In that case, they agreed. Until the main character learned everything, he would not leave. As usual, he had already begun to fantasize in his head about how Anna would ask him to go easier on her because she wasn't ready yet. Then the training began. He asked her to wait because he wasn't ready yet. This wasn't the kind of training he had in mind. The main character started calling the system, but it didn't even respond. Sunani better not be lazy because Anna is watching him. Right now, the head of the gnomes and most of the monsters are not in the dragon's lair. Only Anna and the Kuruzmes are left. Even the Zvera Crowley have all left. But the dragon is still hibernating, so Selena didn't know what to do now. Anna wondered what she would do if she were the Dragon Lord. She tried to imagine herself as the dragon commander. She ordered 2 harpies to be sent immediately to find the leader of the Grey Wolf Gnomes. They were to tell him that the dragon's lair had been attacked and help was urgently needed. And let her brother, the Rooster, bring the Beast Kings. They must prepare to defend themselves in the fire tower. In addition, let the Kuruzmes spread out along the road in the Silver Forest and hide. They must not engage in battle with the humans. They need to provoke the humans into attacking them, so that they retreat. How cool she said all that. Now it was their turn to protect the Dragon Lord. Meanwhile, Melinda sensed that someone was about to attack her, so she crouched down. Then the people noticed the enemies climbing the trees. Blade reported that these monsters liked to attack the head, so they had to protect that area. But in reality, they were even aiming behind them. After Togo received the power of the Supreme Mage, her speed and agility increased greatly. All that remained was to finish off the dragon, and then that power would become her own. Blade had no idea that his beloved possessed such powerful magic. Melinda replied that she had only set fire to the monsters that had survived in the forest to speed them up. The gorge behind the dragon's lair. Melinda replied that the front was right ahead, so they should attack. The girl also used a search spell. It was a pretty powerful spell. Blade said with a trembling voice that he was very worried about his beloved. He would protect her. However, Melinda thought that he usually didn't specify. After all, she had underestimated these monsters. They even had firearms. If they continued like this, she would definitely be left without an army, and then she wouldn't be able to kill the dragon. She thanked the dear knight for covering her. She rose high into the sky to use her Fire Blast spell attack. Anna also heard that the army was approaching very quickly. She turned to the Dragon Lord and said that if he could hear her, he should wake up quickly. Even in his sleep, he heard Anna's voice and realized that they were in danger. After that, he used the spell to remove his armor. Another Anna noticed that this brother was so cool. He learned how to remove his armor very quickly. He needed to keep it up. Sunyan told her to just leave. She knew how to walk. The dragon himself told Anna that he wouldn't leave until he learned. However, at that very moment, he flew away from her. Sunyan could no longer tolerate this pretense. Who would finish this damn training with her? He needed to get out of there. However, Anna appeared in front of him and mentioned that if he wanted to leave, he had to defeat her first. Then they would talk. People tried to break into the dragon's lair to kill the black dragon. Melinda noticed that this was strange. They had already come so far. So why hadn't the black dragon come out yet? Could he have just run away? The girl walked further, and then she noticed a huge black dragon, and he was only level 20. Melinda used a recognition spell. She was immediately delighted when she saw that it was indeed in hibernation. It seemed like they were on her side. Suddenly, a stream of water hit her. Melinda asked who dared to attack her from behind. It was Anna, demanding that the girl leave. Someone had obviously fallen for her beauty. Who would have thought that there were girls in a dragon's lair who were such beautiful elves? How sweet of her. Does she really want to take on Melinda with just a water ball and light spells? Behind Anna, Selena and Evelyn appeared. They also decided to join the battle. However, Melinda was confident that they would not be able to defeat her. She used various spells that caused their clothes to start tearing. Melinda ordered the dragon to be killed. This elf had nowhere to run. When the time came, they would all switch sides and join the humans. Anna apologized to the Dragon Lord for not being able to protect him. Meanwhile, the other Anna was still running away from him in her dream. And at that moment, the main character caught her with his paw. Sunyan slapped her and asked if she was done playing. She should finally tell him how to get out of there. Anna begged him not to hit her, as her butt already hurt. The legacy spell was not yet complete. If he wanted to leave, there would be terrible consequences, and the magic would become unstable. Did he really still want to leave? Of course he wanted to leave, so it would be better to get it over with as soon as possible. The dragon hoped that nothing had happened to Anna and the others. If he wanted to know how to get out, he had to come closer. How embarrassing. Was he really going to be kissed like in a fairy tale? However, Anna just slapped him across the face, and then he finally came to his senses. The main character noticed that the soldiers were already in the cave. He immediately began to worry about Anna, behind the dragon's cave. Anna was happy that the Dragon Lord had finally woken up. The girl apologized for not being able to protect the dragon's cave. Su Nian licked her, telling her that she had done well. Selena and Evelyn clung to his legs, also happy that the black dragon had finally awakened. They cried because these people had hurt them. Those idiots had enraged him, so he would avenge them. Evelyn and Selena's likability increased by 50 points. Selena pointed to Melinda, saying that she stood out in particular. She had electrocuted the girls and even burned all their clothes. The main character immediately looked at her information window. He saw the player's name and that she was a great mage of the 3rd stage. Melinda couldn't believe her eyes, because this dragon had literally just been in hibernation. Why did it wake up so quickly? According to the message, hibernation was supposed to last at least a week. What kind of unnecessary spam is this? Su Nian wondered how she even knew he was in hibernation at the time. One soldier grabbed another because he had thrown away his sword. However, the other soldier replied that it wasn't true, and these pathetic insects dared to invade his territory. After that, the dragon lunged at the soldiers. They began to scatter, screaming for help. However, the dragon could easily crush them without even batting an eye. Blade also suggested that his beloved flee. The dragon had awakened, so now they were definitely no match for him. However, Melinda did not want to let such a good chance slip away. Even if she lost, she would still be resurrected. Evelyn immediately saw the very same blonde man, the trash who had abandoned her and sold her to the gangsters. Melinda used a freezing spell. Anna screamed for the Dragon Lord to be careful, as he was being attacked from behind. However, this very weak magic couldn't even leave a scratch on his scales. So, this girl was the one responsible for everything. This time, Melinda used a wall of fire, and the fire dragon's knife. But even so, all her spells flew right past him. Melinda grabbed her head, not understanding why all her spells had missed. Could his resistance have increased so much after his ascent? How else could she possibly hurt him? Seeing him about to incinerate her with his breath, she put up a dark shield around herself. She had tried so hard and used so many spells. Why had she lost? He touched the dark shield with his claws, and it immediately began to crack. The dragon's anger would be worse than death, because they had touched a sore spot for him. Selena's sympathy level was 150. Evelyn's sympathy level was 50. Only then did she remember another game mechanic where she could retreat by reincarnating herself. He immediately understood what she was going to do, so he used a spell to remove his armor. Her dagger immediately fell to the ground. Melinda asked why he did that. The dragon replied that she wouldn't die so easily. After he dealt with the girl, Anna ran up to him and told him that Evelyn was missing. However, Su Nian thought that she would be fine. Soldiers would never be able to defeat someone with magic of that level. Behind the silver forest, Blade ran from flying stones. One stone hit him right in the back. Evelyn slowly approached him, finally able to catch up with this running roof. What a piece of trash. Blade only replied that it hurt and asked the beauty if they even knew each other. Evelyn became even more upset because this individual had forgotten her. After that, Blade remembered that it was her. He thought that those thugs had killed her and left no trace. It turned out that she had been captured by a black dragon. Blade confidently declared that if the girl hadn't followed him, he definitely wouldn't have abandoned her. In any case, Evelyn asked him to come closer to her. It was unclear what was going through the mind of this foolish knight, but he approached her anyway, unaware of her intentions. The man even called her golden. The girl punched him in the face, saying that his death would be golden. Since this girl dared to hit him, then she shouldn't blame him for being rude. He splashed her with some kind of potion. Evelyn realized that it was a suppression spell. What had this scoundrel done? In fact, Blade didn't even think that the things he stole from Maysont would turn out to be so useful. Evelyn began to claim that her sister was a teacher at the Andreus St. Roland Magic Academy. Wasn't he afraid that the academy would take revenge on Evelyn if she died? In that case, when the sister came to ask about what had happened, he would simply say that the dragon had played with her and eaten her. Even before her death, she simply dismissed this individual. Behind the dragon's cave, the main character immediately saw that these insignificant bugs were trying to escape. Of course, he wouldn't let them do that. And to do so, Sun Yan used the power of inspiration and removed their armor. The knights were immediately surprised when they realized that all their clothes had disappeared along with their armor, and their swords were lying on the ground. Anna, who was flying on a harpy, noticed with joy in her eyes that the others had returned with Hippocles. The main character covered her face, telling her not to look or she would get a sty. He ordered them to fly back to the cave. As long as the dragon was there, everything would be fine. The Soglavtsi sat on their knees, feeling guilty because they had been late and had failed to protect their master's territory. They deserved to die. However, Su Nian replied that it was not their fault. He also said that on their way back through the forest, They found this man with Evelyn's body. Sun Yan couldn't believe what he had just heard. Could this bastard really have killed Evelyn? Blade began to justify himself, saying that he hadn't done it. She fell sharply onto his sword. Blade asked to be released, promising to reveal a secret that would surely interest him. Blade revealed that he had come to kill the dragon because he had been seduced by Melinda. She had also killed the supreme mage, Maysont. What's more, she was now the head of the village of newcomers number 6. There were about 5,000 people there who wanted to kill the dragon, another village of newcomers. It seemed he had more than one village boss to worry about. Blade asked if this secret would be okay with him. Sun Yan replied that it would be fine. The man was delighted, as he began to suspect that he could now leave. The dragon replied that of course, he could go. Ipokli asked if the master really thought he could let him go so easily. Of course not, he had simply burned him. Sun Yan had said he wouldn't let him go. The Soglafts admired their master. After all, they had much to learn from him. The spirit of Evelyn appeared before him. Sun Yan replied that by killing him, he had avenged the girl. Evelyn clung to the dragon and thanked him for that. The system reported that the master had helped the character fulfill his dream and achieve his dying blessing. He received a special ability to teleport. And in this battle, he also received 6,000 points. With this ability, he wanted to move to the village of newcomers. However, the system replied that with this ability, he could only teleport to previously dedicated places, or places marked by previous generations of dragons. The biggest problem was the hereditary ascension, which forced him into hibernation. If he had awakened, there would not have been so many casualties. The dragon asked the system if there was any way to shorten or even remove this ascension. To reduce the time in hibernation to a small amount and increase efficiency, 5,000 points are required. To reduce the hibernation time to an average amount and increase its efficiency, 10,000 points are required. And to reduce the time to a large amount, 20,000 points are required. To remove the hibernation time without accepting the inheritance, 10,000 points are required. In other words, no matter what, he will still sleep, or he simply won't receive his inheritance. He even thought about another Anne who called him a bad dragon, because you can't refuse your inheritance. Otherwise, he's done for. The main character didn't even understand why he thought of her. Sun Yan asked the system if it knew why other people appeared in the inherited dream realm. Most of the time, strangers do not appear in the dream realm, but in rare cases, accompanying spirits may appear. Accompanying spirits appear according to the wishes of the ruler of the dream realm, helping him complete his ascension. But they also try to lure the ruler into an even deeper sleep, and this depends on the ruler's willpower. He began to fantasize again about Anna, who told this idiot to finally get out of there. Hippocles had no idea what had happened to his master, judging by the look on his face. The main character immediately came to his senses and asked what had happened. Hippocles told his master that there were people who had surrendered, so he wanted to know what to do with them. Should they be killed? If these people did not surrender, they should be killed. But first, it would be better to lock them up, and they should keep an eye on this girl. Let her live until he returned. Hippocles would carry out his master's orders, but he had no intention of returning to the dragon's lair. For now, he doesn't want to go back there. Since a week has already passed, today he will personally become a crematorium. Sun Yan Waters Parternek knows how to be grateful, so he didn't understand why he had to wait all night. The current score is 2,995. Anna's sympathy level is 300. Selena's sympathy level is 150. Behind the dragon's cave sat the main character, but then he saw Anna and Selena approaching him. The guy asked them why they had come there. Selena started crying and asked the black dragon if Evelyn would never come back. It seems they now know about it. That dog, Epocleus, tells everything quickly. Anna even asked if the dragon would be angry if she died one day. Sun Yan asked what kind of question that was. If there are people who mourn you, then death has more meaning. However, the main character replied that death has no meaning. Since death is inevitable, he will become so strong that he will be at the top of the food chain, so that he won't die because of his own weakness. Selena understood that he would become even stronger. Her sympathy for him increased by 20 points. Mulligan Plain, Newbie Village number 6, Sakura. There were many warnings about the approach of a powerful creature. A monster is attacking the town. The defense of the Newbie Village began. The system scanned the current level of the Newbie Village and increased the defense level. The monster entered the village. All stats were reduced by 50%. A man shouted that the enemy had attacked the village. Combat readiness was declared. The system also informed the main character that defense had been activated in this village of newbies. All stats were reduced by 50%. It's surprising that they even have a defense mechanism here. Perhaps it has a specific range. The range of the protective mechanism is a circle with a radius of 500 meters, centered in the middle of the village. That should be enough. He wanted to burn the village and its inhabitants with dragon breath. The main character noticed that his powers had indeed weakened. It didn't even look like explosions. The man did not understand why the dragon had managed to sneak in unnoticed at night. He tried to cheer them up, saying that the black dragon had weakened. If they all attacked together, they would definitely be able to kill it. He called everyone to follow him to the center of the square, where they would attack. But first, they had to activate the magic shield. How quickly they set up the shield! A girl decided to attack it using a spell. To defend himself, the main character used his wing. Another girl thought that the attack had worked, and that the dragon was scared. Now they just had to aim. However, Sunyan thought that this was a joke about him being scared. He ordered the system to create a teleportation field. The system asked for clarification on the teleportation location. First, above the village of newbies number 6, the mages prepared an explosive spell, which they aimed at the dragon. Then he said to create a field in the center of the village of newbies number 6. Thanks to this, he was able to redirect the mage's attack back at them. The power is even greater if the players really have no limits on increasing their strength, then the power also increases. The system congratulated the owner on destroying the newbie village. Newbie village number 6, Sakura Island, has been wiped off the map. The system congratulated the owner on obtaining one fragment of the newbie village's heart. All players from Sakura Island in newbie village number 6 will be randomly reborn in other villages. The system began to determine their locations. For some reason, he destroyed this village too easily. The dragon asked the system again what this other core fragment was. Was it useful in any way? The 4 fragments of the newbie village's heart can be combined into a single pure order to build a village. The master can use them to establish his own authority. This is a very important goal, so the system advised the master to keep it safe. He shouldn't even think about putting it under his scales. Somehow that's not enough. Under his command, there is already a village built by mages, and they are expanding rapidly. And now he needs another village construction order. Somehow, it's boring. The system asked the master not to lie about the order to build a village. As he had noticed, the defensive capabilities of the newcomer's village were very high. This was due to the power of the law contained within it. If the master had an order to build a village, he would be able to construct a similarly strong structure. Also, under the influence of the order to build a village, the structure would have many special abilities. For example, a more convenient location, or more efficient speed. As the city's level increased, the owner would have even more rights. Why does he think it's some kind of system bug? Isn't it difficult for the system to extract the core fragments of a newbie village? The word pure was written before the order. This means that the power was taken away from the players. No wonder the system is so upset. The system reported that this time the owner received 25,000 points. He simply couldn't believe such a huge number of points. That means that after waiting for some kind of system reset, they can go and destroy several villages again. Then all his beasts will work non-stop. This system does not recommend such actions. Constantly destroying newbie villages will maximize the owner's publicity. If the owner's publicity becomes too high, they will be marked as the world boss, and their coordinates and level will be made public. With his current strength, unfortunately, it will be difficult for him to stand up to other players. How exaggerated. That means he'll be hunted every day. We need to think about mercy. This time the dragon decided to spare them. This time, the system simply remained silent. Since destroying villages will increase his publicity, how will he collect the remaining heart fragments from the villages of newbies? The master should be patient. The invasion of players will lead to the whole world going to war. During the war, countless different soldiers will appear. The village of newbies is just the beginning. In time, even more villages will be destroyed. Until the master is fully mature, you can temporarily hide behind the glory of heroes. In human terms, the system means that if you can't do it, don't even try. However, Sun Yan did not understand how he would know if something big had happened in this world. After all, he would have no idea where, and he would not even have any news. The master has a decree for a sacrifice ceremony. In fact, it can be passed on to advanced followers, and with its help, the master will understand what is happening on the continent. What kind of sacrificial ceremony was this, if the system had mentioned a summons? The dragon wanted to know when he would receive it. Since the master's current level is too low, he cannot choose for himself and can only wait. Silver Forest. He saw Anna standing dangerously on the edge of a cliff. The dragon shouted for her not to jump. However, this only caused her to fall. Her towel flew off and Sun Yan flew after her. Because of this, they fell into trouble. And then the main character noticed that they were washing themselves. Suddenly, Selena fell on him, not understanding why it was so shallow and so warm. Anna replied that there was a dragon there. Anna asked for the Dragon Lord to wake up. However, Selena thought he deserved it. There was no need to peek at girls washing themselves. However, the main characters saw another cute girl in front of them. The system reported that an invitation from a special character had been found. The current number of points was 37,999. He thought he was even starting to hallucinate. It was all because Selena had crushed Mr. Dragon. Selena replied that this couldn't be, because she was light. The mercenaries had taught her how to save a drowning person, but she didn't even know if it would work on a dragon. Anna thought it didn't matter, because it was worth a try anyway. But that required physical contact. Sun Yan was even happy because he thought of artificial respiration. However, at that moment Selena hit him. Sun Yan tried to stop her. He also mentioned that he was fine. What did the mercenaries teach you? He turned to the system, saying that it seemed like he had missed something. While the master pretended to be unconscious, he missed the call. This was bad. Why couldn't the system wake him up or automatically accept the call? How he missed the times when they bathed together in the royal city, when the steam enveloped his whole body and it felt like he was walking among the clouds. Selena replied that there were hot springs in all the cities of the kingdom. Sometimes they held tug-of-war competitions there. Of course, even this did not escape the dragon's imagination, so he was determined to organize a tug-of-war today. Selena asked where he would find a hot spring. However, he was not talking about a hot spring. He asked the system if it could update all available items. For example, something like a heater. This system mainly provides modifications to clothing. The purpose of the store is to increase the happiness of the owner. Happiness and body are somehow unequal. Can the system see that he is happy now? If the system has a complaint book, he would like to complain there. He also asked the system how many points he needed to spend to upgrade the explosive dragon modification. The list of modifications included explosive dragon, dinosaur, and deafness. 9,000 points are required to upgrade the explosive dragon modification. Since he has enough points, he can activate the modification. To successfully activate this modification, it was necessary to increase the effect of the melting fire heart on the host's figure and muscles, which would cause acute pain. To prevent damage to the vocal cords, the system would automatically seal them. He began to sway rapidly on the ground. Selena even thought that this was just his way of expressing his joy. The explosive dragon has been activated. This modification increases the following characteristics. Total muscle strength increased by 50%. Bite strength increased by 200%. Speed reduced by 10%. Scale protection increased by 30%. Limb flexibility increased by 100%. The fire began to burn their clothes. The dragon asked the system what it was. The temperature of his heart of molten fire can reach 800 degrees. At close range, you can get burned. At such a close range, the system recommended adding the 9 Islands Spiritual Core modification. It acts as a cooling radiator. Only 10,000 points are required. Sun Yan began to insist that he was a dragon, not some kind of system unit. This was clearly a cross-promotion. The system tried to calm its owner down. After installing the radiator, the temperature of the molten heart, when it was not exploding, would drop to 38 degrees. In addition, he will receive 1 layer of protective biological membrane as a gift. A radiator is a radiator. The current number of points is 18,995. There is no more burning sensation, and the breeze is so pleasant. Although he spent a lot of points, it's still cool. The system congratulated the owner. The explosive dragon modification is complete. The combined explosion power has been increased by 50%. The eruption power has been increased by 50%. The owner has become dirtier. This is a pretty good improvement. He also wanted to ask the system what the combined explosion power was. The system suggested that he try exhaling himself. He followed the system's advice. Meanwhile, Anna and Selena approached him. Selena replied that all her clothes were ruined because of the dragon. After that, they felt hot air. It was really cool. A cooling radiator had been added, and now it could automatically regulate the temperature of the eruption. Sun Yan asked the two why they ended up in the water. Selena replied that he had ruined all their clothes. Now he was asking why. In fact, he had never seen Anna in a swimsuit before. He had to try it. 3 swimsuits were purchased for 1,000 points. He didn't even think they had swimsuits in large sizes for dragons. Anna admitted that it was so comfortable. She had never tried anything like it before. Besides, her old swimsuit was very uncomfortable. This one was comfortable to swim in. The main character suggested a tug-of-war competition. In the temple, the girl asked if they still had the strength to resist. Another elf replied that the chief knights of Alicia Alucators were returning from the first fortress with reinforcements. However, it would take them about 3 days. Therefore, she suggested that Her Highness escape. In response, the girl asked how many people they could take with them. Unfortunately, they could not take anyone with them. She would not leave. She would stay and pray that the gods would protect Santo Liste and her people. Every single one of them. She began to pray to the goddess again. However, her subordinates did not understand why Her Highness was still appealing to the gods. After all, they had abandoned them. The elf with golden eyes did not understand what she was doing. However, she had to stop her. Even if it was against Her Highness's will, she would still protect her. After all, that was her mission. The saint begged her to let her go. Suddenly, a teleportation field appeared. The saint thought a divine miracle had happened, but then they noticed that a dragon in a swimsuit had teleported to them. The Temple of Santo Liste. Su Nian did not understand how he had ended up here, or why. He demanded an explanation from the system. She hadn't expected to see a real dragon. Due to her surprise, she accidentally let go of the princess, causing her pain. The girl immediately apologized to Her Highness and asked if she was okay. Her servant deserved to die for that. Could this black dragon really be the messenger of the gods? The system mentioned that the master himself had said that if a summons was issued, it must be accepted automatically. What was this system talking about? The system even praised the master for his praise. Su Nian asked who was praising her here. He had just entered an important stage, and now he suddenly found himself here. The elf was delighted that the gods had heard her prayers and sent this dragon to save Santo Liste. Due to his massive build, he accidentally broke a statue that stood in the temple. They simply couldn't believe what was happening here. The main character said that he wasn't actually a god and that he didn't like the statue. Then he asked why they had summoned him. As it turned out, it was Saint Santo Liste. There used to be a peaceful state here on the southern mainland. But then the notorious mercenaries of the Dark Beast invaded it. They not only killed and plundered, but also established a so-called country of servitude. The saint begged him to save her people, and she would swear allegiance to him. This added 100 points to his favor. The dragon understood her request. Let her swear allegiance, and then he would destroy her enemies. She turned to the Great Lord, saying that Celestina would give him her loyalty and her soul. Another 100 points were added to his sympathy rating. The system congratulated the master on the fact that the sympathy level of the special character Celestina had reached the maximum of 300 points. The dragon knocked the dagger from her hands. Su Nanyu didn't need loyalty after her death. He needed her while she was alive. If they obeyed the main character's orders and didn't betray him, he would ensure their safety. What an idiot she is. She decided to stupidly believe in God, and if nothing can be done, then she'd rather kill herself and offer her loyalty. She even got knives somewhere. Her likability rating went up another 100 points. The system informed the owner that the likability rating of the special character Celestina had reached the maximum of 300 points. He received 3,000 points. In short, the system even asked him to teach him how to increase a woman's sympathy to the maximum. The dragon immediately remembered the abilities they had agreed upon. This idiot is also a special NPC. The system asked the owner not to rush. When he fulfills this girl's wish, he will receive special abilities. This damn system is getting smarter and smarter. It's as if it understands how to persuade the main character to commit murder. She didn't even mention that before. Celestina, of course, doesn't see the message from the system and asks if she said something wrong. In any case, whoever called, we need to finish this quickly, because it will be calmer that way. We need to go and destroy those mercenaries. Maybe he'll even have time to play tug-of-war with Anna. He was even stuck in the passageway. Saint Celestina said that the mercenaries were led by a 4th-rank soldier named Guts Jet. He was very cruel and had more than 3,000 men under his command. Therefore, the divine dragon had to be careful. At first, the main character wanted to find out how far the mercenaries were from the royal capital. What forces did she have, and how many soldiers were left? Under Guts' command, there were more than 3,000 people in total. The forces were diverse, ranging from goblins of the lowest level to ogres of the highest. They should have already captured the sacred fortress of Felra. It is a day's journey to the capital. And under her command, there was no army left that could be used. No wonder she was praying to the gods. In such a situation, all that remains is to ask the gods for protection. Fortunately, he has no time to worry. Such people are not like new players at all. They are much stronger than ordinary soldiers. Moreover, they have fierce soldiers of the 4 stages. Therefore, all that remains is to come up with a good plan. The sacred fortress of Felra. It is worth mentioning that the women of this coastal country are very attractive. He left only a corpse behind him. A few seconds later, a man ran over. He was furious because of that bastard. The monster leader was level 28. He was the last one. They told Iceland to stay here under cover, and then they would increase their speed. In 3 days at most, they would be able to kill this bio-trash. What 3 days? It had already been 5 days since he had infiltrated these mercenaries. They had no idea what he had been through during all these days here. And now he had to stay here for another 3 days to watch this human hell. These idiots walking around freely. Players could respawn after all. Even if they respawn, the number of times is very valuable. But don't they have any heart at all? He kept asking Aisling to calm down and be patient. Why should he calm down at all? He covered the girl with a blanket, saying he would avenge her. The man also apologized to her for coming too late. Others mentioned that they were strangers in this world. Aisling should forget about it. Their ultimate goal was to capture territory and win the game. They had to protect their own home. In response, he wanted to turn off the group channel. Monster camp. He was tired of putting up with it all, so he decided to attack and kill these creatures. Monster Chief. The chief laughed, because he didn't even think that a traitor would suddenly appear among the mercenaries. Moreover, one so stupid as to run into their trap himself. Suddenly he heard a noise. The monster leader also ran out, wanting to find out what the sound was. Gus, level 35, Knight of Black Valor. He explained to the man that this fortress wall had been chosen as their domain. The presence of strangers here greatly upset them. Today, they would only give a warning. But if they were still here when he returned, he could not guarantee the consequences. He would turn this man to ash. Gus explained to the great dragon that there had been a misunderstanding between them. This fortress belonged to Saint Alista, and they were simply attacking this kingdom. He likes making friends with powerful beings more than anything else. Besides, he's not the type of person who likes to brag. After all, he might find something useful in his hands. Roughly speaking, he wanted to form an alliance with this dragon. After capturing Santolista, they will divide the wealth and women among themselves. They can give the dragon 9 shares, and 1 will be enough for them. This greedy man still wants to seize 1 share. All the shares must belong to him alone. When the dragon returns, he must see that all the treasures and women have remained in the kingdom. Otherwise, he will personally turn it to ashes. The sacred fortress of Felra. The man wondered what it was, and only then did he see the flying dragon. He told the others that enemies were attacking, so they should scatter. They should inform Captain Gus. The others should quickly find shelter. The dragon's fiery breath should not be underestimated. These system points can run anywhere, although the forces are unequal and he certainly cannot withstand their numbers, but the quality is good. How much is it worth saying that the mercenary captain in the Black Beast is really smart? Their camp is very scattered. There is even a well-built canal. He will burn everything here to the ground. Gus finally showed up and asked the dragon why he was attacking his mercenaries. However, the main character simply ignored him. The men asked the captain what they should do now. The captain himself would like to know what to do in this situation. He didn't even know why the dragon had appeared here. There hadn't been a single dragon here in a long time. He ordered all elite fighters to prepare for an attack on the capital of Santolista. A few servants would remain in Felra. The main priority was to prevent reinforcements from arriving. Damn that dragon. There wasn't a single living creature who could provoke him so much without paying for it. It would be better if that black dragon didn't return to its doom. Otherwise, it would bitterly regret it. Because of this, Su Nian sneezed. Who was discussing him there? Celestina asked the divine dragon if it was really possible to do that. She definitely shouldn't worry about it. He was sure they would get out of there quickly. After most of the troops left, it would be easy to return Felra. They would defend the fortress and cut off the retreat routes. She hadn't even thought about that. The divine dragons were really cool. Su Nian asked if her knight princess was coming. He wanted to give her time to defend Felra so that everything would be done perfectly. As it turned out, this woman's name was Alicia. She was indeed an extraordinary knight. Then it would be the saint's turn. Celestina asked what she would have to do. The main character replied that she would have to seduce them. She hadn't expected this task at all. However, she would try to do everything anyway. The saint shouted at the vile, worthless creatures to surrender. The monsters immediately looked back and saw her seductive beauty. She even came to them herself. Celestina warned them not to come near her. Otherwise, they would be punished. The monsters asked what she was going to do. Did the saint really want to kill them? Celestina asked how they knew what she was going to say. They immediately reached for her snow-white skin, and Celestina began to ask the divine dragon for help. A red flash appeared high in the sky. There appeared a Su Nian, who wondered if he was in the mood to kill them. Only then did they realize that the black dragon had returned. He simply decided to burn them with his dragon's breath. Even for her it was hot. The sacred fortress of Felra Posad. How good that he was at least able to survive. Where did this black dragon come from? His channel reopened, and people wanted to know from Aisling what was going on here. Behind him lay the dead goblin, which almost made him vomit. The mercenaries had already left for the royal capital of Santolista, so now the man no longer needed to be undercover. Others wondered why he thought so, and what exactly had happened there. Could Aisling have already given himself away? It didn't really matter. But the mercenaries were suddenly attacked by a black dragon, which seriously injured them. What's more, the dragon would return. According to his assumptions, Gus will not linger any longer and will attack the royal capital directly. He won't even stop in the villages along the way to have some fun. Village of Newcomers number 3. The Heavenly Dynasty. They also learned about the dragon there. That's not bad at all. They might even have a chance to subdue it. Iceland sent a video, so they should watch it first. Who is this guy joking around? This dragon is already at level 32 and stage 4. There is no one who can subdue him. The man informed the teacher that Iceland had sent a video of the dragon. The others then also realized that this monster was at level 32, stage 4. What an amazing body it had. He heard that the village of Newcomers, Sakura, had been destroyed by a dragon. Apparently, they had underestimated the strength of the natives of this world, especially this legendary beast. But wasn't he exaggerating in his conclusions? After all, it had only defeated Felra. According to the information provided by Iceland, the defenders of the fortress were just cannon fodder. There is no need to fear a ferocious monster. What we should really fear is the human mind, especially that of a dragon. After watching him for a while, you can see that the dragon deliberately flies away and then returns. Moreover, he understands what a false attack is. If all legendary beasts in other worlds were like this, it would be difficult for them to win. Therefore, they will not only subjugate the people of this world, but also the monsters. News update. A new world boss has appeared. It takes about half a day to travel from the sacred fortress of Felra to the royal capital. Celestina asked what they should do now. The dragon replied that she should order the villagers to take shelter in their homes. That way they could avoid unnecessary deaths. They would wait by the sea for the weather to improve. He also received a message that a new world boss had appeared. The main character was already eager to see who this unfortunate person was, who had been so quickly labeled as a world boss. The new world boss was disgusting, but for some reason, this boss seemed strangely familiar to him. The system reported that his relatives had destroyed the village of Newcomers. The reward was on its way, and only then did he realize that this unfortunate person was himself. And he had no idea what his dear relatives had done during the 2 days he had been away. Celestina asked if the divine dragon was okay. In reality, he knew he wouldn't survive after hearing that news. There was no point in even going back. Anna didn't even know what was going on. He decided to just go back for a minute in the evening. It seemed like everyone already knew that he had become the boss of this world. They felt the spirit realm calling them. The main character asked them not to worry, as they would only be gone for a short while and would return soon. He returned to the dragon's lair and looked for Anna, Selena, and Apoclia. However, there was no one inside. He noticed a guard dozing and immediately woke him up. Soglid asked who dared to enter. As soon as he recognized the dragon as his master, he was happy to see him return. As soon as he saw his master, everything suddenly became fine. Sunian asked if anything had happened while he was away. His master had suddenly disappeared, and they thought that some evil force had taken hold of them. So he told us to go in and head east to look for his traces. They should be in the village of Newcomers number 1 by now. Anna asked Apoclia if there were still no traces of the Dragon Lord. Soglevek replied that there were still none. Those people claimed they hadn't seen any black dragon here. She must have been mistaken about the location. It seems that man wasn't lying. Then they must continue their search. Suddenly she heard the voice of the Dragon Lord calling Anna. How good that he returned in time. He had no idea that she had such a talent for military affairs. He had even considered returning for a moment to chase Andreus away. Selena asked the dragon where he had suddenly run off to. He had disappeared so unexpectedly while they were bathing in the hot spring. She didn't know anything, but she was very worried about him. Su Nian didn't want to disappear so suddenly either. It was all the fault of the damn system. Since everything was fine with the Dragon Lord, she was only glad. Some kind of light prevented him from seeing. The dragon didn't even realize that it was so bright that it was blinding him. Hippocles showed him all the riches they had taken from the villagers. It turns out you can even play like that. And who is the evil dragon now? Maybe he often lacks perversions, but they are certainly not foreign to him. The master absorbed 497,000 grams of gold. Gold increases the strength of scales by 1.1%. Fire resistance by 1.7%. He also received 1 fragment of the heart of the village of newbies. And for this he received 20,000 system points. The system offered the master to buy its system bag. If he doesn't, he'll lose everything. However, this system shouldn't even think about tricking him. The capital of Santolista. Alicia informed Her Highness that mercenaries were approaching the capital. Therefore, she asked where the divine dragon had flown. Celestina did not expect them to arrive so quickly. Weren't they supposed to come in the evening? Alicia replied that since the mercenaries left the village to loot, they had not gained any more warriors to stop them. They had sped up. However, the divine dragon had returned to the sacred land the previous evening. This was news she hadn't expected. Alicia replied that they could still escape. Finally, they arrived at the royal capital of Santoliste. It was very strange that they had come across so many villages, and there were no traces of troops in any of them. There was not even anyone to fight back against the mercenaries. Had they all fled their homes in a hurry? Suddenly, Celestina appeared before them. He was immediately tempted as soon as he saw the holy girl who had come out onto the city wall. However, it turned out that this impression did not make any impression on the captain. Girls appeared from the fortress, rejoicing at their arrival. They urged them to come quickly. "We need to attack the city head-on, because they have no soldiers left. There's nothing on the wall. They can easily defeat them." Gus told these idiots to shut up. Had they lost all their brains? These idiots didn't even understand anything. Their envy was obvious. It was all very strange. It was definitely a trap. The commander ordered all the soldiers to gather and poison the water in the moat. They would not attack the city, but would besiege it, cutting off all supply lines. It wouldn't be long before they came out to beg for mercy. What a wise captain they had. Only a strategist like him could come up with such a brilliant plan. Gus replied that the Holy Maiden should stop resisting and voluntarily become a vassal, and then he might allow her to crawl between his legs. He could only dream of that. These people had slaughtered her people, invaded her kingdom, and now they wanted to desecrate the capital of Santolista. Even if Celestina died, she had sworn to take them all with her to hell. Surely she doesn't really intend to do that. All her people are in the nearby villages, and they will hang them at the city gates. He asked Her Highness, the Holy Maiden, to look the truth in the eye. Was she really prepared to simply watch men and women die? Or worse than death? The elf begged her mistress to save her, for she did not want to die. Those scoundrels would pay dearly for this. Suddenly she heard the voice of the divine dragon. He had finally returned. All in all, they had come up with a good plan. But the truth was that they would die here. They immediately recognized that it was the same black dragon that had attacked them in Felra. Now it was clear that he was in league with the Holy Maiden. It was really them. No wonder that dragon attacked Felta. Today is a beautiful sunny day. But their hearts are cold and impure, so they will gladly help them. With the help of the scorching core that disappeared among the people, everyone began to scatter as soon as Sun Yan struck them with fire. He'd better not forget that this man is a 4th-level warrior. The main character asked what had happened to Togo. The man asked if he dared to fight him one-on-one. After all, they were both 4th-level warriors. And although humans were no match for a dragon, he was not like the others. He was a battle-hardened captain of the Black Beast mercenaries. Spears were the best weapons. He ordered the goblins to bring him a pike. Sometimes skill can compensate for a difference in strength by concentrating it in one point and attacking the enemy's Achilles heel. Even if that enemy is a dragon, this dragon will surely die. However, this weapon couldn't even pierce the armor of the dragon. He clearly didn't expect that. How could a dragon have such strong scales? What kind of creature is this? Now he decided to use the chain pike's ranged attack. The dragon wondered how these toothpicks could even be called weapons. Later, he should use that same technique. A subordinate asked if the captain really intended to use it. That was his strongest move. Sun Yan asked what it was. Smoke appeared in front of his face, causing his eyes to sting. As soon as his vision cleared, he saw that the captain had simply vanished without a trace. He's just a show-off. They agreed to fight one-on-one, but he ran away. Some were disappointed in the captain, while others begged him not to leave them. They couldn't survive without him. And then the main character decided to burn them with his dragon breath. Celestina asked the divine dragon if they should catch up with Gus, who had fled with his mercenaries. There was no need to catch up with them, as they would not be able to escape anyway. The sacred fortress of Felra. As he ran, he cursed the black dragon and the devilish capital of Santolista. He just needed to climb the eastern mountain again, and then everything would be fine. He heard questions about what would happen next. It was Alicia. Gus did not expect to see Alicia Alucaders here, who was supposed to be in the border fortress. How did she end up in Felra? The black dragon flew there, saying that it was clear that this was his territory, because they had captured Felra. And then he called this man a pathetic worm. Gus couldn't believe how this could have happened. The system reported that he had successfully destroyed the Black Beast mercenary squad. For this, he received 6,000 points. The capital of Santolista. They were very grateful to the divine dragon for his help. Sun Yan told them to stand up. He had helped this country avert disaster, and as a reward, Celestina would become his vassal and swear allegiance to him. Celestina, on behalf of Santolista, voluntarily became his vassal from that day forward. The master fulfilled the request of the special S-rank character, Celestina. The State Council agreement came into effect. If she dies, all her power will be transferred to the master. If the master dies, the vassal will die as well. Current sympathy status: Fanatic. The summoning channel has been established. The system also awarded the master 3,000 points. Only 3,000 points, even though the difference between the characters is quite large. He hoped that this time there would be some special ability. And aren't there any additional conditions? The system asked if they trusted each other. The system congratulated the owner on obtaining an ability called Hot Dragon Power. Hot Dragon Power makes Dragon Power more ferocious. Not only can it make enemies tremble with fear, but it also increases damage when attacking. Hot Dragon Power provides enhancements for the special character Celestina. It can be downloaded now and requires no changes or pain tests. He decided to download it and wanted to see what kind of quality this Hot Dragon Power had. A strong wind arose. The current number of points is 46,995. Sun Yan apologized to them, saying that he couldn't help himself. Although there is no dark golden flame, there is actually no power, only a change in the dragon's ki. But it's beautiful. The system reported that while using the dragon, all skills are increased by 15%. Celestina asked if the divine dragon really flies. It's true. But first, he needs to do something. Celestina asked if she could help him with this task. The dragon wanted to know if there was a witch here. Perhaps a healer. Perhaps he meant the mysterious witch Huiye, who lived in the fortress. However, she never stays in one place. Besides, during all this war, they couldn't find out where she was. Perhaps it would be better for the divine dragon to stay here for a few days while they try to find and bring Huiye to him. It seems to be the only option, so he agreed. Then she will immediately order that a room be prepared for him. Celestina's bedroom. She thought the divine dragon was very brave. Suddenly, she heard a knock and asked who was there. It was Alicia. Celestina told her to come in. Alicia asked Her Majesty how she could sleep at such an hour. Celestina had already thought that perhaps something had happened. Could the mercenaries have attacked again? Alicia didn't mean that at all. She was talking about how Celestina's heart desired the divine dragon. Celestina replied that she should not speak nonsense. That was not the case. Perhaps her heart wasn't saying that. But surely she didn't want the divine dragon to leave. Of course she wanted the divine dragon to stay. In that case, Alicia whispered in her ear what she could do. However, Celestina refused. How could one seduce a deity? Did those words really mean that she truly wanted the divine dragon to leave? Either way, Alicia had only made a suggestion. Her Majesty must make her own choice. Su Nanny's chambers. She just hoped that the divine dragon wouldn't get angry. But as soon as she thought about the divine dragon leaving, she was immediately overcome with sadness. She entered the divine dragon's chambers, saying she had something to discuss with him. Celestina hoped that the divine dragon understood her hints. If he did, he would call her by name. The main character asked the system what was going on. How long has this been going on, and can it be cured? It could be related to dragon chi. It greatly influences those who have made a contract with him and even leads to such situations. So there is no cure. Well, what about dragon breath? The system immediately shouted that there was a cure. After all, this is a special character. If he simply kills her, he will only gain 4th level magical abilities. For him, that's a drop in the ocean. All his parents can do is distance themselves from the person who made the contract with him. The dragon key will drop to a minimum, and the person who made the contract with him will return to normal. He called Celestina by name. The girl immediately replied that she wanted that. What does she even want there? Let her finally wake up. Celestina asked the divine dragon who this was. Sun Yan replied that she was his companion. He then asked her what business she had there. Celestina had no idea that the divine dragon already had a companion. She had just embarrassed herself. In fact, she only wanted to discuss how to reorganize the army and make training more rigorous. This world would quickly fall into ruin. After all, he couldn't protect the country all the time. Dragons were very busy too. It would be better if she thought about the next steps herself. Since she had learned everything she wanted to know, she would leave. Now he breathed a sigh of relief after Celestina left. He also turned to Anna to explain everything to her. Anna asked if the Dragon Lord didn't like his companion. The capital of Santolista. Alicia informed the Divine Dragon that they had found the witch Huiye. In that case, the main character demanded that they bring the witch to him. 2 beasts entered, carrying the witch's palanquin. It's clear that this is a Western fantasy world, so why make everything so strange? She shouldn't be seen by people. Huiye hopes that the Divine Dragon will forgive her for this. Sun Yan wondered if she wasn't coming out because she was afraid, or because she was up to something. The dragon asked if she could examine the sick person. The girl replied that she could. He handed Anna to her palanquin and asked her to find out what had happened to Anna. There are many people here, and it will be inconvenient for her to conduct an examination. Sun Yan ordered them to leave. In that case, it was time to begin the examination. Anna asked the dragon not to look. She was afraid. The main character replied that she shouldn't be afraid, as he would always be with her. After all, Anna's increased resistance would only last a month, and since he couldn't find a solution, she would lose her health points in a month. At first glance, there was no danger. She noticed some cute cats. Haya used her talisman, which attached itself to the cat. Because of this, it grew in size. Anna didn't expect the cat to turn into a human. Suddenly, the code almost swallowed Anna. Sunyan demanded that the little bastard spit out the Anu immediately. However, the cat only started running, and the dragon followed him. The main character tried to catch him, but he couldn't. So he asked what the hell she was doing. Sunyan warned that this moron should spit out the Anu. However, the witch asked the divine dragon not to worry, as it was just an examination. She had discovered that a powerful curse had been placed on the girl, but she was supposed to die earlier. That meant the dragon had been helping her all this time. Sunyan demanded that they release Anna immediately, because his patience also had limits. He broke the palanquin and saw the witch. Hoya began to panic as soon as she saw that the palanquin had been broken. Had she been exposed? And was this the human world? Sunyan asked the girl if she was okay. However, she was very scared. So the dragon put a helmet on her. Does she have a fear of 3D characters? An instant calm came over her as soon as the helmet was put on her. So he decided to test his hypothesis. She took out another talisman. That's why she turned into a Matryoshka doll. Could this be some kind of new mechanic? The dragon touched the Matryoshka and asked if Anna was inside. Another talisman flew out of the Matryoshka and moved straight toward the dragon's paws. Then Anna appeared in his hands. She said it was delicious. Sunyan asked what they were talking about. However, the girl did not answer. The main character asked what the witch had done to her. This girl is just sleeping. Huya sent her a good dream, that's all. Doesn't this dragon want to know why she was cursed? This curse steals talent. The source of the curse is in her heart. Surely someone close to her put it there. Only by finding the person who put the curse on her can it be removed. Otherwise, her powers will fade away in an instant, and her life will come to an end. But in fact, there is one way. The main character immediately wanted to know what that way was. The simplest way is to replace the heart. Sunyan asked if she really thought replacing a heart was as easy as buying cabbage at the market. The dragon's companion is infected with his dragon key. Therefore, a dragon heart would be the ideal option. Well, there's probably only one dragon in the whole area. She's just telling him that so he'll give her his passport. However, he could find the creature that put the curse on his wife. He clearly won't be able to find the person who put the curse on Anna. But if she can do it, the dragon will reward her well. She can try, but she can't guarantee that she'll be able to find this person. She ordered the paperman to find the person who put the curse on the girl. The silhouette of some kind of demon even began to appear there. But at that moment, a seal appeared before her. Because of this seal, her Matryoshka doll was broken. Sunyan asked what she had seen there. The witch replied that she had failed. He was too powerful. Even if she knew who the person who had cast the curse was, there was no way to find him now. The main character asked the system if there was any modification to grow more hearts. The system could make him have as many hearts as he wanted. A mechanical heart, a devil's heart, and if he had enough system points and strength, he could even have a divine heart. A dragon can only have one heart. As the owner noticed, this system only modifies the most basic things in the owner's body. It is impossible to create something from nothing, based only on the organs and powers he already has. But mutation is possible. Sunyan asked what a lava heart was. A lava heart is not a real heart. The heart controls the host's blood circulation. A lava heart only has energy and a core, so if he gives his heart to Anna, he will die. In theory, that's how it works. He asked to be told directly how to prevent himself from dying after giving his heart to Anna. Stop telling him nonsense. He has neither money nor points. This is a golden apple, an item hidden in a store. Although it can imitate an organ, it needs a similar environment and special care to grow. When the apple grows to the size of a heart, it will need to replace the heart. This apple is worth 100,000. This system has clearly gone too far. She just makes up the price out of her head. However, the system claimed that she was an honest trader. It's not honest at all. It would be better to just call itself a speculative system and be done with it. He heard Anna. Anna said she always wanted to be with Mr. Dragon. If it were possible to extend control over the curse, then after replacing her heart with the apple of Adam, Anna would have a chance of salvation. Since they couldn't find the one who cast the curse, maybe she had a way to help prolong control over it. Ancient books described one method, but it required them to trust each other unconditionally. Of course, the main character had only dirty thoughts about it. He immediately wanted to know what to do. Huya asked if he was really willing to trust her completely. Sunyan wondered if complete trust was not easy. This was a task worthy of a divine dragon. If that was the case, she could bind the dragon to his companion right now. The main character asked if she would also be with them. She was just an outside observer responsible for activating the field and the bonds. Once the bonds were activated, the weaker side would begin to draw on the life force to preserve their own life. If one side died, the survivor would gain all the power. She asked the divine dragon if he was ready. It sounds like tying up a phone. In any case, he is ready. Ancient books say that before the ritual, the body must be completely bound with rope, so that there are no mistakes. The dragon wondered whether it was worth trusting ancient books at all. He immediately wanted to know what to do. Huya asked if he was really willing to trust her completely. Sunyan asked if he was really willing to trust her completely. If that was the case, she could bind the dragon to his companion right now. The main character asked if she would also be with them. She was just an outside observer responsible for activating the field and the bonds. Once the bonds were activated, the survivor would gain all the power. She asked the divine dragon if he was ready. It sounds like tying up a phone. In any case, he is ready. Ancient books say that before the ritual, the body must be completely bound with rope, so that there are no mistakes. The dragon wondered whether it was worth trusting ancient books at all. After that, she made the field open. There are very few people in the world who can do such a thing. All the secrets of the past will be completely revealed to the other side. Even she is not capable of such a thing. The girl sincerely admires the divine dragon. The main character asked what the difference was between complete trust and viewing his entire history in a browser. He asked her to stop the ritual. Although the divine dragon was in such pain, he did not allow her to stop. Such self-sacrifice is truly admirable. Near the greedy forest, there was little Anna. The little girl immediately snuggled up to her beloved sister, whose name was Luna. She missed her very much. In fact, inside Luna was the main character. Anna hoped that Luna had brought her some sweets. How sweet! It turns out she was such a cutie when she was little, and she has chubby cheeks. The witch said that the most secret secrets would be revealed. So this is Anna's secret kingdom of dreams. He even wanted to know what she felt like to the touch. Anna asked her sister why she was smiling so strangely, because there really was something strange. She was very afraid because the awakening ceremony was coming soon. The girl didn't know what to do if she couldn't awaken as a higher elf. Luna asked what a higher elf was. A red-haired girl ran up to them and said that sister had been looking for Anna for a long time. Why did she run away from the forest? It was very dangerous here, and there were many monsters. Everyone had already gathered for the awakening, and were just waiting for Anna. This girl's name was Zaya. She tried to calm Anna down because she was sure that she would definitely awaken from the lower elf to the higher elf. The price has changed in the realm of dreams. This means that everything is changing because of Anna. Today, she is trying to pass her exam for the 10th time. If she fails again, she will not be able to continue her studies at secondary school or physics school. Moreover, she and all her kin will be banished from the heart of the Jade Forest. Anna understood everything. She will try even harder to awaken. However, it's a failure. She's trying to awaken for the 10th time, and nothing is working. She's already used up so much of the fleeting breath left to her by King Svil. She's a disgrace to the entire elven race. Luna grabbed the old bastard by the beard, asking him how he dared to talk to her sister like that. It was announced that Anna Hathaway and her kin were banished from the heart of the Jade Forest. They were only allowed to live on its outskirts. Luna tried to calm Anna down, saying that they would drive this bunch of backward idiots away. Anna gathered fruit, thinking that Luna must be hungry by now. She heard words about how she had wasted too many of their resources. Didn't Anna think she should compensate them? Weren't they all lower-class elves? Why were they allowed 10 attempts to awaken, but only 3 for them? If they had been given 10 attempts, they would have been able to awaken long ago. It was all her fault. Anna had stolen all their resources, so she had to pay for it. The moon appeared, wanting to bend them. If they dare to offend her again, she will beat them all. It seems that the house she built is quite nice. And again, the scene changed. Why is she hiding in the closet? Is she being hurt again? Those jerks probably need a beating again. Suddenly, the moon's body was pierced. It was all the work of the witch Hui. He began to come to his senses a little. Anna begged the Dragon Lord to wake up and not die. However, a silhouette appeared behind her and said that the divine dragon would not wake up. Anna asked who it was. It was a witch named Hui Ye. She said that the divine dragon had saved her and fallen into a deep sleep. She didn't understand why the divine dragon had done this. There was no need to do that because Anna Togo wasn't worth it. It was called pretending to be asleep very well. Anna asked if there was any way to wake the dragon. It wouldn't hurt to try talking to him. She had to talk to the divine dragon. Anna told him that she had had a strange dream. In her dream, there was a glowing iron plate with pictures of girls in swimsuits on it. A man was talking about a 32-gigabyte archive and saying that he liked the browser's history. He immediately jumped up and told Anna not to say anything else. Anna was glad that Mr. Dragon had finally woken up. It turns out that conversation is very effective. The main character fantasized about girls in swimsuits who were calling him to have fun with them. Anna's voice pulled him out of his thoughts. She asked Mr. Dragon what he had just said. The main character replied that he had simply remembered his lost youth. The capital city of Santo Lista. The temple. This is the statue they erected for the divine dragon. Every day she gazed at this imposing figure in search of the dragon and his blessing. Before creating the statue, they could have at least changed his pose. Celestina suggested that the divine dragon stay here a little longer. However, the main character replied that since everything was peaceful here, they should return. In reality, she will miss the divine dragon in the dragon's lair. After all, while he was away, the monsters had settled in nicely. Hippocles was very happy when he saw that his master had finally returned. However, he was stopped by Sunian, who said that they had something to discuss. They were tired for the day. Anna asked the Dragon Lord what was wrong. Was he in pain? Sunian replied that everything was fine. He was just a little tired. And why did he have a fever and feel dizzy? He asked the system if dragons also got sick. The system replied that his condition had changed due to the knots, heart failure, deterioration of dragon blood, weakness for 72 hours, accommodation to changes in heart condition, spasms, the curse of the stolen heart, all characteristics reduced by 50%, curse of the deceitful poison, festering of the entire body, curse of the broken spirit, rupture of the soul, the curse of the stolen heart, deceitful poison, and broken spirit, imposed simultaneously, can deprive the cursed of their soul and consume their spiritual powers. Such a deterioration is difficult to even imagine. Anna was so upset. The dragon asked Anna what she was doing. The girl asked him not to move because she wanted to take his temperature. Mr. Dragon is burning. Sunian replied that humans and dragons have different temperatures. Of course, she knew that. Mr. Dragon needed to wait a little longer. Anna made this potion. If the divine dragon felt unwell, she should try it. It helps very well. Celestina asked why Anna needed all these bugs. It was all going into the broth she was making for the Dragon Lord. The village of newcomers, cherry number 2. What beautiful heads. The man wondered where to put them. Another young man entered and explained that the player George wanted to meet him. Couldn't he see that a man was enjoying art here? No meetings? He would definitely like this news. That player said he knew where the dragon was. As soon as he heard about the dragon, it became interesting. So he asked someone to call him over. She told Mr. Dragon to get up because it was time to take his medicine. He used to fight his illness alone, but now he finally has someone who cares about him. Anna is very kind, but as soon as he saw the medicine, he thought it might be too late to pretend to be dead. Anna wanted Mr. Dragon to eat everything. She had spent a long time preparing the medicine. Selena also thought he shouldn't refuse the potion. She had cooked it all night long. She really did cook it for a long time, because the dragon could smell that it was burning. In any case, he decided to drink it. If he was going to die, he would die. It seemed like the taste of death. The main character even thought that Anna had given it to him to get revenge. The Dragon Lord need not rush. She had cooked a whole pot of it. Now he'll definitely die. The village of newcomers, cherry number 2. When he meets the Lord, he understands why they say his bravery is unmatched. Suddenly something hit his knee, causing him to fall to one knee. Most of all, he hates looking at the faces of weaklings. The Lord had heard that in Cherry Village number 1, he had been beaten up by low-level monsters. But in reality, that wasn't the case. These monsters had been influenced by a black dragon. They had become 10 times more powerful, like demons. He asked permission to join the Señor, because the man wanted to take him to the dragon's lair. This guy probably doesn't know yet. He himself said that in this world, this dragon was declared the main boss. So what's the point of this guy joining them? The dragon has a low-ranking elf. She is beautiful and has a face like a fairy. This elf will definitely appeal to the Lord. He even had a photo of the elf with him. Snow-white hair and fluffy ears. What a beautiful work of art. He would definitely put her on his right hand and the dragon's head on his left. The man even began to fantasize about it. Let the show begin. It doesn't matter who wins this battle. He'll get his chance anyway. Because Selena had touched her, Anne had a strange dream. How big and soft they were. She clearly wanted them. Selena was having another erotic dream. Anna spent the whole evening cooking medicine and must be exhausted. She needs to get some sleep. Selena touched the dragon's paw and realized she didn't need it. It was definitely ruined, and this girl had better get some sleep. Although yesterday's potion tasted disgusting, he felt much better after taking it. Hippocleus came to him. He wanted to know from his master how he was going to punish the prisoners who were locked up behind the mountain. He had even forgotten about these prisoners. Sunian asked if the dog had counted how many there were. There were 213 prisoners in total. He did not even expect there to be so many prisoners. The dragon had hoped that they had at least eaten something during all the days he had been away. Hippocleus replied that they had not even thought about it. They had very little food, so when they wanted to eat, they looked for grass, leaves, and the like. While their master was away, they couldn't even imagine that after they surrendered, they would be starved to death. The dragon ordered them to be brought here because he wanted to take a look at them. They used the buildings in village number 1 as a model and built a prison themselves. They take turns standing guard every day, and there is a guard every 10 meters. To prevent riots, they locked all the disobedient ones in a black room. It's all been done quite well. It turns out that Hippoclea already had plans for a prison. How hungry they must have been. The ground looks like it's been plowed by a combine harvester, not a blade of grass in sight. They should be made to sow. This would improve the monster's standard of living and guarantee work for the prisoners, so that they would never even think of rebelling. How did he not think of this before? He is truly a dragon. Only he could think of everything. Hippoclea asked the owner what to sow. He found potatoes. They have good survival and yield rates. Potatoes would be an easy place to start. The system reported that the master had purchased potato seeds, spending 500 points. Meanwhile, Captain Zhu Shan was busy eating meat. They ate all the food they had for the month. Another man asked him to come over. He had thought that by following the toughest member of the squad from the village of newcomers, they would have no trouble. Who knew that what a normal person eats in a month, that captain could eat in just a week? They even wanted to quietly escape from him. Sooner or later the captain would eat them too. Jushan approached them and asked what they were talking about. The guys replied that it was nothing. An invitation to the second village of newcomers had just arrived, so they were wondering if the captain wanted to go there. The seigneur had invited them and made them wait until this hour. Were there really people in this place who were more important than they were? What a joke. In this world, guests who didn't arrive on time shouldn't be so arrogant. Jushem wondered if they were talking about him. When this man appeared behind him, he and the others sitting at the table didn't even notice. Valdoli explained that this was David Jushan, the shadow assassin. This man had earned his fame. The seigneur explained that he was the lord of these lands. He had long heard of this man's strength. The seigneur apologized for not being able to meet him. The player was frightened by Togo's enormous size. He weighed at least 200 kilograms, and he was an assassin. Valdoli immediately kicked him and apologized. He should have trained these guard dogs better, and this guard dog is very special. The senior replied that if Zhu Shanyu liked this man, he could easily give him away. Another man arrived, one who had not seen these old friends in a long time. Since everyone had arrived, he decided not to beat around the bush. Valdoli invited all the slaves of the brave players to kill the Black Dragon boss. This news immediately distracted them. Everyone knew about the Black Dragon, as he was a boss who had recently appeared in this world. He had defected to him instead of becoming a babysitter. Therefore, they should not blame him for his choice. He knows one way to safely and effectively capture the Black Dragon. There is a low-ranking elf in the dragon's favor. If they capture her, the dragon will definitely surrender without any resistance, and then the Lord will be able to get 2 beautiful skulls. These idiots don't even realize that if they capture the elf, the dragon will definitely get angry. They will get their baptism of fire from the enraged dragon. At that moment, Anna sneezed. Sun Yan asked Anna how she was feeling. Was it because she had been cooking the medicine for so long? She'd better not cook anymore, or he would worry. They definitely couldn't cook any more medicine. Even if she had a life-saving potion, he wouldn't drink it. Actually, everything was fine. She just felt some kind of cold, evil intent. Sun Yan wondered why he hadn't felt anything. He didn't even think that there were outsiders who could break through the aura's whispers. And when Anna said she felt cold, maybe she was hinting that she needed a hug. There was one more thing she kept forgetting to give to the Dragon Lord. The main character asked what it was. He had to guess for himself. It was the very thing he had wanted for so long. She was holding a golden key in her hands. In fact, he was disappointed as soon as he saw it. Today, Anna took the key that can open the silver chests from the witch Melinda. And she also took this from Daniel's hands. Sun Yan couldn't believe there was so much. How did she do it all? Actually, it was very simple. Selena crossed his arms and legs and then broke everything. Melinda replied that it was all his fault. If he hadn't spread those false rumors, she would still be the elder, and the village of newcomers would still be number 6. Daniel replied that she was a nobody, and now she was blaming him for everything. This can't go on. If she can't kill herself, then we need to find a way to escape. Melinda asked Daniel how many aggression points he had. Daniel replied that he only had 500. He had been forced to spend the rest on buying the key. Even if they beat him to death, he wouldn't give it up. This idiot didn't even understand that he would die anyway, regardless of whether he gave up the key or not. What difference did it make, since they could all be resurrected anyway? He'd better give it to her. He didn't want to deceive Melinda. Daniel replied that it was all nonsense. Her limbs hadn't been torn off after all. She had a way. Daniel should give her his aggression points, and then she would escape and rescue him from there. So that's where the dragon's lair is. He ordered George to go and bring him the elf girl. However, George didn't want to do it himself. Since he had joined them, he had to demonstrate his abilities. Moreover, it was his idea to kidnap the neck. This good guy has nothing to fear. Zhu Shanyu's abilities will allow him to hide in the shadows at night. No one will see him. Those dogs really couldn't see him. Suddenly they smelled a terrible stench. Clearly someone had farted. As soon as he moved on, he saw the very elf he was supposed to capture. The system reported that the deal was complete. Daniel gave her all his aggression points, so she mustn't forget to come back for them. What an idiot he is. Of course, Melinda won't come back, but she'll put him out of his misery. His last word was witch. Suddenly he heard something. What an idiot this guy is. He saw Anna falling in front of him. She had accidentally twisted her ankle and thanked him for catching her. In fact, he considered it an honor. The wolf asked Anna what she was doing there. She had dropped something there earlier that day. She also wanted to check if they were standing guard properly. He always stood guard conscientiously. She didn't really believe him, because there was no one there. He decided to run there quickly. How fortunate that he had been able to purchase the transformation potion. Now everyone saw her as Anna. Only then would she have a chance to escape. Who knows, perhaps she would be able to approach the dragon and kill it with her own hands. George thought it was strange because he didn't understand where the elf had gone. Why did he blink, and she disappeared? They bumped into each other, causing Anna to fall, not understanding who was behind her. Where did this wall come from? How fortunate that he didn't have to try hard to find her. This night is damn good. The wolf reported that they had seen Anna heading toward the Silver Forest. They also heard demons. That couldn't be because it was clear that Anna was here. But as soon as he looked, he realized that Anna wasn't there. Why didn't the aura's whisper find anything? He flew off in search of Anna. The others also saw the black dragon. People even thought he had found them. Jushan calmed them down because with his skills, the black dragon couldn't see them. He must be looking for the elf. It seems that George succeeded. This boy is really useful. But the situation was far from rosy. He didn't look anything like the image from the system. The dragon seemed stronger, and he was already at the 4th level. Although they hadn't encountered such a powerful beast before, all the others had perished at the blade of this bloodthirsty creature. All it would take is for one of them to be lured into the center of the printing press, and there would be no difference between a 5th-level metal dragon and a lamb under a spell. Plus, he had a secret weapon. The main character descended to the ground and was still calling for Anna. What the hell is this? Is it invisible armor? Waldoli attacked the dragon, wanting to kill it with a single blow, but even then he couldn't do anything. After that, he struck the falling dragon again. Waldoli thought he had managed to kill his opponent with a single blow. Even a dragon was no obstacle for him. However, Asunyan appeared before him and asked what he had done. This simply could not be. The dragon had not fallen. And where had his bloodthirsty opponent gone? Sunyan threw away the broken knife. He also noticed that this man was not a member of the military unit. His legs had simply given way, and he had stumbled carelessly. That was all. Waldoli asked how this was even possible. The lightning throw ability was activated. During a lightning throw attack, the target takes 1 point of damage. During a Mad Dragon's thunder attack, the target loses when wounded. The target receives 0 uranium points. The blade's durability has reached 0. It is broken. He even found it a little funny that this pathetic worm dared to invade his lands. Let him just prepare to die. Suddenly something flew into his eye. The main character was surprised himself when he saw that it was a bullet. Where did a gun come from here? This dragon has such thick scales. The bullet only scratched him. But where did he go? Sunyan was already behind the man and asked if he was the one he was looking for. The man immediately started moving and began shooting. Sunyan used his tomb to take away the weapon. The man had no idea why his gun was no longer working. Then the main character bit him. However, he heard a voice that stopped him. It was Waldoli, who was holding Anna hostage. Could it be that the dragon wanted her to die? Therefore, the main character had to let him go. Sunyan replied that he'd better let Anna go too, otherwise his death would be terrible. He was also afraid. Let the dragon save her if he dared. Anna began to fall, screaming for help, because she was afraid of heights. Fortunately, Sunyan managed to catch her. But then a magical seal appeared. There was a field that prevented him from leaving. They wanted to stop him with a simple seal. At that moment, Jushan wanted to taste his head, but the man realized that they might have been tricked. This dragon doesn't look like a 4th-level monster. Its tail was able to break the magic seal, which is meant to bind 6th-level monsters. And his scales were very thick. The seal would not hold him for long. In that case, everyone must attack. The mages used a fire explosion, an ice storm, and a lightning attack. Unfortunately, the dragon's tongue doesn't work on them. Anna is here, so dragon breath can't be used either. This seal won't hold the players. We need to run faster. As soon as she started thinking about how they should escape, something suddenly pierced her. He immediately shouted her name as soon as he saw what had happened to her. Anna fell to the ground. Waldoli called them blind idiots. The girl asked, but hadn't he himself told them to attack with full force? But he had said to attack the dragon. Sunyan went berserk and promised to tear them to pieces. This is bad, because the dragon is angry. We need to get out of here. The main character won't give them a chance to escape. Jushan used an instant sphere, Shadow Kill Seal. It seemed like he didn't even react to the man's attacks. However, with this ability, he was able to escape, and although he felt a little sorry, at least he was able to hold the dragon back for a while. Sunyan ordered the system to release the lava heart. The system congratulated its master on destroying all the invading players in a minute. With the task completed, he received 15,000 points as a reward. Dragon's Cave. Ipokli informed his master that Anna had returned home. He knew it himself. Perhaps Anna's spirit had already returned to the Jade Forest. Ipoclius thought he was saying some kind of flowery phrase. However, Anna appeared there, safe and sound, eating honey. It was quite sweet. She happily told the Dragon Lord that she had found marsh honey. Now his medicine would no longer taste bitter. The dragon had already thought he was hallucinating. It seemed that memories were also part of hallucinations, and this hallucination felt pretty good. Hippoclei reported to his master that 2 captive players were missing. However, this bottle of potion had appeared. It was a conversion potion, so that girl had turned into a bath, but he was overjoyed when he realized that his beloved Anna was not dead. She had only left for a short while, and already the dragon was telling everyone that she had died. Now he truly understood that she had returned. Sunian asked her to listen to him. The capital of the kingdom of Andreus, the royal palace. A subordinate reported to His Majesty that the ambassador of the kingdom of Iron had arrived. It seems he has come to return Master Maysont. The king was angry that they had the audacity to send people. This Maysont is nothing but a nobody. He wasted so many people and resources, but didn't even bring back a single dragon hair. And now, no one even shows up. He must have run away long ago. He ordered that the man from Iron be told that Maysont was buried in the dragon's mouth. Queen Andreus entered, who also wanted to say something. He asked the queen why she had returned. The queen had heard that a great event had taken place here in Andreus, so she ended her visit to her family and friends and headed back. She had also heard that His Majesty had sent men to Iron to kill the dragon in order to cure the prince. The king asked the queen to listen to him. And what an interesting explanation he has here. He simply took advantage of the queen's absence and caused a huge mess. People are dying in their domain, and this idiot is doing everything he can to start a war between the 2 kingdoms. He just wanted to cure the prince as soon as possible. The queen ordered the ambassador to be summoned. The ambassador arrived and greeted His Royal Highness and Her Royal Highness. The queen is as beautiful as they say. Rumors had long been circulating that King Andreus was a complete non-entity, which is why General Cassirn sent Maysont. Who would have thought he had such a beautiful queen? She thanked the man for his praise. He apologized for his bluntness, but the man had heard that the army that had been sent had been defeated by a dragon, and no one had survived. Therefore, the man wanted to know if His Majesty was willing to give up his people or pay compensation. The king wanted to say something, but the queen interrupted him. The army had indeed been defeated, but Master Maysont was definitely not dead, and the soldiers who returned said that they had not seen Maysont before entering the Silver Forest. Could Her Majesty mean that Maysont deserted? He's quick to pick up on things. The queen asked for understanding of the law, but they wanted to resolve this issue peacefully from the start. They have sent people to investigate. It would be best for the ambassador to stay here for a few days. If Master Maysont really died in battle with the dragon, they would be happy to agree on compensation. In that case, he hopes they will hurry. He cannot stay here long. Dragon's Cave. Anna hasn't paid any attention to him for 2 days. He wanted to ask the system if there was a village of newbies nearby. He would destroy them all so that they wouldn't come here one by one and disturb the peace. The system advised him not to launch large-scale attacks on player villages. Otherwise, his status as world boss would become permanent. The main character asked what eternal status meant. If the owner is marked as an eternal boss, teleports will automatically appear near him. Players will be able to teleport through them to the Silver Forest. But he had destroyed the newbie village, precisely to prevent it from becoming even more dangerous. Now there was another question. How could he earn points if he couldn't attack the newbie village? Beginner's Town number 1, Heavenly Dynasty. The boss has been updated. Could this dragon have been killed, or has a stronger monster appeared? Apparently, the battle with the dragon would have to be postponed. He just hoped that this dragon would survive, because it was a worthy opponent. Dragon's Cave. Analysis of the owner's publicity is complete. Since the reasons for the decrease in publicity are unknown, he must investigate the specific reasons himself. The decrease in publicity may be related to the appearance of a legendary hero or monster. He's been with this system for so long. Could there really be something she can't tell him directly? She's been so secretive lately. He can't go on like this. This system can only assess the decrease in the owner's publicity. The system cannot investigate the specific reasons that occurred in this world. After all, the system is not an artificial satellite. Now that his publicity has declined, he can continue flying around the villages of newcomers. But the most important thing is to earn money. He ordered Hippocleus to gather soldiers to prepare for the campaign. Hippocleus asked his master where they were going. The dragon replied that they were heading north to the Mulligan Desert. They would attack the village of Novice number 2, Cherry. He also asked the system if there was anything that could help him and his subordinates strengthen their modifications. He simply wanted to know if, when he himself evolved, the same would happen to his subordinates. The part of the modification that corresponds to the master's needs. This modification is located on page 14,879, paragraph 67 of the Nervous Modifications. The modification article is called Will of the Swarm. The initial level of the Will of the Swarm is worth 100,000 points. When the host adds the modification, 1,000 living organisms below his level will develop along with him. He also wondered if it would be okay to put this thing in the body of a huge dragon. Lately, the system has been charging very high markups. This system does not deceive anyone. The system refuses to negotiate prices. The palace of Queen Andreus. She greeted Her Majesty the Queen. The Queen immediately noticed Shalista's arrival. She ordered the maids to leave. No one was allowed to enter without her permission. Shalita brought the bracelet of her missing sister. Could Her Majesty really help find her? Of course, she could do it, but only for a reward. Shalista was ready to give the Queen 10 years of her youth just to help find her sister. The Queen took the bracelet and held it up to the mirror. Then a hand appeared and took the bracelet. The reflection of a dragon appeared in the mirror. The current number of points is 61,995. The Mulligan Plain. Apocleus asked the master if he is not hot. Perhaps they should rest a little. The dragon replied that no, he was not. Who is he trying to fool? He himself is like a huge furnace. Suddenly, he remembered that the girls were on his back. The two of them had gotten a mild sunstroke. Selena asked for water. Anna was roasting in the sun. He filled himself with water near the riverbank. Then the dragon poured the water over them. It felt really nice. Anna was so wet that it was even hard for her to move. He wanted to help Anna. Suddenly, they heard a cry for those bastards to let her go. 2 level 25 Hindu players were hovering over the girl. She could scream as much as she wanted, because no one would save her anyway. But the map didn't show any beginner villages nearby. Could it be a system error? This system has no errors. Once the owner encounters such a situation, the system immediately begins to explain. Camps of players from different worlds have different abilities. For example, camps of Hindu players have the ability to hide the location of their newbie village. At the moment, the host is aware of the ability of the cherry camps, a warrior spirit that increases the military power of the team and instills a spirit of fearlessness in the players. The beauty camp possesses scientific and technical analysis skills that help them create technology. Although the master must have already noticed that they have created a gun, he didn't even know that the camps had their own abilities. No wonder the map didn't show it. The dragon wondered what abilities the camps in other newbie villages had. Since the owner had not yet made contact with other player camps, this information was temporarily unavailable to the system. They began to tear her clothes. However, she had a completely different attitude. These bastards were clearly going to die. She had a sword in her hands. Behind them was already a dragon. The main character managed to throw them away. He caught the girl in his arms. Finally, she was able to find him. It didn't even take her much time. One player asked who it was. The second replied that it was the one who dared to push him into the water. Suddenly, the same dragon that had pushed them both into the water appeared before them. Then he decided to add a little more water. Everyone says that dragons are perverts by nature. All you have to do is get close to one, and it will be easy to seduce it. She was very grateful that the divine dragon had deigned to save her. The girl's name was Aya, and she wanted to devote her entire life to him. She already thought that he clearly couldn't withstand such pressure. The divine dragon was already ready to surrender to her beauty. But then she noticed that the dragon had already flown away. Sun Yan simply did a good deed and did not leave a visit. If she wants to know his full name, she can simply call him Lei Feng. It didn't matter where the dragon had fled, because she would find him anyway, and she would kill him with her own hands. The Mulligan Desert. There was only desert ahead. They say it's very dangerous there. Ferocious monsters often hide there. Apocleus must remember the motto of their army. If they explode in the midst of their enemies, then let them die there. It was a profound motto. The lair of the brass dragon. The main character urgently summoned Apocles. Soglavek ran to his master and asked what the order was. Let the troops rest. Selena asked the dragon why they had stopped so suddenly. What an annoying smell of hot metal. It's like the smell of brass and copper dragons. He had a bad feeling about it. The main character asked if they could bypass this trail. Hippocles replied that the easiest way would be to take the only trail leading north to the Mulligan Desert. He decided to fly ahead to scout the area. Anna and Apocleus would stay behind to rest. He would return soon. Anna asked the dragon to be careful. The smell was getting stronger and stronger. He must be quite close. The lair of the brass dragon. That's what you'd expect from a brass dragon. Dragons are very territorial creatures. They won't let you pass just like that. As it turned out, Selena was behind him, already thinking that they had arrived. Sun Yan asked the girl why she was there at all. She had carelessly sprawled out on his back and fallen asleep. But why were they still in the desert? And behind them was a brass dragon. Selena asked why there was another dragon here. Could it be related to the main character? He was the owner of the Mulligan Desert. His name was Rolls-Royce August Tourmalin. He asked this unknown dragon why he had invaded his territory. Sun Yan and his subordinates wanted to pass through this place. They did not want to insult his right to ownership. If the brass dragon allowed it, he was willing to pay a couple of gold coins for disturbing the peace. Of course, he could do that. Rolls wanted 100,000 gold coins, and he wanted to leave this man here to chat with him, and another 100,000. He even asked the system if the brass dragon could be reborn, and whether it was worth spending that much money at all. If this man couldn't talk to him for 3 days, he wanted him replaced with a new one. Sun Yan even turned to Selena. The girl asked what he was up to now. Of course, she refused. Selena wasn't going to stay here. Sun Yan could give him coins, but he couldn't leave the man there. For the honor of all dragons, he must let his people go. Rolls called him a vile, depraved dragon. He even dared to compare himself to metal dragons. He would not tolerate this humiliation. In that case, they would never come to an agreement. Laughter erupted as the pathetic 4th-level dragon dared to challenge him. Selena shouted for him to be careful. Sun Yan managed to fly away from the blow in time. Rolls wondered why he had disappeared. He had been attacked by the main character, and also mentioned that this dragon was too slow. Selena wanted to help the dragon. To do so, she used a binding spell. Sun Yan asked if she could at least aim properly once. Selena apologized. She wouldn't do it again. These annoying bugs are just begging to die under the paws of the Desert Lord. The sandstorm was enormous. He couldn't open his eyes at all. The sandstorm even started to lift her clothes. He noticed a flying rock, so he covered Selena with his body. He couldn't see anything because of the damn sand. And the brass dragon had already left the range of the dragon tongue's magic. The main character asked the system if there was a modification that allowed him to see through the sand. The owner could buy an all-seeing eye. It maximized the field of vision and allowed one to see through small objects. It only cost 70,000 points, but he didn't have that much money. The system replied that the owner could freeze for 3 minutes, and then the modification would cost only 10% of the total price. 7,000 points were deducted. Once the freeze was complete, the modification would be finished. The report began. It would only take 3 minutes, and he would finish off this unfortunate dragon in an instant. How quickly everything had quieted down. The brass dragon thought he would be tougher, but he couldn't even avoid this storm. Suddenly, a lot of stones started flying at him. Sun Yan asked his beloved relative if he was hungry. Food delivery. He must eat until he is full. And now he was trying to remember what his name was. Rolls-Royce Phantom Tourmaline. The brass dragon replied that this despicable dragon was not worthy of being called a dragon. He had attacked him from behind, and now he was insulting his name, and now he was really angry. Sun Yan tried to understand what he was doing now. Perhaps he was stomping his feet in anger for a reason. Only then did he realize that it was quicksand. Dragon wings couldn't withstand such force. Even Selena realized that they were now trapped. The girl woke up in the underground cave. She screamed loudly as soon as she saw the ghost in front of her. An underground tunnel made of snake bones. He hadn't even expected to find anything under the quicksand, and it looked like some kind of snake bones. It was very dark here. Selena hoped that the dragon had at least survived. She tried to call out to him. Someone touched her, and she thought it was the dragon. But then she turned around and realized it wasn't who she thought it was. With the help of her scepter, she was able to light up the area, and saw that there were many corpses here. She stumbled and fell. Sun Yan wondered what those sounds were. Probably his stomach. He also thought about Celine. The system hadn't said anything about her death, so she must be alive. The system had mentioned that it didn't work that way. It was very far to the surface from here. So he asked the system if he could use his dragon breath to break through the layer of sand and get out. The system demanded that he abandon this idea immediately. It was a huge desert. The structure was extremely unstable. Such an action would only hasten the death of its owner. In that case, it was time to just keep going. Who knows, maybe he would find a way out. Analysis showed that there was an unknown force ahead. Sun Yan asked if it was dangerous. The system replied that it might be dangerous, or it might not be. Nothing was clear. Lately, the system has been saying a lot of strange things. He saw a snake skull in front of him, and there was a girl in the stone. It said that this was Chelsea Tara. Could this be the unknown force the system was talking about? However, the system did not respond. Could it be that the signal was not being received? Meanwhile, Selena noticed ancient magical writings. It was the legendary Codex of the Dead that all magicians were searching for. What luck! As a sorceress, she would finally have the chance to read the Codex of the Dead. Perhaps all these skeletons were magicians who died fighting for the Codex. It was written in blood. Perhaps it was a dying man's will. It said something about a dangerous evil spirit that had been sealed away. Under no circumstances should you read it aloud. Chelsea Tara. That's not a bad name. Under no circumstances should you look her in the eyes. Sun Yan noticed that she had opened her eyes. There was something strange written here. Suddenly, sand got into her eyes. It was unpleasant, and then they felt as if the cave was beginning to collapse. Sun Yan and Selena didn't understand what was happening. After that, Selena fell onto his head. At first, the girl thought it was too hot. Then she saw that she was on a dragon. Selena was happy that they had finally met. How wonderful that he hadn't died. She liked him even more now. He asked her how she had fallen from above. Selena told him that after they had been sucked into the quicksand, she found herself at the top of the cave. There were many corpses of wizards there, as well as an ancient codex of the dead, imbued with black magic. He was immediately interested, thinking that it might contain information on how they could escape. However, this information was not there. One wizard wrote before his death that an evil spirit was sealed there. Sun Yan pointed to the girl and asked if she was the one being referred to. No wonder she was sealed in the crystal. Now Selena was convinced that the mage had written the truth. The floor above was littered with the corpses of mages. It was very possible that they had tried to seal her away. Still, she breathed a sigh of relief because everything was fine. All they had to do was not read her name aloud. Don't touch her or look her in the eyes. Then nothing would happen. Sun Yan asked uncertainly what would happen if they did. Selena really hoped she hadn't done that. The crystal began to crumble. The two of them hugged each other and screamed in panic. What a destructive force. She even managed to break through the scales. She was enveloped in dark magic. Finally, she was free. Chelsea turned around to see who was there. At the same time, the dragon and the seams were hiding behind a huge crystal. The system detected a special female character. It asked the host to determine a strategy. If the system knows anything, it's better to ask it now. How did he ever know what to do in a situation like this? The system asked the master to believe in himself, because he would succeed. It was time for her to go, because she had work to do. Chelsea immediately flew to them as soon as she found them. The two realized that they needed to run away immediately. The tax collector of the bronze dragon. He didn't even have anywhere to put that tail. So he's saying that the black dragon has an army of monsters. And it stopped nearby, in his domain. That's ridiculous. The black dragon is dead. Surely these low-level monsters don't know that yet. Suddenly he felt an earthquake. A huge skeleton appeared. A desert. An army of monsters. Anna saw where the Dragon Lord had flown. For some reason, Anna felt uneasy. She hoped nothing had happened to Mr. Dragon. Desert. Before his eyes was a window in Chelsea's state. SS class. Low energy. Sympathy level -10. Age, race, and abilities unknown. Chelsea asked why he ran away. She wasn't going to eat him. She had such enormous strength, even though her status said she was low on energy. She easily managed to get to the surface. After all, it's quite comfortable to sit on a dragon, and his scales were beautiful. This girl seems to have her eyes on his body. However, Sun Yan will definitely not obey. It's all because of those damn moths that wanted to kill her snake. Chelsea suggested that he become her new pet. A pet snake, so that was a snake skeleton in that cave. He even began to imagine her as Chelsea ordered the little dragon to sit. After that, the main character firmly refused. Who would want to be her pet? He was a dragon, after all. She was unhappy that he didn't listen to her. Good pets shouldn't do that. Her sympathy dropped another 10 points. The main character asked the system what was going on. Could his likability really go down? The system replied that this time, the goal was quite dangerous. Before likability rises to the first level, it is very unstable. This is really dangerous. The brass dragon's lair. What the hell is going on? That damn dragon survived after all. He even found help to destroy the lair he built. Sun Yan didn't understand how this girl was helping him. How this genius came up with such an idea. If that's what he wants to think, then the main character is powerless. She's his captain. Since this bronze dragon is so capable, let him look for her. However, he told the dragon that he wouldn't be able to defeat her. They even dared to misbehave right in front of him. In that case, he would show them why he was called the Dragon Lord. Sun Yan advised him not to lose his temper under any circumstances. However, young people never listen to the advice of their elders. Chelsea asked if another dragon wanted to be her pet. The brass dragon attacked her with its breath. Sun Yan and Selena thought it was pretty cool. They wished the dragon good luck. That idiot is definitely looking for death. She said that pets have to obey, especially ugly ones. The brass dragon couldn't even move its body. Sun Yan asked the system if there was any way to calm it down. The owner could use a contract field, but to do so, they would have to sacrifice a part of their body as a vessel. The main character asked how much the subjugation field cost. The system replied that it wasn't expensive, only 1,000 points. But the person signing the subjugation contract had to remain in the field while it was being created. Otherwise, it wouldn't work, and the system points would not be returned. The brass dragon had already asked for help. Selena suggested taking advantage of the moment and quickly escaping while they were busy. As soon as she turned around, she noticed that the dragon was gone. He had run away so quickly that he hadn't even said anything to her. A small flame appeared behind her and began to burn her clothes. Chelsea thought he had run away. It seemed that this little dragon had finally decided to become her pet. Sun Yan replied that the word run away was not in his vocabulary. Selena shouted that the dragon was running in the wrong direction. He needed to come here. The main character demanded that she let the dragon go. Since he had let her go, he would defeat it himself. It was quite interesting. It was very fitting for her pet. In the end, she agreed to let him go. Sun Yan asked if the brass dragon was okay. He replied that everything was fine, and even thanked him for saving him. There's no need to thank him. It's better to remember that salvation comes at a price. He was shocked by Togo when he realized that he now had to pay $1 billion for the gold. The main character asked again if he was okay. That's just over 100 million. Chelsea demanded that he not be distracted by some bugs. After that, Chelsea attacked him. The dragon flew into the sky. Selena shouted for him to be careful, and he'd better look behind him. Sun Yan summoned the contract field. The master successfully acquired the contract field, spending 1,000 points. The field's duration is 10 seconds. This meant that he only had to keep her in the field for 10 seconds. In that case, he would simply grab her whip. Then he pulled Chelsea toward him right into the field. He pressed her against the field with his claws so she couldn't escape. Then Chelsea saw the field and realized that this dragon wanted to keep her there. She decided to use her power to distract him. A worm emerged from the ground and headed towards Selena. There were only 9 seconds left. Selena didn't want to die. The system congratulated the owner on creating the contract field. The capture was interrupted. The field lost its power. He was just a little short. Selena was happy that the dragons had arrived. 80 points were added to her sympathy rating. Her current sympathy level was 300. Thanks to this, he was able to reach the 3rd stage of sympathy and received a special skill called sleeping gas. The system also congratulated him on receiving 5,000 system points. Sun Yan told her to calm down and quickly hide in a safe place. He was so handsome. People with dragons weren't so bad after all. Selena understood everything, so she went to hide. The main character even thought she was so scared. Suddenly, she tripped over something and fell. There, she noticed the ring of the very same magician who had written the warning on the stone in blood. She didn't even think he could create a human field of obedience. It's a pity that any field requires strength and time to create, and this dragon has neither. He should have just become an obedient pet when she told him to. And since he didn't want to listen, she would skin him and make a new snake out of him. Sun Yan tried to stop her. There was still something to discuss. Suddenly, a necromancer's spell, bonding with the earth, appeared. But why did it appear here? She had destroyed them all 1,000 years ago. The main character saw that it was Selena. She told the dragon to hurry up because she couldn't hold her for long. He bought the field of submission again. After that, she was bound again. The field creation time was 10 seconds. The capture was complete, and the field was created. Now the master had to choose a vessel for the sacrifice. The dragon asked if it was possible to make a laugh, as they had done for the previous victims. To tell the truth, the claw could only be considered a horny layer. The container could be made of anything except scales and horns. As usual, he began to fantasize with Chelsea. Then he would make the left hand the container. The deal was done. Chelsea became the master's servant. Selena was happy that they had finally managed to do everything. But there was still something she hadn't had time to do. She took off the ring. The main character asked what it was. Selena explained that it was a corpse. It must have belonged to a previous necromancer, and there was still magic left in the ring. Fortunately, with the help of this ring, she was able to use the necromantic spell Binding to the Earth. Sun Yan asked why she didn't want to keep the ring for herself. He thought she had an innate talent for necromancy. She would become the most powerful sorceress. Being a necromancer was cool, but it wasn't her dream. Actually, he wouldn't say that she should give it up just because she was afraid of corpses and the undead. He felt like he had forgotten something. Suddenly, she heard a familiar voice. It was Anna, who had found the Dragon Lord and Selena. Anna had heard that the Dragon Lord had run into trouble, so she immediately led an army of monsters here. Sun Yan asked her who she had heard this from. On the way, she had met the dragon hiding. Now he remembered what he had forgotten to do. Rolls-Royce owed him 1 billion gold coins. The dragon thought this was unfair. There was nothing to be done. Sun Yan gave him 2 options. Either the dragon became his relative and worked for him until he paid off his debt, or he would be skinned alive and become Sun Yan's weapon. Rolls asked if he really wanted to kill him. After all, he was a member of the Dragon Protection Alliance. If the main character killed him, his alliance would put him on the wanted list. Sun Yan asked what kind of union it was that protected dragons. There are fewer and fewer dragons. During the time of lawlessness, the birth rate of dragons decreased steadily. When he left Dragon Island, there were less than 100 left. If this continues, the dragons will become extinct. Several thousand years ago, there were tens of thousands of dragons on Dragon Island. Dragons grow slowly. Although they need sleep to live out their legends, people now crave dragon bodies more and more. There are often many merchants, but there is no one to sell to. People who had finally found the Dragon Island broke in. They wanted to kill a couple of dragons and get rich. The dragons' bodies contain only the finest materials, so they must not let anyone escape. With tears in his eyes, he watched as his mom and dad were killed by humans. The more dragon slayers appeared, the less space there was for them to survive. Rolls-Royce had lived here since birth. His parents were killed by dragon slayers. His parents bought him time so that he and his brothers and sisters could escape to Andreus. But the dragon slayers followed them closely, killing his relatives one by one until he was saved by the Dragon Protection Alliance. The Dragon Protection Alliance was created by adult red and silver dragons. They want to protect the remaining dragons. It doesn't matter if a dragon is golden or colored. If it obeys the rules of the Alliance, it can join and receive protection. But now only the red dragon Kaiser remains in the Alliance. Apart from him, there are no colored dragons who have voluntarily joined the Alliance. These arrogant fools will sooner or later be destroyed by the dragon slayers. All they know is how to sleep and eat. They don't care about the world or their fellow creatures. They just fight among themselves for power, never stopping. If the main character kills him, the Alliance will soon issue an arrest warrant for him and eventually imprison him, where he will be fed stinking bugs day after day. This is not a threat at all. He's tired of hearing this whining. He still gives him two options. Either he becomes his kinsman, or he cooperates with him. And if he doesn't want to, then his Sunyan will seal his mouth so that he cannot speak. And every day he will eat those stinking bugs. The great Rolls-Royce Phantom Tourmaline wishes to serve him. But he must swear to the colored dragon, the Dragon Mother Tiamat and Bahamut, not to seal his mouth and not to let him eat stinky bugs. Sunyan Waters Pardernak swears to the Dragon Mother Tiamat and Bahamut. If this dragon serves him faithfully, he will not seal his mouth and will not give him stinky bugs. Rolls-Royce Phantom Tourmaline wishes to become a relative of the Black Dragon Sunyan under these conditions. He noticed a crack on his hand, possibly a mark from the contract he had signed. The system reported that, for unknown reasons, his publicity rating had dropped. He must investigate the specific reasons himself. He did not expect the publicity to decrease again. He had just been resting, so he did not understand what had happened outside. She asked the Dragon Lord what had happened. Sunyan replied that he had simply been bitten by a mosquito. He told Anna to go back to sleep. She climbed onto the dragon and even kissed him. Anna did this for Togo so that the bite wouldn't hurt. After that, she wished the dragon gentleman a good night. Sunyan tried to control himself. Soon he would become human, and then he would be happy. The village of newcomers, Sakura number 2. The main characters asked the system if it was sure that this was the correct village for newcomers. Compared to the 1st and 6th villages, this one had grown quite a bit. Because the master had turned all his attention to the villages near the Silver Forest, this had become the normal rate of development for players. That is, according to the system, it turns out that there are many more villages like this one, and even better ones. Players behave like colonizers who first need to become stronger themselves in order to gain a foothold in this land and become its owners. So she's saying that this village is more like an invading species that has no natural enemies in nature. Forest Thicket. Near the village of newbies is Sakura number 1. Hippocles informed the master that the ammunition was ready. The main character asked him what he had in his hands. It's a new development. They are 10 times more powerful than poison gas bombs. Progress is certainly a positive development, but next time it would be preferable to eliminate the unpleasant odor. He flew up and ordered everyone to throw those balls. Everyone followed his orders and began shooting the balls. The Soglavians were determined to attack the village, and the rabbits wanted to kill them. People began to scatter as soon as they saw the invasion of monsters. He immediately covered his mouth, as he didn't understand what it was. At first, he even thought it was poisonous gas. He had to tell his master quickly. However, this man couldn't speak properly because he felt like he was going to vomit. Sunyan told Rolls-Royce to use dragon breath with him. They had to direct it to the very center of the city. However, Rolls-Royce thought that would make things worse. These people hadn't provoked them, so he didn't understand why they should be killed. If they had started the conflict, then it would have made sense to respond. He called the dragon an idiot. Didn't he understand why there were fewer and fewer dragons? At that moment, only the second half of the man remained. Rolls-Royce asked in surprise why. It was as if he hadn't told him earlier why he had fled the Dragon Island and what had happened to his parents. It was because of humans. Humans had taken over the dragon's living space. They had destroyed the kingdom where they lived. They killed many of the dragon's kin. They cut out all their organs and used them as they pleased. They even made armor out of them. If he ever lets a human go, they will lead him to the lair of the dragon slayers, turn his corpse into a bag of gold, and celebrate with their weapons. They will celebrate in the cold. These people must die. He even remembered what had happened to him in his childhood. Now that he understood everything, he had to destroy this human village along with him. People screamed as soon as they saw 2 dragons flying toward them. The man told all the mages to get ready. They had to distribute shields to the soldiers and then immediately cast the most powerful spell. 2 mages also had to be selected to cast a slowing spell on the dragons. Dragons have the highest resistance to elemental magic. The slowing spell would not last long. Why did the dragons attack so suddenly? A few days ago, Chief Fardor led his people to attack the Black Dragon. Perhaps this dragon is seeking revenge. He realized that his father had been defeated. No wonder there was no news from his father. He will avenge him. They should get their spears and aim at the dragons. 45 degrees. Get ready to throw with all your strength. Then he told them to throw. Sun Yan used his tomb to disarm them. The men were surprised when they saw their weapons begin to fall to the ground. The young man ordered them to raise their shields. However, they began to run away from the spear. These little people overestimated themselves. Rolls-Royce had a question. It seemed that these people couldn't die. He had seen with his own eyes how the players he had trampled on came out of some room right in front of them. Now that he had noticed this, Sun Yan would tell him everything about these people. The world they lived in was not the only one. There were other worlds besides this one. He must remember that this world had been taken over by a dragon, and these people had come from other worlds. Sakura number 2, the village of newcomers. The woman told the young gentleman that these dragons were too ferocious. They would not be able to kill them. They had to flee to other villages as soon as possible. Is there really a village of newcomers somewhere nearby? The girl replied that there was one nearby. Camp A Sanya. Although it is not on the map, she thinks they have invisibility. If it's an invisible village, they had to leave immediately. The girl asked what the people in that village were doing. Whatever they were doing, they didn't respawn. They lived among the green mountains and weren't afraid to use them as firewood. They just have to wait until the dragons fly away and rebuild the village. Outside the village of newcomers was Sakura number 2. He would definitely return. The girl hurried him, because the invisibility potion only worked for 10 minutes. As he can see for himself, these people are not from this world. They came here to conquer. If the humans succeeded in their conquest, this world would be in danger or even destroyed, like a used object. That's why Sun Yan attacked them. Besides, each of these people is a professional. It's much easier for them to become stronger. All they have to do is kill a couple of monsters, that is, them. Rolls-Royce wondered if that meant they were also in danger. It is essential to remain calm. The main character wondered if it was even a dragon. It appeared to be of no use, just a bundle of nerves. He doesn't know how other places have resisted. All he knows is that he will gather all the monsters he knows here, destroy the villages of strangers, and build his own city of monsters. And this little thing looks very important. Rolls-Royce asked what it was. Sun Yan replied that this crystal could help them gain the ability to build cities, but they could only obtain it by destroying a human village. Therefore, they must unite. By truly uniting, they will build a city for monsters together and drive out these invaders. The brass dragon Rolls-Royce wishes to become his kin. He swears to Bahamut that he will follow him until his death. Wherever the main character's dragon breath lands, it leaves only ashes. His sympathy has grown to 300 points. He feels admiration. Sun Yan has also been waiting for this day. But before that, they will try to become stronger. The system congratulated the master on the complete destruction of the village of newbies. His publicity has increased. His popularity rose again. A new boss appeared in the new world, so there was no need to worry about other players coming for now. Anna ran to him. Ipokli sensed that 2 people had escaped. They sent people after them. However, the dragon replied that there was no need to chase them. Let them just find the people and follow them quietly. They would simply see where these people could escape to. The village of Hindu newcomers number 4. What bad luck. This time they would not be pathetic worms with this dragon who had run off to hell. Who knows? Maybe this beauty would fall into their hands. At the same time, the Hindu newcomer village was burning. People were calling for help. Others were already beginning to think that they had come to the wrong place. Could this really be their village? Monsters were attacking the city. They had to get out of there. However, they asked the captain why they should run, if they could be reborn. He slapped him and called him an idiot. Apparently, they hadn't seen the latest strategy post. The players from Sakura village died of starvation without water or food, somewhere in a corner of the world square, because the respawn time was too long. The captain is right, so we have to run. They also learned that the dragon currently attacking the village is the same dragon that threw them into the river. But how did they find their village? Suddenly, the same girl appeared before them. There they were, meeting again. She just wanted to know where the black dragon was. They didn't understand why she wanted to see the black dragon. She should just come with them and have fun. There was an explosion. Now he begged the warrior to have mercy. The girl demanded that he simply take her to the dragon. The system congratulated the master on successfully destroying the beginner village. He also received a fragment of the newbie village's core. His fame increased. If the owner continued to destroy newbie villages, he would be marked as a world boss. For attacking 2 newbie villages in a row, he received 200,000 points. Finally, he was able to collect all 4 core fragments. It was so difficult to wander around there. She had no idea they would meet so soon. This dragon's bloodlust was incomparable. Apparently, she needed to find the right moment to get closer to him. Her current score was 254,995. She decided to take advantage of the situation. The girl pretended to fall to the ground and began to cry for help. Sunyan heard her cries and came down. Now she noticed that the Dragon Lord was holding her down. The main character apologized for this. She was surprised that he was so polite and even apologized. He must be pretending. They would see what would happen when she tore off his false mask. She thanked the Dragon Lord for saving her. The girl also wished to serve him. As soon as he looked at her information window, he saw that everything was unknown. Even her name and level. Of course, he took the bait. She could use her beauty to get close to him, and after she gained his trust, she would kill the dragon. It was a perfect plan. Meanwhile, Sunyan didn't understand why she was doing this. It was better to stay away from such an incomprehensible creature. He noticed those same people again. They replied that they had not intentionally insulted the great dragon. This girl might be much better to eat than they were. He only became angrier because these pathetic insects dared to bargain with him. They were still trying to contaminate the dragon's taste buds with their filthy flesh. This was unforgivable. He tried to stop the Dragon Lord, saying that they could give him their treasure and pass on various information. Sunyan asked what treasure and information they were talking about. Let them tell him, and then the great dragon would not burn him. He offered the great dragon to taste these traditional delicacies. Each of them has a wonderful taste, 1,000 years of aging. However, the main character simply burned them. He would give them 3 seconds to tell him what they knew. Otherwise, they should not be offended if only ashes remained of them. All they know is that recently, on the western shore of the kingdom of Andreus, the Storm King of Worms appeared. This worm is very cruel. He has already destroyed 4 human villages, and as they say, the Worm King is crawling towards the kingdom of Eliran to attack. Very soon, there will be even more human casualties. This information is worth absolutely nothing. It means nothing to the dragon. He just wants to know where the gold coins and jewels are. And since this man knows nothing, the dragon has no choice but to burn him. The guy immediately said he would find out. The Storm King of Worms has committed many evil deeds and attracted a bunch of mercenaries. These mercenaries have come from different places, and each of them has incredible strength and luxurious equipment. But compared to the great dragon, the King of Worms is just trash. The same can be said about the mercenaries. All that remains is to wait for them to kill each other, and then kill 2 birds with 1 stone. The King of Worms must have been marked as the boss of the world. After all, he killed 4 villages. The difference between him and the boss is only 1. If it weren't for the awakening of the system, he would probably be the boss that all players are hunting for now. Sunyan also wanted to know if he had any other information. He immediately shook his head. Although he didn't have any information right now, they agreed to pass on more information to him at any time later. The system congratulated the Heavenly Dynasty player Li Chen on reaching level 30. He was the first player to reach this level. As a reward, he was given Grand Master equipment and 2 scrolls with a choice of combat skills. Since a player who reached level 30 had been discovered, the reality of the world was upgraded. All players' sensitivity increased from 0 to 10%. The dragon also noticed that the bug's face had somehow changed. Could it be hiding something else from the great dragon? The system also informed the master that sensitivity to other players had increased by 10%. Now they were even sensitive to pain. Even a 10% increase greatly weakened them. It seemed that now the main character would be able to discover much more interesting gameplay. The guy explained that he just suddenly needed to use the restroom. He wasn't hiding anything from the great dragon. He had never hidden anything from him. Sunyan replied that if he kept his word, then he wouldn't burn him. Suddenly he pinned them down. The main character only said that he wouldn't burn him. He didn't promise anything else. And here the true nature of the dragon showed itself. Finally, Anna and Selena returned. She didn't expect 2 more girls to be suffering at the hands of the vicious dragon. It looked like they would have to be rescued too. Anna wanted to get home quickly to wash up, but her body was still covered in unbearable filth. He immediately began to fantasize about how Anna wanted to help him wash. In that case, he would have to tell Hippocleus that they were leaving immediately. She also asked the Dragon Lord to take her with him. She wanted to give him her precious possession. Selena and Anna thought it was unfair that they were finishing the battle here while he was kidnapping girls behind their backs. Sunyan asked the system if there was any way to get rid of her. The system said that the master could release a sleeping gas. As for ordinary people, it was estimated that there would be enough time to return to the lair before she woke up. If we ask the master if he is sure that we should release the sleeping gas, the main character agreed. What's that? Since the owner doesn't have special glands on his skin that release gas, this is the only way. But why didn't the system say anything about this earlier? He lost the entire dragon part. The system asked if he wanted to connect the 4 fragments of the newbie village core. If he connected them, he would get the right to build newbie villages. He already had that, so he was all for connecting them. The connection was complete. The system congratulated him on obtaining a pure newbie village core. Now he had to choose the type of village. The first type was a beginner-level fortress. The second type is a beginner-level dragon lair. The third type is a beginner-level underground city. He noted that the system's underground city was very poor. Every day he would have to walk back and forth from the city to the city. That would take so much time. A whole day without sunlight. It would be easy to get sick. The system told him that a portal could be built in the underground city. He and his subordinate monsters would be able to enter and leave the city as they wished. All they would need was points to build it. Moreover, the underground city was not dark at all. An optical field concentrated the sunlight from above, creating an imitation of the sun. The owner could also adjust the brightness of the light. He decided to build an underground city. The system asked him to choose the entrance to the underground city. The entrance would be right in his lair, and if the time came when players dared to go on a raid, they would find themselves right in his endless matryoshka. Anna asked if it was really an earthquake. Where could they hide from it all? Sunyan replied that there was no need to hide. This was their new home, so everything would be fine soon. She didn't want a new home. It would be better to hide somewhere else, because the dragon's lair would soon collapse. The construction of the underground city was complete. The master had a chance to teleport all the monsters to the underground city. The main character began the teleportation. At first, the monsters thought that humans had attacked them. Then they were teleported to a new place, the palace of the first-level Dark Lord. While in any of the palaces of the underground city, all of the master's stats are increased by 50%. The current open skill is Palace Guard. The master can appoint 1 guard. Within a radius of 500 meters from the main palace, the guard receives a 20% increase in all characteristics. The system displayed possible candidates, Anna Hathaway and Rolls-Royce. The rest of the skills need to be unlocked. Upgrading the Dark Lord's palace to the 2nd level costs 100,000 points. You also need 2 fragments of the beginner village core, or 2 whole cores. The main character asked the system why only these 2 could be made guards. The system replied that the levels of the other creatures did not yet meet the requirements for a guard. However, the master could place other creatures in the labyrinth. In that case, he decided to make Rolls-Royce a guard. Rolls-Royce asked what was going on. He felt as if a power had been infused into him. The dragon even thought that he had evolved. Sunyan began to feel as if he had made a mistake. In any case, he decided to check out the rest of the underground city. Kobold Lair, Level 1. Kobold productivity increased by 100%. Their maturation period reduced by 50%, and the combat effectiveness of newborn kobolds increased by 20%. Null Lair, First Level. Productivity increased by 20%. Maturation period reduced by 20%. Combat power of newborn gnomes increased by 20%. Eagle's Nest, First Level. Increased demon bird birth efficiency by 50%. Maturation period reduced by 100%, and combat power of newborn demon birds increased by 20%. This is a lair of various beasts, so their appearance here is not surprising. That means it will be easy to form a fighting force in a short period of time. Black Prison of Pain. A creature imprisoned in the Black Prison is subjected to constant torment and receives 1 torment every day. Each torment increases its pain perception by 5%, up to a maximum of 10 torments. Reincarnation Pool, First Level. The owner can spend system points on the reincarnation of ordinary beasts. Dark Wheat Field, First Level, increases crop ripening speed by 100%. Underground River. Produces cool, drinkable groundwater. All of this is much better than a dragon's lair. It's good that he didn't choose a dragon's lair. According to the nature of the system, most of the functions in a dragon's lair would be designed only for dragons. For example, increasing the likelihood of pregnancy in dragons, and increasing the survival rate of dragon eggs. It was discovered that the owner had built his animal gathering place. The system asked if he wanted to hide the coordinates of the gathering place. The owner can hide the location for 1 week, after which the gathering place will be visible and appear on the map of all players. Sun Yan shouted, asking what kind of stupid system this was. When he tried to destroy the newbie village, the system wouldn't let him, saying that he would be marked as a world boss. And now, when he had finally managed to build an underground city, it said that he had either revealed himself voluntarily, or that his lair would be revealed in 7 days. And what's the difference now between him and becoming a world boss? The discovery of the underground city is inevitable, as the fragments of the core are the main product of the newbie village. However, after the underground city is discovered, the owner will not be marked as a world boss, and no portal will be created. The owner will receive 2 new characteristics. First, the owner's underground city and its history will begin to spread across the continent. Second, players attracted by the story will increase its legendary level when they die in the underground city, and they will also give it double system points. The legendary level is linked to the improvement of the underground city structures, and higher legendary levels unlock more advanced functional structures. Here he is, reborn and creating a new project in another world. Is the Black Dragon's existence really just to be toyed with by players and locals? He ordered the location of the underground city to be hidden. Even if it's just for one day, it doesn't matter. He doesn't want anything to bother him. The dungeon was hidden. 5 archer towers were discovered that are not yet in the underground city. The system suggested moving them. The towers weren't needed yet. The dragon asked the system how he could get out of this place, where the portal was. The system replied that 20,000 system points were required to create a one-way portal. And at the current level of the underground city, only one one-way portal could be created. He was so tired of this damn system. He ordered them to build it. An underground labyrinth. Selena screamed that there was a ghost here. Anna replied that it was just a shadow. The Labyrinth of Darkness, first level. The Labyrinth of Darkness is the first line of defense of the underground city, practically indestructible. Any intruder who wishes to enter the dungeon will have to pass through its trials and tribulations. Characteristic 1. Disorientation. In the Labyrinth of Darkness, creatures lose their sense of direction. The second characteristic is the chance of being killed. In the Labyrinth of Darkness, the combat effectiveness of beasts increases by 10%. They also become invisible when they are motionless. He ordered Epocleus to stand in that corner and not move until he told him to. He disappeared. Selena was frightened by this as soon as she saw it. Anna also found it strange that the Soglovets had simply disappeared. Epocleus was standing right there. The underground city. That's normal. She won't be able to find him. It's a feature of the Labyrinth of Darkness, where any beast that stands still for 5 seconds becomes invisible. He didn't even expect this Labyrinth of Darkness to have such great power. He also had an idea. They could set traps in the Labyrinth of Darkness and send several beasts to guard it. In this way, thanks to the Labyrinth of Darkness, they would block the enemy's path inside. This was to be expected from Epocleus. He was a real expert when it came to dirty tricks. It's a good idea. So he decided to leave it to Epocleus. At the same time, he needs to send the potatoes to a dark wheat field and order the soldiers to grow them. Those who have previously disobeyed him should be taken to the Black Prison of Pain and locked up for 10 days. After 10 days, they will deal with them. If he buys golden apples, he will have 5,000 system points left in reserve. He needs to allocate the remaining system points to purchases that are more profitable for him. A strengthening plan that can best increase his power. In accordance with the requirements and the master, the system selects the most suitable improvement program that corresponds to his current capabilities and physical needs. It is recommended to strengthen the muscles for 100,000 points, the initial level of royal will, and a golden apple. There are 5,000 system points in reserve. At the moment, the host has 44,995 system points left. The system asked if he wanted to start strengthening. Su Nian informed Anna that he would begin improvement. Anna wanted to protect the Dragon Lord, therefore he could sleep peacefully. This time, there was no need to sleep, but the process could be more painful, so he suggested that she go play somewhere else. He was afraid he might scare her. However, Anna still wanted to stay there. They say that a dragon's evolution is a very dangerous thing, that an accident could happen at any moment. Anna will stay here and protect the Dragon Lord. If that's what she wants, then let her stay with him. However, terrible things can happen during the evolution process. Anna needs to stay away from him because he is afraid that he might hurt her. In that case, it's time to begin. The system has requested that you note that this is a complex improvement that affects many organs throughout the carrier's body and is accompanied by severe pain. To prevent accidents involving the host, this transformation will seal his vocal cords and remove his limbs. What vocal cords and what kind of limb removal? Su Nian fell to the ground. Anna was frightened for the Dragon Lord. It was so painful that he just wanted to lose consciousness. The system replied that it was possible, but it would cost 1,000 system points. It was better than feeling pain. 1,000 points were spent. The master fell into a deep sleep. Sometime later, he asked the system what was happening. He had just spent 1,000 points and closed his eyes. The system explained that there was another reason that had woken him up. It was Anna. She was using healing magic. Su Nian mentally asked her to stop. But what's worse is that he can't speak. He hates this damn system. Then he found himself in the world of consciousness. Su Nian didn't even understand what these threads were. Today's lunch is potatoes. He really loves potatoes. He thanked the great master for giving him potatoes, praised the potatoes. This has nothing to do with the title of Doghead Guard. The system explained that the master created it in connection with one creature. It is possible to establish a connection with 999 creatures. To establish a connection with a large number of creatures, you need to continue to improve the consciousness of the herd. So that's what herd consciousness means. You can establish a connection with such a huge number of creatures, so you need to use them to their fullest potential. Sun Yan asked the system where they were in Hippocleia's consciousness. He touched the thread. At the same time, Hippocleius was busy, and at that moment, the main character entered him. It's not the most pleasant feeling. It seems that by creating a pack, he can not only hear the thoughts of others, but also control their bodies. Soglavets. Hippoclei Krivazub is in the process of acceleration. Countdown time. 593,614 seconds. Soglid. Hippocleius Crooked Tooth. Inherited 0.1% of his master's attributes based on blood concentration. Soglid. Hippocleius Crooked Tooth inherited the Iron Armor skill. As expected, he is becoming stronger. As the dragon's level increases, the concentration of dragon blood in Hippoclei's blood increases. However, there is a limit to this increase. The advantage is that there is no need to transfer blood in the heart for Hippoclei and the other beasts. Now it's time for Noel, the Flaming Rabbit, the Demon Bird Hannah, the Underground City. Anna was very happy that the Dragon Lord had finally awakened. The main character caught her as she was falling. She had used healing magic, which is why she was so weak. She needed to rest properly. Suddenly, he noticed that Chelsea's sympathy level had increased by 20 points. The sympathy level had reached the requirements for the first stage. The system congratulated the master on gaining the ability to absorb improvements. He also received 2,000 system points. The dragon did not understand what had happened. Why did the sympathy level suddenly increase for no apparent reason? As the master improved, the contract servant would follow his physical development. Sun Yan didn't even expect that this was possible. It felt as if someone was parasitizing him. The dragon hoped that he was simply not in danger. Thema said that as long as the contract existed, there was no danger. A theoretical contract could only be terminated by the death of the master. The main character demanded that this cursed system stop cursing him and let him die. Now it was time for the final step. Apart from Anna, Rolls-Royce was the only one who had not yet received his inheritance. After all, Rolls-Royce was a dragon, so he should be allowed to choose which ability he wanted to inherit. He had a human friend in his hands. He was the first to hear this story in all the long years of Rolls-Royce's life. The story begins with the copper dragon breaking out of its lair. How he wished someone would shut that dragon up. He didn't want to hear all those 50,000 words. Rolls-Royce mentioned that when you listen, you should look into the eyes of the person you are talking to. It is basic respect. The main character arrived. Rolls-Royce asked the Great Master why he was there. Rolls-Royce noticed that his aura had become even stronger, and his size even larger. Indeed, after this improvement and the destruction of 2 villages of newbies, he had reached level 38. 3 more levels, and he would be at the level of a young dragon. He would be one step closer to becoming a young dragon, and then he could be with Anna. Here, Rolls-Royce had to make a choice. Sun Yan ran his claw over it, and improvements appeared. Rolls-Royce asked the master what it was. He must choose one skill he needs. The system noted that since Rolls-Royce is a pure-blooded dragon, the main character's ability can be inherited by him, but the effect will be greatly reduced. The improvement is limited. He is a dragon, so he already has iron armor. As for dragon breath, he already has sleep breath and anger breath. One is for control, the other is for attack. They are very useful, and there is no need to change them. Therefore, he chose to strengthen his muscle power. This way, he will become stronger and bigger. But, of course, he is no match for a black dragon master. However, this will be 1/3 of the way there. After that, the improvement began. He was grateful to the great master for this blow, and now he felt twice as strong. Rolls-Royce even thought that if a thunder giant appeared before him, he could handle it. Quite a good improvement. Now he is one of the best fighters in the underground city. The main character hopes that he will continue to work hard and maintain discipline, as well as protect their home. Rolls-Royce did not understand where the great master had flown off to, because he did not even have time to tell him who the thunder giant was. Fortunately, he left on time. If he had stayed, the guy would have kept talking non-stop, and then Sun Yan wouldn't have been able to leave. While he had some free time, he decided to check on Anna, Andreas's palace. Much time had passed, but there was no news about the Black Dragon. The special envoy of that idiot Aaron was here again. The queen demanded that he pull himself together, but he was angry with the queen, and suddenly she tried to calm him down. She ordered announcements to be posted throughout the country to select those who would dare to fight the dragon. The queen is confident that there will be good news soon. Kill the Black Dragon and save the princess. The victorious hero will marry the princess and receive wealth and status. But they don't have a princess. The queen remembers that before buying the half-elf, the slave girl gave them her slave contract. The contract shows what she looks like. She is truly a beauty beyond compare. Now the king admits that this is an excellent idea. But this girl is half-elf. She has animal ears and a tail. The queen replied that they could redraw the portrait, hiding the ears and tail. The king then asked what they would do when the traveler killed the dragon, and realized that something was wrong. Nothing. He is the ruler of this country. The palace is their territory. When the traveler returns, regardless of whether he gets the half-dead half-elf girl or not, when he dares to enter the palace, they will have 100 ways to kill him. A chill ran down his spine. An underground palace. At first, she thought it was the Dragon Lord. His tongue made Anna's hair wet, but then she saw that it wasn't the Dragon Lord. Anna first thought that the Dragon Lord had evolved and turned into a ram. Then she woke up, so it was a dream. But if Mr. Dragon had turned into a lamb, he would have been so cute. He heard her thoughts about the ram. Anna couldn't understand how Mr. Dragon could hear her inner voice. The dragon replied that it was a natural skill that developed over time. Does that mean Anna can no longer hide her thoughts from Mr. Dragon? Sunyan wanted to hear what she was thinking about. She replied that even Mr. Dragon couldn't secretly eavesdrop on her thoughts, or she would get angry. The system sent a notification that a large number of players were approaching the underground city. Now he had two options. Option 1, let nature take its course. In this case, there was a chance that the player would not be able to find the entrance to the underground city, or would give up on attacking it. Option 2, if the leader entered the underground city, his dungeon could be in danger. He could have thought that they would arrive so quickly. His underground city is so large, and the structures were so magnificently built. If he is the only one enjoying it, it will be a little lonely. We need to give the players a chance to have some fun. Anna asked the Dragon Lord where they were going. The main character replied that they must of course meet the guests. They were approaching the dragon's lair. The man asked if they were ready. There was no need to worry. He would destroy the black dragon with a single shot. Besides, someone had already dealt with this black dragon before. It was not easy to defeat, so they had to be careful. Last time, they failed to kill the black dragon because the brave but reckless Valdoli was too reckless. These are elite players he has handpicked, who are not only highly skilled fighters, but also skilled with firearms. They didn't encounter a single beast on the way. The girl asked if he was sure this was the right place. It was surprising that there was such a beautiful girl in this team. But she wasn't a player. The man asked who she was and why she had joined the team. Her name is Freya. She is a sorceress who will soon become a star mage. Did they come here in response to the announcement and King Andreas's order to kill the dragon and save the princess? Freya thought they could work together. Of course, they had come here in response to the announcement, but they were working with the strong. They were with a weak girl like her. But doesn't the fact that they didn't notice her presence prove the opposite? She began to whistle, and there appeared a monster. It was immediately attacked. Freya tried to stop them because it was her pet. The girl realized that this flaming stick possessed great power. Judging by its appearance, it was definitely already dead. There was no need to worry, because he was a healer. No matter how badly he was injured, he would recover. Only he could heal any of them. At that moment, the man came back to life. After that, she welcomed them both to the team. The main character watched the newcomers. He even sent a piece of paper there. The piece of paper landed on his face. Legend has it that in the forest of the Silver Moon, there is a magnificent underground city, a dark labyrinth with a terrifying statue of a black dragon, in which the dragon smiles maliciously. Only a true brave man can challenge and enter the underground city, and in the end get the inexhaustible treasure of the underground city. The dark labyrinth awaits your challenge. It's surprising that he didn't encounter a single monster along the way, as they were all hiding in the underground city. Once he kills the black dragon, the treasures will be his, as he has earned them. Freya asked what he was holding in his hands. He immediately threw away the useless piece of paper. The man announced that all the monsters were in the underground city. They had to be taken by surprise and attacked. How terrible of them to attack unexpectedly. They hadn't done anything to them, yet these people wanted to kill them. Sunyan tried to calm Anna down. It wasn't like his head was a rock that you could hit with your hand. She apologized to the Dragon Lord. Anna was very angry, and she would be more careful next time. One can only laugh at the fact that these little people want to attack unexpectedly. There's no need to worry. He'll let them into the maze, from which they won't be able to escape. Su Nian called the hare and the gray wolf. They immediately came to the dragon's side. The dragon ordered his team of fire rabbits to grab their weapons and follow him into the maze. He was going to organize a defense and call a couple of gnomes. The cooler they looked, the better. A little later, the main character asked the gray wolf if he even understood what ferocity meant. He was seeing such ugly monsters for the first time in this world. Perhaps they possessed a talent that could scare players to death. The labyrinth has one peculiarity. They can become invisible to people inside it for 5 seconds. While they are in this state, it is very difficult for people to sense or see them. They must block people's paths as often as possible and eliminate them from the maze. In this place, they must use a retreat plan. If they cannot defeat the people, they must run away. He does not want to see monsters being sacrificed. He abruptly stopped Anna. Anna asked the Dragon Lord how he knew it was her. Obviously, it had been done very carefully, but he wasn't blind. The dragon ordered her to return. She was forbidden to engage in battle, but she began to say that she was very strong and could protect the dragon's lair and the black dragon himself. Anna began to ask for permission. Sun Yan replied that it was dangerous. After receiving permission to go, Anna became much more cheerful and lively, and she stopped being cautious. Is this really the nature of animals? Anna then asked why Selena was allowed to go, but she was not. Now Selena also began to ask for permission. Finally, the main character found out who Anna had learned this from. In the end, the two of them came with him anyway. This is the eldest princess of Elorana, a genius of magic and heir to the star magic. If she wins the Black Dragon's heart this time, she will no longer have to worry about becoming the head of star magic. In addition, she will receive a reward and power from King Andreus and the recognition of her father. This is the entrance to the underground city. She had read many stories about underground cities in the royal library. An artificially carved and realistic stone door like this was only meant to distract the eye. Therefore, this was definitely not the entrance to the underground city. However, he thought it was pointless. Couldn't she see the clues for the players? Then he pulled the lever, and it really was an entrance. What a disgusting piece of trash. It was his fault for clouding her judgment. Could this really be the entrance to the underground labyrinth? There were 3 doors, and it was unclear which one they should enter. She wanted to show mercy and tell them. There was a chance to get out of the labyrinth through all 3 doors, so she suggested that they split up and go through each one together. Even if there was only one real door, if they couldn't get through the others, they would just retreat, find another door, and go through it. However, they don't have time for trial and error. He orders Maiden to lead one group through the door on the left while he goes through the center. The rest, along with Miss Freya, will go through the door on the right. How dare this man ignore her? She wouldn't have gone with him if she didn't need that powerful, huge staff to fight the dragon. When she got out of here, she would make sure her father had this man executed for being such an ungrateful bastard. Suddenly, she bumped into something and didn't understand what had dared to block the princess's path. There she saw a statue of a black dragon. The girl thought the statue looked very lifelike. Even the best sculptors couldn't achieve such a curve. However, the man thought that this statue looked very strange. He even just sneezed. As it turned out, he was allergic to fur. There was definitely a living creature with fur here. They all noticed his message. Another guy didn't understand who would put such an ugly statue in the middle of the road. It should just be blown up with RGB. However, he told the writer to stop. There is obsidian protection up to level 60 here, so weapons won't work. Besides, they'll just attract attention. They need to get out of here, and they need to be careful. There may be monsters in the maze. There's no need to worry. The rate will take care of it. Actually, this statue looks impressive. He even noticed how it had drooled on his clothes. It was disgusting. Only then did he look back and realize that it wasn't a statue at all. This caused an explosion. He immediately grabbed the man by his clothes and asked who had fired the shot. It seemed to be the Wraith. He immediately wanted to find the bastard who wasn't listening to orders. Freya suggested going there, since there was an exit. But then she told him to wait. Hadn't they noticed anything strange? Who had just shown them the way? Wasn't it her? It couldn't be her showing them the way. Didn't their people always lead the way? It was Anna. She noticed that these people were arguing among themselves. The dragon replied that they wouldn't have time for arguments in the near future. He let out a lion's roar. They immediately turned back, not understanding what it was. People began to scatter as soon as they saw the statues come to life. Some were even taken by a bird. A man cried for help. They rushed to run away, but it was too late. The man tried to calm them down. Now they had to defend themselves. They must not forget that they had weapons. And then they saw a huge shadow in front of them. It was the shadow of a dragon. He wanted to try to defeat the dragon, but the main character simply swallowed it. That wasn't enough for his cries. The system reported that he had absorbed 1 RGP projectile. The strength of his scaly armor increased by 0.0001%, and the dragon's breath power increased by 0.0001%. After that, he decided to burn them with his dragon breath. He explained to these stupid players that the narrower the area, the more suitable it is for a large team. Otherwise, the entire team could easily be destroyed. The system congratulated the host for repelling the human invasion. He killed 2,172 people. 54,921 system points were earned. The legend level of the underground city increased by 3,652. Now he is at the boss legend level. A new structure has been unlocked, the Dark Foundry. In fact, he thought it would be difficult to reach the legend level. But now he sees that it's not like that at all. By destroying the wave of players, he reached the first legend level and unlocked a new feature. Construction that will bring true enjoyment. He also asked the system to explain what the legend level was. Legend levels range from low to high. Boss stage, Lord stage, Bloodbath stage, Disaster stage, Saga stage, World Destruction stage, Heaven Destruction stage. The next Lord stage requires a legend level of sub-U. Then each legend stage increases tenfold. Increasing legend synchronizes the increase in impact and interaction. However, the increase in impact affects the entire dungeon, and the impact received is divided equally between the master and his subordinate monsters. So it won't be easy for the master to become a world boss. The system recommended continuing to increase your legendary level. This is due to the underground city being updated and new buildings being unlocked. As the legendary level increases, the underground city will appear on the maps of more and more players. And naturally, more and more players will come here to their certain death. Then all he can do is sit, wait, and occasionally do something. He told Anna to go. Anna explained to the Dragon Lord that the battle was not over yet. There was no time to play now. It was better to leave the cleanup to Apocleus and the others. They had more important things to do. After all this, there was no road ahead, and now they were truly at a dead end. She heard the words that they were truly unlucky. Freya immediately turned around to see who it was. It was her very own servant. He had attacked his mistress. These simple soldiers were so useful that they were easily killed. Freya asked this worthless pig if he really wanted to go against her. He advised his dear mistress to give up resistance. After all, resistance was futile. Freya didn't understand how he had done it, that her powers were now disappearing. What had he done? Did she really think that the brave man only had the ability to regenerate? The girl wondered why she couldn't find him. A man sat down next to her and asked if this was what Her Majesty was looking for. Freya asked why he had the medicine. Was he no longer under control? To tell the truth, he was truly grateful to her. If it weren't for this path of torment and the spiritual tempering of the medicine, he would not have been able to awaken abilities such as deterioration, improvement, and capture one after another. It was time to pay the dear mistress for treating him like a dog and a medicine pot. Suddenly, the main character appeared, who had not even thought he would see such a thing on his way back. In his own palace, no one was allowed to surpass its owner. Anna asked the Dragon Lord what he was looking at. It was so embarrassing for him that he just wanted to show Anna a new dark foundry. She agreed. In fact, in his mind, the building looked different. She replied that the structure of this building was completely unique. Sunyan yelled at the system, saying that it was just a gate. He asked where the large dark foundry was and why there was only this here. The owner unlocked only the dark foundry structures. But to build a full-fledged dark foundry, system points were still needed. To build one structure, you need 5 W system points. This is a terrible system. It just wants to rob him. Other systems give everything for free, but this one only wants money from him every day and doesn't even suffer from it. He can no longer be the owner. Sunyan asked the system that would love him to come here, and he was greeted by another system. The fee for the services of the Justice and Reason system is 49,999, of which 49,999 go toward building a foundry and hiring workers. Only a small portion goes toward maintaining the system itself. This system spends only a few system points to support itself. That's just wonderful. The system asked the owner how he wanted to proceed. He wanted to build the Dark Foundry for free. This was the last time he would compromise. Let her be grateful for that. The system replied that it could be done for free, but only the first 100 standard equipment units would be free. In that case, they agreed. The system wrote a message for its descendants. They should never sign contracts with greedy dragons. They should not refuse to install the self-destruction program to save money. In case of force majeure, the self-destruction program must be activated immediately. They must remember this. This is what the foundry should look like. The main character asked the system how he should work with the equipment. Why couldn't he even see the dwarves or gnomes? Due to low energy, self-repair was activated. Didn't she say that 100 pieces of equipment were free? She must explain what is happening. An old man approached him and explained that they were foundry workers who specialized in manufacturing equipment. The old man asked if there were any tasks for them at the moment. Anna explained to the gentleman that she was not a Dark Lord. The Lord was standing behind him. How inconvenient for him. He turned away to where no one was. And why did the main character start to feel that it wasn't worth his money? Current points: 51,916. This old man probably knows that there is no charge for the first 100 copies. Now the main character wants to forge a long sword. Let the old man tell him what resources he needs, and he will find them. All ore and materials can be used to forge a long sword. However, the level of the long sword that can be forged depends on the materials and equipment of the foundry. With the current equipment, weapons of the highest level can be cast. If the equipment, fire, and materials are all the best, he will be able to forge a divine weapon. The system reported that the owner had received a decision of will from the great dwarf blacksmith, Britta Sanderson Greystone. The owner is immune to decisions of will. It seems that this dwarf is some kind of dark boss, but he doesn't know how the system tricked him into working here. Why does the surname Sanderson sound a little familiar? It seems that in ancient times, a single dwarf followed the conquering king to light the sacred fire. The dwarf who forged a bunch of artifacts and weapons for the conquering king also had the surname Sanderson. Are they related, or is Sanderson the surname of all genius gnomes? The main character has already eaten almost all the gold and ore. So where can he find materials for forging? Sunian asked the master if he could forge without materials. Britt asked the master not to joke about the basic principles. If there are no materials, he must turn to the deity, not the blacksmith. This means that it is not possible. He also remembered that they still had a dozen silver chests that had been obtained from players and prisoners, which had not yet been opened. Perhaps there were materials and ore in them. He ordered Apocleus to bring all the silver chests and keys here. After that, the dragon began to open them. Open the silver chest. A purple item, a roll of silk toilet paper, was obtained. Then he received a purple item, 10 bottles of the highest quality glycerin. And then he received a jar of ancient pills of 6 flavors of the earth. What the hell? He opened all the chests and there wasn't even any ore in any of them. Damn it all to hell. This is a world where leaders are unworthy of living. She also noticed that the Dragon Lord was definitely tired. So Anna wanted to help him open them. Anna opened the silver chests and received 10 purple items of star steel. Just the appearance, a tasteless name, powerful characteristics, the only choice for forging equipment. She was the legendary lucky one. He asked her to open the rest of the chests even faster. The girl agreed. She opened the silver chests and received 1,000 pieces of forged iron. This was a common material for equipment, cheap and useful. Rich, forged 1,000 times and tempered 100 times by human blacksmiths. It could be used to cast high-level items. Next, she received a drawing of a water wheel. It would be best to build it in a stream near the field. This would effectively increase the yield of the fields. And then she received a transformation potion. This potion allows non-human creatures to take human form with a 10% increase in strength for 1 hour. Finally, he understood what the system meant in the description of Anna, the happy elf. She really was very lucky. Anna asked the Dragon Lord to look at this potion. It even smelled familiar. Anna had seen it in the Pearl Forest, and it was exactly the same as the transformation potion. Anna explained that it was a high-level potion for dwarf masters. They often made this precious potion to enable dwarves to take human form. Although it only took an hour to take human form, the potion was very expensive. So, it was a specific local product of this world. If his level increase was slow, he could go directly to the Pearl Forest and collect many of these transformation items. If one potion lasted for 1 hour, many would help him maintain his human form for a long time. She doesn't know when the Dragon Lord will regain his human form. Sunian noticed that she was afraid of him turning into a human for some reason. Something was clearly wrong. Anna began to say that one should not read other people's thoughts. She would not talk to him anymore. After that, she turned away. The dragon handed over the materials he could provide at the moment. Sunian asked to look at them and say what equipment could be made. Meetings immediately noticed the high quality of the materials. It would be possible to make a good collection of equipment. There would be equipment of the highest level. If only weapons were needed, more than 20 could be made. If armor was needed, about 5 could be made. The main character asked what would happen if weapons of the highest quality were needed. After all, the main thing now was to make the weapons popular, not to improve them. Higher grade materials can be added to lower grade materials to increase the strength of the lower grade materials. So, according to his modest calculations, this is how much can be made from these materials. At first he thought of 30. However, the old man had 300 in mind. That many sets is not bad either, but opening treasure chests to get materials is not unlimited. He needs to find deposits of rare metals. Sunian was a little worried. Would the old man's body be able to forge all of this? And when would the equipment be ready? Sir, you may doubt his eyes, but you must never doubt his professionalism. The old man used a quick expansion technique. Anna and Sunian were impressed. The old man asked for a hammer. The entrance to the foundry. The density of this hammer is much higher than that of his armor. How can an old dwarf handle such a heavy blacksmith's hammer? This was to be expected from a master of his craft. Hippoclius reported to his master that the prisoners named by the main character were all in place, a dark prison. The man claimed that these stupid demons would never know how strong they were. No matter how these demons tortured them, none of them would feel any pain. They wouldn't even be able to kill him. A dragon leaned toward him, intending to offer him a possible alliance. But it was a pity that this opportunity had been lost, because this idiot did not respect monsters. This prisoner is a very brave man, and they should treat such a man with special respect. Hippoclius replied that they would do whatever their master said. The main character ordered that his dignity be cut off. He also asked if there had been a recent increase in the percentage of people who grew potatoes and experienced changes in their sexual orientation. After they had done all that, they were to heal his wounds, and when he had stabilized, tie his hands and feet. This man must be placed in a room with people of the wrong sexual orientation. It would be easier for him to die than to endure all this. He even began to claim that God would punish them and curse these bastard monsters. Shounen left this guy so that he could later create plans for building heat weapons and obtain materials for casting. But now it seems he doesn't want to cooperate, so there's no point in keeping him here. The main character heard that this man was also a brave man. Kyle introduced himself as a brave healer. He has decent abilities, and now Kyle has one choice. Either he obeys and serves the main character, or he has no choice but to kill this man. For over 1,000 years, humanity has ruled this continent. Now it is the monster's turn to ride on people and control them. But if he refuses, he will die. Perhaps his technique will work on the black dragon. If he can weaken this dragon, he won't have to stay in this metal cage. One weakening will soften and deform the hard metal, and that will solve the problem. He began to claim that he wanted to be a subordinate of the great black dragon. He wanted to follow the dragon until his death and fight for him. Shounen told him to come closer. The main character uses the dragon's blood to make a contract with him, free his mind and spirit, and transform him with his own blood. He realized that his chance to escape had arrived. He grabbed the dragon and used its weakness. The system reported that he had been subjected to a kidnapping technique. The will decision process is underway. The will decision is complete. The technique is useless. The subordinate rebelled against his master. The absorption and technique process is underway. The kidnapping technique was obtained. The master was subjected to a local deterioration technique. The resistance detection process is underway. The process is complete. The technique is ineffective. The subordinate rebelled against the master. The technique absorption process began, after which he received a deterioration technique. This was the art of reverse reaction. Could the absorption technique really be used in this way? Although some preliminary conditions must be met for this. But the absorption technique is simply amazing. Kyle couldn't believe that his technique had suddenly disappeared. He asked the dragon what it had done to him. The man began demanding that the cursed dragon return his power. Deterioration requires a resistance decision and, if successful, puts the enemy in a negative state, such as paralysis and aging. When used on inanimate objects such as steel and iron, the object rusts and food spoils. That's what you'd expect from a brave man. His skills are amazing. Capture. A volitional decision must be made. After a successful decision, the enemy can be deprived of a skill. It can also be used partially. For example, take away a face to achieve an effect similar to imitation camouflage. The owner can activate only up to 3 of the stolen skills. If there are more than 3, the owner must choose a replacement for one of the enemy's skills. To use skills, you must go through a determination. However, if no decision is made, it will be considered invalid and will not result in any punishment. Kyle asked what he was going to do. After that, the main character used a grab. The man demanded to be released. Shounen didn't understand why a healer would need to learn how to throw an axe. Then he noticed a skill called water gliding. Why would a black dragon need to glide on water? He decided to try the next skill. After several attempts, the system congratulated him on acquiring a skill called improvement. The dragon was happy that he had finally been able to get it. The dragon even wondered if he could use this skill to reduce the caliber of the cannon in Francis and remove its spikes. He began fantasizing about Anna again. Seeing his expression, Anna thought that Mr. Dragon was thinking about strange things again. Shounen noticed that there was another healing skill he hadn't picked up. In any case, he would have to wait for the lottery machine to reset. Instead of using the healing spell himself, he could just let the healer do the healing. He began to feel like he had seen this woman somewhere before, but he couldn't remember where. Shounen asked Hippoclius who was locked in the last cell. Hippoclius asked if he hadn't ordered her to be locked up. The dragon didn't even remember that. The Thunder Mage, Salister. Could the respected dragon have forgotten her? After all, they hadn't seen each other in a long time. Anna was happy to see her sister Evelyn. Shounen told her to stop. Hadn't she died back then? As soon as they realized she was a ghost, they were immediately frightened. She gave it to her. If the girl has something from this person, she can take on the appearance of this person so that no one will notice. But there are only 3 chances, so she must use them wisely. This is the latest information. There is a chance, and she must kill this black dragon. This girl looked exactly like Evelyn. Sunyan saw that this person didn't have an information board. Could it really be a ghost? The system didn't say that ghosts could invade the dungeon. Suddenly, she disappeared in front of them and appeared right behind the black dragon. This girl wanted to send the terrible dragon back. What? Lightning struck the main character. Anna began to worry about him. For every wrong, there is a wrongdoer. If she needed help, she should have said so right away. Of course, he would help her first. Her bracelet was broken. Then she took on her true form. This girl didn't look anything like Evelyn. Her real name was Salacedar. She had minus 80 points of likability. Salacedar felt hatred. Of course, she didn't need help from that cursed dragon. After all, it was the dragon who had killed her. Anna joined the battle, wanting to protect the Dragon Lord. Salacedar knew that she herself had taught Evelyn the art of ice. So how did this girl recognize him? Sun Yan pressed her down with his paw and asked who she was and how she dared to fool the black dragon. Salacedar called herself Evelyn's sister, who had been killed by the black dragon. Sun Yan replied that she now needed to understand the whole situation. When the dragon found her in the Silver Forest, she had already been killed by Blade. He was the same man who had sold her to the bandits. However, Salacedar believed that this was impossible. She had definitely seen the black dragon with her own eyes next to her body. She also confirmed that what the dragon had said was the absolute truth. Sister Evelyn had indeed died when Andreas's army invaded their territory. Salacedar couldn't understand why all this had happened. The black dragon has no reason to be in Gadi, a place of such insignificance. Furthermore, given the current situation, she is in no position to question a noble dragon. The world boss, the Stormworm King, has been detected approaching the black dragon's territory. The Stormworm King has entered the sphere of influence. The master's influence is growing. The influence of the underground city is growing. And the main character didn't understand what the hell this wild cucumber was doing on his territory. If he likes being the world boss, then let him be. Why capture his possessions at all? If the world boss comes here, he will definitely attract a large number of players from the punitive squad. These people must be nearby, setting up camp and waiting for him. He asked the system where the Stormworm King was now. They couldn't let him get close. The location of the Stormworm King is marked on the map. His coordinates are 3415.7938. The master can check this location himself. The dragon immediately flew away, shouting that he had urgent business to attend to. He left everything here for her. Anna asked the Dragon Lord where he had gone. The world boss, the Stormworm King, level 4. The Stormworm King was wounded and weak. However, for the master of the system, he was nothing more than a wriggling noodle. The main character wanted to get this insignificant worm away from his territory. The Stormworm King also didn't understand where the black dragon had come from, especially in the Silver Forest. He remembers that there is only a spider with 5th level soul webs here. In any case, it doesn't matter. The damn humans are coming, so he'd better run away first. He saw the big dragon and now wants to run away without saying a word. His territory is not a place for such reptiles to come and go as they please. The king of the Stormworms explained that he didn't know this was the black dragon's territory, but he is being pursued by a large number of human warriors and mages. So if he doesn't leave quickly, he could get the black dragon into trouble. Not a bad attitude. He could leave if he wanted to, but first he would have to pay for it. After all, these waters belonged to the black dragon, and the blood of the Worm King had stained them, and the dragon would have to clean them of this dirty blood. The king of the Stormworms explained that he couldn't do anything, but his lair was west of the cave. There were many good things 6 miles away, and he promised to bring them when he recovered. Since he had nothing to offer at the moment, his worthless life was not enough to pay for the debt. Behind him, he was being pursued by the warring humans, and in front of him was the black dragon. The Worm King thought he could easily lure the stupid dragon to the humans. The main character asked him if he really wanted to run away. The man with the tail blamed his companion for everything. After all, it was because of him that the king of the Stormworms was able to escape. Otherwise, he would have died from a cannon. The man with the sword replied that it was obvious that there were flaws in their operation. Besides, this boss was not someone who could be dealt with by one person alone. They needed to work together. Someone reported that the boss had returned. The man with the tail didn't understand what was going on. Could this boss have escaped from them and now returned to certain death? He told his men to get ready. His beloved was returning to meet them all. Suddenly they noticed someone flying toward them. It was a huge black silhouette. The system sent a notification that a hidden boss had been detected. A legendary 4th level creature. A black dragon. This was an enemy they definitely weren't expecting to see right now. The main character was delighted to see so many insects here. But the people didn't understand why such an impressive creature wasn't marked as a world boss. Was it really weaker than that ugly black spaghetti worm? This was to be expected. The black dragon's attention was now focused on the people, so he could easily escape while it was busy with them. Sun Yan saw the escaping worm and realized that this bastard had led him here, and now wanted to escape. Of course, the main character wouldn't let that happen. He used his dragon's breath to attack. The people started to run away. A silver chest was visible there, and now the Stormworm King was roasted. People assumed that the floating sausage was actually the king of stormworms, and now he was dead. The guy decided to use the identification technique. Then he saw that the identification technique only showed the level and race, but did not know the skills or weaknesses of this boss. There were a lot of question marks in the information about the Stormworm King, but at least then you could see his skills. People noticed that what was under the dragon was not the horizon, but a life bar. But this life bar was very long. He tried to calm people down. This dragon was only able to kill the Stormworm King because they had severely wounded him. Since he has a life bar just like the Stormworm King, they will be able to wound and even kill him. What a bunch of fools. Now that the right to kill the world boss had been exhausted by this black dragon boss, the only hope was to keep the rewards in the treasure chest. They had to take the chest while they still could. Sun Yan wanted to see what these elite players were capable of. He tried again to calm his subordinates, telling them that they had to hold back the dragon's breath. The priest should remain in the water, and they should cover the warrior who was sustaining the blood. As soon as the dragon's breath passed over them, they should jump into the water. Then the countdown began, and when the count reached 1, they were restrained. The guy immediately praised everyone for their excellent teamwork, but the main character remained silent. People began to pull the chains together in the hope of bringing down the black dragon. The dragon realized that they just wanted to bring him down from the sky. Since they wanted to do it so badly, Sun Yan even decided to help them. The main character would play with them a little. These games were so fun that people started asking for help. After that, the main character decided to crush them with his weight. As it turned out, this man was from the Tianzi family. He would never lose his fighting spirit. And today, he would give the black dragon a chance to try his famous technique. The name of this famous flying meteor technique. The system reported that the player dealt 1 point of damage to the mutant black dragon boss. It's simply impossible. The damage inflicted by flying meteors is extremely high. Even the thick-skinned king of stormworms can be dealt thousands of damage, but now a single strike with this technique only dealt 1 point of damage. Sun Yan leaned forward, wanting to know who had just stabbed him. He then pushed the person away from his body. They couldn't even break through the black dragon's defense. Could this monster really be invincible in this game? Suddenly, they heard a whisper like the sound of the god of death. This was a first-class trick from the first-class player McCree from the village of Singing Birds. He decided to seize the initiative while the black dragon was busy. Macri fired bullets straight at the creature. The main character managed to dodge the bullets with his wing. People thought there was hope, as the life bar began to decrease by 1%. It turned out that this trash wasn't so invincible after all. They just needed to attack together. As soon as the people wanted to attack, they immediately saw that its health bar had returned to 100%. The guys couldn't quite understand what had just happened. It was truly incredible. Perhaps it wasn't too late for them to escape. Meanwhile, McCree was already running away with the chest in his arms. The merchant noticed his escape and realized that this bastard had just made them risk their lives. While he secretly took the chest with the treasure, Sun Yan was equally angry, because this player had dared to deceive him. He had worked so hard to get this chest, and the man had simply stolen it. Now he was definitely finished. So the main character simply decided to burn him. How lucky McCree was that he managed to dodge it. He even started teasing the dragon, who simply couldn't hit him. Out of nowhere, an old man appeared and pinned down the fleeing man. What a disgrace. He was unhappy with what he saw. The old man couldn't understand how a real warrior could be so blinded by his desire. By his greed. The old man's name was Petrov, and he was a little late. However, he was very lucky to have encountered the hidden boss. Namely, the Black Dragon. This battle would be a battle for his glory. Sun Yan simply replied that Petrov wanted to die again. Meanwhile, the old man simply took out another dagger and decided to kill himself. In fact, the main character had seen many people seeking death, but this man was the first to kill himself. Now that's a real warrior. After that, the old man began to drink some kind of potion. At first, one might think that it was a healing potion, but then his health bar dropped from 10% to 8%. He demanded that the Black Dragon fight him quickly. They recognized this man immediately. His surname was quite well known, but another asked if Petrov was really that strong. This old man is insanely strong. He is far above ordinary people. There are even rumors that 99 beasts died under his heavy sword. Petrov received the revealed profession of a warrior and its exclusive abilities. The lower his blood level, the more damage he deals. And when his blood level drops to 5%, the damage becomes even greater. He causes a 10-second invincible blood block and increases his speed and attack power by 50%. Who would have thought that this old man would be so strong? Some were even afraid to leave because of this special ability. Others didn't understand why they couldn't be as strong, wondering if they could change. Petrov explained to the Black Dragon that this was his strongest attack. However, the main character also had no intention of sitting idly by while being attacked. He too decided to respond. At first, people tried to figure out who had won the fight. Then they all noticed that for some reason, the Black Dragon's arm had suddenly turned into a woman with black hair. This time, Chelsea was fighting against Petrov, and again, he lost. How pathetic their hopes were. Sunian didn't know he was sealed, but he received an unexpected bonus, namely the ability to resist damage. Petrov asked the Black Dragon if he really thought he had won. His blood volume had dropped to 5%. Who would have thought that this man would still be alive? Someday, Petrov would become a powerful warrior. Thanks to the Black Dragon, he had 5% of his blood left. He would be invulnerable for 10 seconds. The dragon's attacks would be useless against him. The Black Dragon only has a few seconds to accept its death. There weren't many men left who were as strong and hardworking as him. They decided to support Petrov by giving him a buff and a shield. After all, he wasn't fighting alone. As soon as he felt the boost, he immediately attacked the Black Dragon. The old man immediately turned around, because there was no sign of the Black Dragon anywhere. Suddenly, he heard the voice of the main character saying that 10 seconds was very little time, and that it was worth nothing. Since those seconds had passed, it was now his turn. He activated the teleportation spell. Water poured down on the players from above thanks to the teleportation spell. And then the dragon decided to add a little more heat for them. People started to swim away as soon as they realized that the Black Dragon was heating up the lake. Apparently, he just decided to boil them alive in this water. Those players were pretty good too. Now that he's done everything, he can go back to his treasure, Anne. He began fantasizing about the girl once again. Then, out of nowhere, a red-haired man attacked him, striking him with his sword. Because of this attack, he lost 12,537 health points, despite his sturdy armor. The main character immediately wanted to find out who had wounded him. To do this, he used his secret vision. This person seems to really enjoy hiding. He never thought that his flying sword skills would prove so powerful. Fortunately, with his invisibility, the Black Dragon won't be able to find him. The fact that it's a dragon now seems to be driving him crazy. But why is it suddenly so hot? The man saw the Black Dragon behind him. How did this creature even know he was hiding here? Speed was the only way to escape this predicament. With his light weight and agility, this stupid dragon would never be able to catch him. What kind of monster is this? The bigger it gets, the easier it is to defeat. Not to mention its powerful attacks and thick blood. But its speed is also very high. If he had known, he wouldn't have been so foolish as to test the power of his flying sword. He called him Grandpa Dragon, Brother Dragon, and Father Dragon. He just accidentally grazed him with his sword. But the dragon is fine, and now he can just let him go. How funny he is. Sun Yan would make sure that this guy died, but he had to find a way to get more use out of him before killing him. He can leave alive, but first he must help the great dragon open this platinum chest, or he will simply burn this man to ashes. It seems that this monster is interested in what's inside the treasure chest. Or perhaps it's because the contents of the chest can only be used by monsters, but they have no way of opening it. But for now, it's best to stay alive, because dragons are a treacherous race, especially black dragons. The man agreed. He would open the chest for the great dragon. However, the Black Dragon must swear by his blood and the gods he believes in that he will not harm the man after he opens the chest. The main character was even ready to sign a contract with him. There was something strange about it, but he couldn't figure out what it was. Only then did he realize what was going on. The contract was not valid until the chest was opened. This shameless dragon had deceived him. Sun Yan explained that he was acting strictly according to the contract. The system reported that the owner had contacted the Chinese player and suggested reading the Chinese player's data. The Chinese player's current strength, ancient physique, effective infrastructure, and excellent cooking skills. Perhaps in the future, he would be able to attract Chinese players to cook for his dungeon. The player's world is more like a parallel to the previous world. Knowing the talents of each camp is very important, because a lot depends on it, especially how long he will live and how exactly he will live. It seems that you need to get to know the players from different regions better. The system congratulated the owner on opening a platinum chest and receiving fortification blueprints, a black dragon guardhouse, a scroll to switch to the hidden profession of Dragon Knight, an order from to build a city, which was automatically converted into a scroll building upgrades, and it's time for high-class spatial rings. This golden chest contains many useful items. Black Dragon Outpost. Level 1 can be upgraded. located outside the dungeon with a radius of 3 kilometers. Has a unique passage ability. Hidden profession? Dragon Knight. Building improvement scroll? Can improve any normal building except the main city. Highest level spatial ring. Although the ring's space is only 10 cubic meters, it is very stable. Time is completely fixed within it, so its storage capacity is extremely high. There was a note saying not to place living creatures in the spatial ring, otherwise he would be responsible for the consequences. He was also surprised that he couldn't place living beings in it, or else he would be responsible for the consequences. Suddenly he became curious about what would happen. It's a pity that those players are already dead. If he hadn't been so impulsive at that moment, something could have been done. The Black Dragon outpost has a unique passageway. Therefore, the enemy must capture it to continue their attack on the dungeon, but it is impossible to bypass it. According to the instructions, the Black Dragon outpost is the first line of defense for the entire Dark Dungeon. It must be built immediately. To build the Black Dragon outpost, you will need 10,000 building stones, 1,000 units of wood, 50 units of obsidian, 10 units of amethyst, and 10 units of gold. The master does not have the resources to build it. He still has to craft and gather the materials in this scroll for construction. How greedy this system is. Does it not even fear being reported to the Space Court? The system asks the owner to be patient. The gold in the chest is distributed by the player invasion system. This system is only responsible for analysis and providing hints to the owner. All chest consumption functions are unrelated to it. In that case, he wanted to know if it was possible to buy gold jewelry in the system store, and if there was an amethyst necklace there. The main material for the composition is obsidian. Meanwhile, this system dares to claim that it has nothing to do with it. It has all the materials needed to build a Black Dragon's stronghold. If the owner does not have enough materials, this system can give him a 10% discount on the raw materials needed for construction. He was angry at the lie that he could only get 10%. Just look at this mercantile capitalist system. How much do gold and amethysts even cost in this strange world? Is this system really going to force him to exchange his system points instead of just giving them away? The owner can also choose not to buy and slowly collect materials. This system is humane and will not carry out any forced buying or selling operations. All of the owner's actions are carried out solely at their own discretion. He wanted a 95% discount. However, the system cannot do that. If it sells materials at a reduced price, the system will collapse. Then he asked for a 90% discount. The system apologized again. Now he asked for a 70% discount. As soon as he heard that the system wanted to apologize again, he offered a 50% discount. If that didn't work, he wouldn't use this system for reconstruction. He would just continue living as he was and sooner or later become invincible. A 50% discount could be granted, but the owner could only purchase some of the materials needed for the current construction. Anything beyond that would be charged at the original price. In the evening, Apocleus reported to the master that the stones and wood had been gathered as he had ordered. The conditions had been met, so the system asked him to choose a construction site. This circle is the area of influence of the Black Dragon's pledge. The most extensive location is the one that coincides with the dungeon. He confirmed the construction at the site above the dungeon. After that, they saw a golden statue of a dragon. Could it be unlocked by a fingerprint? They even have advanced technology here. After pressing the fingerprint, he realized that this outpost was completely hidden behind a veil of light. Unless someone got too close, no one would notice that there was an outpost here. It's great that there's a light screen here. Before attacking the dungeon, any intruder must pass through the Black Dragon's outpost. Otherwise, they will be stopped at this border and unable to proceed further. Black Dragon Outpost. Currently, 50 units can be deployed. 1 leader is available at this time. The first function is augmentation. All troops are deployed in the Black Dragon Outpost and have received a significant increase in strength. Mirror. All objects in the outpost can withstand a maximum of 20 people at a time. Even more people will be sent to the mirror to fight mirrors of objects of the same strength as those in the outpost. Resurrection. Creatures killed in the outpost are not actually dead. Each time the owner kills an invader, he accumulates soul energy for the Black Dragon outpost. The dragon wondered if this thing was just a copy of the dungeon or if it was just for players to hone their skills. The system didn't seem to want to explain anything. The system explained that players who died in the outpost still received double system points, but the real goal was to reduce the numerical advantage of the players. If you think about it, there is an advantage, namely that only 20 people can enter the dungeon. And that's if they can at all. In fact, the dragon had also thought about this. But in the future, the system should speak up more often and explain things right away so that he knows that it is an intelligent system and not a mindless tool. Now it was time to test the main function of the Black Dragon's outpost, forming troops. Before him stood a select elite of creatures. They would be the first line of defense at the outpost. However, this composition did not seem complete, and it still lacked someone who could heal them. It seemed that when he had free time, he would have to go to the Silver Moon Forest to capture several magical creatures with healing skills as his subordinates. And then he would have to cast a wave of echo reinforcement so that the defense could be considered complete. The main character decided to place 1 trained gnoll, 10 psonglavs, and 40 flame creatures. Everyone was sucked inside. This system is truly unusual. He would simply walk through the front door and sense the power of the creatures. There was a greeting at the Black Dragon's outpost. They must prepare for the trials of the Dark Lord. Of course, if they fail, they will face a long sleep forever. The second voice was that of the main character. The system is good, but this is not necessary. This player will undoubtedly be alarmed by the huge black shadow as soon as he enters. But that's not the effect he wants. Shounen asked if he could make his own changes to the structure of the troops at the outpost. For example, their behavior, positions, and so on. Otherwise, they would just patrol around, becoming targets for players to shoot at. The system replied that the master could do as he wished. He wanted to change the tactics from a breakthrough to a battle of attrition, where each party is assigned 3 or 5 creatures, and each party fights the player for only 3 minutes. Even the elite boss would participate in the battle, but it would only be a 3-minute fight. This was the only way to make it work. The previous tactics were simply inadequate. The system asked to develop the final step of the ambush plan. Equipment items dropped from the ambush for players. The main character immediately flew into a rage and asked if she had made a mistake. Now he had to give the players some equipment. Had the system forgotten their agreement? They were here for Togo, to drive the players out of this world, not to make them stronger. Enabling this feature will attract players here. After all, there is no portal here. If there is no benefit, they will not come here. Thus, the host's development will be limited. Normal fire rabbits can drop 1 type of equipment or material. The dragon asked if he could make you as much equipment or materials as he wanted. When the host took control of the foundry, the system automatically unlocked this feature. The host only needs to spend the specified energy points to craft equipment. The current energy level of the dungeon is at its highest. The master can create equipment and materials of the highest level and below. The usual material is hot radish. It is so hot that it can burn your throat. Eating it feels like eating a fireball. You can even make it so that when someone eats this radish, a fireball flies from your back at the target. A high-level material is shock radish. As soon as you bite into it, you will experience a shock and vibration throughout your entire body that will last for 3 minutes. Shounen asked if it would be possible to separate these 2 materials. 1 system point is needed to make spicy radish. 3 system points are needed for shock radish. Spicy rice will drop from a regular flaming rabbit. Shock radish will drop from an elite flaming rabbit with a drop rate of 20%. Development has been completed. Open the new Black Dragon outpost. The difficulty level is normal. Players who wish to complete it must go to the Silver Moon Coast near the country of Andreus. The rewards are very generous and will help all players in their development. And again, this Black Dragon. Not only did it lose its resurrection ability, but it also lost the key to the golden chest. But it wasn't all for nothing. It turned out that the abilities of the indigenous people are much greater than the definition suggests. In addition, they can use the contents of the treasure chest, which contains important information. She didn't understand what it was, but she felt the power drain from her entire body. It was so hot that she couldn't stand it anymore. Shounen couldn't even imagine that there would be such a strong reaction. It wasn't so bad after all. He still had the Dragon Knight scroll in his hands. Anna's appearance changed. Now she had wings and horns. Anna couldn't believe she had grown wings. Most of the Dragon Knight's skills were aimed at strengthening the dragon. And during the dragon's enhancement, you could get some feedback from your skills to better protect yourself. But he didn't expect a change in form this time. Spiritual Dragon Shield. The Dragon Knight casts a shield with 10% health reserve on the dragon and himself. While the shield is active, the dragon and the Dragon Knight can take damage from each other at will. Devastating Strike. The knight can use a one-time buff on the dragon, doubling the damage of its next melee attack. Permanent buffs are also used, reducing the damage taken by 20%. Dragon Breeding. Increases the chance of conception by 50%. The main character doesn't even know if it's true or not. Rolls-Royce had to urgently report something to his master. Shounen replied that he had to tell everything in 10 words or less. Just 10 words. But now he only had 7 words left. Rolls-Royce replied that Madraco would not admit it. It was true that low-level players were quite stubborn. The main character gave him a building upgrade scroll. He would improve the dungeon. Then he would place it in a dark dungeon, and they would find out what to do next. Shounen gave this beautiful ring to Anna. In fact, the ring was just one of the gifts. The real gift was inside the ring. Anna asked if she could really open it. The dragon replied that she could. Rolls-Royce noticed Anna. After that, the main character threw him out of the cave. He hates dragons who have no sense of boundaries. Now that the strangers had safely left, she could open her gift. Anna explained that the dragon didn't mean any harm. He just wanted to share the joy of receiving a gift. There's no need to make a fuss about it. Let her take a look inside. There was a dress for her. Sun Yan saw from her expression that she liked the outfit. He had even picked it out himself. The temperature can also be adjusted. However, Anna replied that Mr. Dragon was bad. He was always thinking about indecent things. She is an elf, and he is a dragon. He can't help it. The dragon simply thinks that in this hot summer, this dress, which automatically regulates the optimal temperature, will help her sleep better. Anna asked if he really thought so, and his words were truer than pearls. She called him a fool. After that, Anna flew away. Spring came and the little creature came to life, but he seems unable to enter this room. If he had known this beforehand, he would not have changed the characteristics of the room to suit the tenant. He would enter anyway, even if he couldn't. He and the hero tried to squeeze through the passageway and told Anna that he had entered. It was better than the beautiful bed Anna peeked out from. Sun Yan immediately wanted to go further. Meanwhile, Rolls-Royce didn't understand why his owner had kicked him out. It hurt. That must be how it is. His owner is motivating him. He has to prove himself to his owner and make this Maydraco tell everything to justify his expectations. A dungeon. At night, a man agreed to help make a weapon. Anything. Just to be let go and not tortured anymore. However, Rolls-Royce replied that that wasn't all. Anna called him Mr. Dragon, and Sun Yan wanted her to call him simply brother. At that moment, Rolls-Royce burst in and said that he had managed to talk to the man. The man promised to share his human intelligence with them and help make all the strange weapons, even the materials needed to make them. He happily said that they could be dug up in the mines, and he knew where they were located. Sun Yan angrily praised him for his excellent work. Then she struck the dragon, who did not understand the atmosphere. Climb the Silver Moon, the coastal area. Black Dragon supplies. Why did they suddenly arrive here? The painting depicts the Black Dragon outpost, which is the first line of defense against the underground Dragon City. Only by passing the trials at the Black Dragon outpost can they enter the dungeon, kill powerful monsters, and obtain the best equipment. The world is becoming more and more like a game. Sometimes she really can't tell if it's real or a game. In this world, they are invaders. And since they are invaders, they should act like invaders. The most important thing is to capture this copy of the dungeon. Besides, the more the world resembles a game, the better, so they don't even need to worry about it. The current number of team members is 17. The maximum number is 20. It seems that there is even a limit to the number of participants who can enter. But they thought that as many as there were could enter. The girl suggested that the captain return, as she felt it was dangerous there. The man replied that if she was such a coward, she should stay there. But she wouldn't get the reward either. The girl asked them to wait for her. Suddenly a muscular rabbit attacked them. She immediately started running. The captain demanded that they not scatter and return. After a while, the entire group was killed. The system congratulated the owner on receiving 17,000 system points. Inside the main hall, she had prepared today's lesson. Sun Yan immediately recognized the woman who had tried to kill him. This was due to a misunderstanding that was cleared up when His Majesty showed her his sister's grave. As a mage, she could sense that her sister had died peacefully. And as an apology for the misunderstanding, she volunteered to help the Dragon Lord by teaching the creature the magical arts. They agreed yesterday that from now on, Anna would spend half the day learning magic from Salus. That way, they could make the most of his talent. But Anna has absolutely no talent. When she found herself in the Emerald Forest, she tried to do it 10 times, and 10 times nothing worked. There was a chance that her talent lay elsewhere. In any case, if she followed Sulister and studied hard, she would become stronger and stronger. She would not be inferior to the other magicians. Anna asked if that was really true. Sun Yan asked when he had deceived her. Her brother had already deceived Anna. Had he forgotten the time he gave her a lollipop? He immediately blushed. The system reported that a special NPS had been detected, calling out to its master. Of course, he would answer the call. He was mortified. Theme asked the master to choose a teleportation mode. Full teleportation or separate teleportation. The dragon asked what the difference was between them. Full teleportation. Teleportation of the master's actual body. In this case, he takes the damage himself and experiences all the pain. Separate teleportation. In this case, only part of the master's soul remains in the body, which reduces the risk of serious damage. Then there's no point in choosing, definitely the second option. The teleportation model has been selected. This task requires 2,000 system points. Teleportation has been activated, so the system asked to wait a while. This damn system doesn't even suspect that 2,000 points is too much. The spell has been cast, the soul extraction is underway. The Colosseum of the Airyland Empire. They must kill her, tear her to pieces, and skin her alive. She will feed her baby to her heart's content today. The lion attacked the poor girl. The spectators shouted that he was doing the right thing. He should tear her to pieces. She must be made to suffer, and better yet, bite off her head. Dern, the third princess of the Airyland Empire. A man asked if Her Highness was really going to kill this girl once and for all. His Majesty would not blame them. The princess told him to shut up. She was nothing more than a commoner, born out of her father's whim. Her father would never come out to care about this worthless elf who didn't even have a name, and she had a natural ability to destroy herself. No matter how much they tortured her, no matter what they did to her, she survived and her wounds disappeared completely. Darna called Abri. She had heard that there was a dragon in heat, and now they saw a reason to let the Black Kitchen drag her to her death. So Darna suggested letting her dragon in. She wanted to see something more interesting. The dragon appeared. He approached the poor girl, who was already torn to pieces. The most interesting show was about to begin. Today she wanted to find out if the elf's body could recover after mating with a dragon. Darna laughed heartily. The others were very frightened. She had already appealed to demons or angels. The elf begged and even offered to let the slave remain with her for the rest of her life. The deal was struck. Then the main character appeared, who suggested that he was from the Dragon Clan and had been summoned. He saw the arena where he had been summoned for the first time. What was there to be afraid of? He was such a beautiful black dragon. Was it really that scary? What was that sticky stuff? His body looked as if it had been torn to pieces by a wild beast, and now a dragon had stepped on him. The elf asked for help. Sunyan was surprised that she was still alive. She must have a strong will to live, like a cockroach. So it wasn't the dragon that summoned him. It was the elf who looks like a little girl. How dare these insignificant creatures lie to the great dragon? Let them just die. The others didn't understand where the black dragon had suddenly appeared from. They just started running away. The man hoped that this dragon was Her Highness's pet. Derna knew she needed to calm down. The appearance of this black dragon was a coincidence. They begged Her Highness to gather the Colosseum guards and stop the black dragon so they could leave the Colosseum in peace. There was nothing else to see here. Darna told him to shut up. How dare he tell her what to do? The guards protecting the Colosseum were the best of her men, but they would not be able to hold back the black dragon for long. Judging by its size, this black dragon must be between a young dragon and an adult. A powerful, legendary creature of the 5th level. But a 5th level Silver Knight wouldn't be able to defeat such a dragon. To do that, they would definitely need a 6th level knight from the Golden Horde. With the help of a spatial ring, a scroll appeared in her hands. This letter is an urgent distress signal, and the pigeon will fly straight to the nearest city defense commander and show the coordinates of the place from which the distress signal was sent. There are 4 lords of the city guard who guard each of the 4 gates of Aerolin. Each of the city guards is a knight of the Golden Order, so if they wait for the knights to arrive, the black dragon will not be able to do anything. The dragon asked if the system could do anything to quickly bring her to her senses. And why there are no healing potions in this stupid system store when the players have them. This system is completely useless. The master could pour dragon blood into the summoner, or the power of this system's rule is not the same as the power of the player's system. This system specializes in modification, not changing the rules to directly create things. So this damn system admits that it's worse than another system. After that, he decided to use his blood. Thanks to this, she began to heal. The subordinates asked the commander if they should attack him. The claws of this black dragon alone are wider than the heavy balls they hold in their hands. However, the commander believed that they should still attack. He ordered them to prepare their crossbows. Sun Yan did not understand where the chirping was coming from. The warriors noticed that the dragon was looking at them. The commander ordered them to raise their crossbows and take aim. Then he ordered them to shoot. Under a hail of arrows, he attacked the black dragon to kill it. How ridiculous. This was a crime against the great dragon. He used his tomb to deflect the weapons. The captain's armor and weapons fell to the ground. He cursed the damn dragon. The man still took his sword and wanted to try again to kill the dragon. However, his weapon broke against the main character's sturdy scales. Soon the beetle would be dead. Sun Yan asked what he would prefer, lava breath or hot steam breath. Suddenly, another knight appeared. The knight immediately attacked the main character. The knight noticed that this swift blow, though not at full strength, had only pierced a few points. Sun Yan also noticed that he had not used all his strength, but he had managed to pierce his armor. The knight noticed that this black dragon was very strange. It was obvious from his aura that he had not yet reached maturity, but his armor surpassed that of many adult dragons. Paracord, a knight of the Golden Horde, level 59, 6th rank. With the strength of his current incarnation, he is a formidable opponent. Since he is a knight of such a high level, it is not surprising that he was able to pierce the dragon's armor. If he can't do it on the first try, he'll try again. The main character realized that this was no ordinary bug. With the help of his palm, he was able to take the blow. It will be difficult to deal with the Knight of the Golden Horde. He could try if it were his real body. Suddenly, he felt a very powerful pressure. It was coming from the palace at the top of the mountain. The state of Erelin, August Crone, the 8th level Knight of the Split Sky. Even the system told him to leave immediately. As soon as the dragon heard about the 8th level, he knew he had to get out of there immediately. He also thanked him for the clairvoyance technique. With this technique, he could avoid trouble. Suddenly, another attack was directed at him, which he managed to notice. This attack followed him wherever he flew. In fact, this was the problem. His wings were burned, so he couldn't fly. In addition, they had a projectile that tracked its target and hit it. Wasn't that cheating? Fortunately, the main character has a weapon, namely the Dragon's Word, to neutralize this weapon. All steel weapons were deactivated. However, only then did he realize that he had failed to neutralize it with the Dragon's Word. And then the attack caught up with him. As soon as he landed, another projectile flew toward him. When will this ever end? The projectile landed right in front of his feet. He then noticed that it was a wooden spear. No wonder the Dragon Word didn't work. It would have been a disaster if this had been his real job. The power of the 8th level is so terrifying that he was injured by a normal wooden spear. Fortunately, no one would notice him here. But why did he always have this feeling that he had forgotten something? And why was there something strange in his hands? Then he noticed that he was holding an elf girl. He had completely forgotten about her because of the intense battle. Fortunately, the summoner was not yet dead. If he kills the creator or takes her by force, there is a chance that he will be able to obtain this ability to self-heal. Then he will become an invincible black dragon. To do this, he used a grab. The system reported that thanks to the grab, he had become more resistant to premenstrual symptoms. What the hell? He couldn't believe they could take that ability away. Sunian used the grab a couple more times, but it was still useless. The system reported that if the target is a special NPS and the power of the grab is lower than the sequence of the current NPS's main ability, the main ability cannot be captured. It would be better to just kill her. In any case, he decided to let her recover here for now. He would return to his body to heal his wings. After a few days of rest, Kayar should have recovered a little, so he would try to see if the recovery skill could speed up the growth of the dragon's heart. The main character asked this man how he was doing here. Kayar demanded that this despicable, unscrupulous robber return all his powers. Sunian replied that he should continue to praise him, as he enjoyed it. After that, the man asked why he had come here in the first place. Did he really want to take his last remaining ability? The dragon noted that the brave healer had misunderstood everything. The self-healing technique was only as good as he was. His spirit had been strengthened by his countless trials, and the dragon could not take that ability away from him. Kayar suggested that the dragon wanted him to heal him. So first he took away all his strength, and now he wanted the man to help him. It would be easier to just kill him, since he refused to heal the dragon. This guy doesn't seem to realize the seriousness of the situation. This is an unusual prison. A black prison of pain that will increase the pain by 200%. Why did the main character call Apocleus? He immediately asked how he could serve his master. The guest who arrived is dissatisfied with the service in the dark dungeon. Therefore, in the spirit of service above all else, the dragon needs him to personally provide this guest with the highest level of service. Hippocles replied to his master that everything would be done. He would make sure that the guests experienced high-quality service in the dark dungeon and felt at home. He brought a huge chest with various items. Apocleus explained that this was the first part of the service in the dark dungeon, called the tool check. This was the first set of chairs for the player's pain and screams. The name spoke for itself. If they were going to use these poorly designed tools to force him to do something, they could forget about it. He had endured much more than they could imagine. He had developed such a tolerance for pain that hammering nails was nothing to him. In that case, he'll definitely be pleased with the specially designed set of torture devices they've called the Special Unicorn. He didn't like this device very much. The third set of tools consists of a simple bag made of demon skin and a piece of copper. Since he is one of the most exclusive guests, he can choose one of the following services, and they will offer him a buy one, get one free deal. The man asked if he could choose nothing. If he didn't choose himself, they would do as they pleased. So did he really want to give up his right to choose? So he decided to choose it. They brought additional items that come with the torture device. The man began to insist that he hadn't said anything about additional items. Hippocles asked if that was true. If so, he apologized and said he would mention it in advance next time. The man began to beg them to stop. He would do anything and would treat the black dragon. Sunian ordered him to be released. He was very happy that the man's opinion had changed. The man apologized, saying that he should not have challenged the authority of the black dragon. He began to beg for mercy. After that, he used his healing skill. You didn't notice that this man's soul had begun to crumble. The system reported that he had been affected by a healing spell. His wounds on his wings were healed, and his heart growth time was reduced by 10%. That's a bit of a weak reduction. Originally, he wanted to make this man a hospital worker. Perhaps it would be better to capture his healing technique and then kill him with poisoned wine. The system sent a request saying that it would be better not to do this. Restoration participants, there is a major drawback. It damages the user's mind and soul, but thanks to the special nature of this brave soul, this damage is negated. If the owner uses the restoration technique, the stability of the owner's soul will decrease and the soul will split. That is why this Kayar bursts into tears every time he uses this technique. But after a while, he recovers. It's better to forget about it for now and come back next time. He was sure that this person would be very happy to help the Black Dragon as a healer. Today, they would learn to summon the element of water. Anna and Selena could now practice on their own. They were very happy with this lesson and called her teacher Sally. Selena succeeded, but suddenly her spell broke and now she was wet. She was upset because she had failed again. Sally replied that it was normal to fail. She had also failed at the beginning. Anna drew attention to herself because she had succeeded. It was impossible. Only 2 hours had passed, and Anna had already summoned water elementals of different shapes. Even as a good student, it had taken her at least a week to master this skill. Anna had mastered this skill well. Sally had never seen such a gifted mage as her. Anna asked her teacher how long it had taken her to master her water element. At that time, it took her about an hour. Anna thought her teacher was simply amazing. It took Anna almost 2 hours, while it took the teacher only an hour. So Anna still had a lot to learn. In fact, she was very good, and the speed of mastering magic was not a reflection of the power of the gift. So they shouldn't dwell on that, but try to summon water elementals and try to communicate with elemental beings. And then they would see what came of it. After that, Anna tried summoning elementals again. The teacher couldn't believe that she had managed to summon such a large elemental gate on her first try. It was 5 times larger than the gate that appeared when she summoned it. An elemental appeared from there. It noticed the Black Dragon watching. The teacher couldn't believe her eyes. A novice elemental summoner had summoned a 4th-level water elemental leader. Now she was very ashamed of herself. Anna asked teacher Sally how she liked the water creature she had just summoned. Perhaps she needed to change something. Her pronunciation and spells were still a little imperfect, but already very good. There was no need to make any special corrections. She just needed to practice more, increase the speed of her spells, and raise her hands a little lower. Raising them too high made them more tiring. Suddenly another one appeared. It seems to me that she is not quite up to the normal summoning of the water element. For example, she always feels like she is communicating with a stronger water element. Even more power wanted to come out, but she felt that she would not be able to control it, so she pulled it back for now. She did everything right. The water element is so strong that she can't control it yet. If a greater force came out, it probably wouldn't obey her commands. When Anna gets stronger, she can summon it again. That was all for today's magic lesson, which made her feel a little sick. Anna asked her teacher if she was okay. Actually, she knows a few more simple ways to help her get rid of the discomfort. Sally replied that there was no need, as it was an old ailment. Healing spells don't work on it. She thanked her for today's lesson and said she would bring the next one tomorrow. Then she said goodbye to Anna. Then Anna noticed that Mr. Dragon had arrived. In fact, she thought that the teacher hated Anna. It seemed to her that the teacher was not in the best of moods. The dragon explained that this was not the case. The teacher did not hate her at all. It was just that, as a human being, she inevitably experienced all kinds of blows, but after many blows, she would get used to it. The main character ordered the 2 water elemental leaders to be sent back. They were just taking up too much space. And then Anna said goodbye to them. The girl asked the dragon how he summoned the water elementals. She just hoped she had passed the test. That was to be expected from the head teacher of Saliceder. She was very patient and resilient. She had not only passed the test, but exceeded all expectations. Hadn't she seen how her teacher had run away in shame? If Anna had time, she could take Selena to the underground river so she could practice a little. She should be more concerned about whether she passed the test than Anna should be. Anna agreed. It feels like he's forgotten again. I need to think. Maybe he'll remember what he forgot. The mountainous region of Erilan, inside a cave. The elf woke up and didn't understand where she was. Then she remembered that she had been brutally torn to pieces. Could it be that the only creature she had called for had really appeared? Only then did she notice the changes in her body. The elf thought she had become a monster. If she became a monster, she would be able to kill those terrible people who had killed her mother. Even if she became a demon, it would still be a good outcome. But the girl didn't understand where she was. She could see light in the distance. Perhaps there was a way out. As usual, he was fantasizing about Anna. She asked the Dragon Lord if he was okay. The main character replied that he was fine, so he liked everything. But did he like this? He tried to stop Anna. It was the elf checking to see if there was a way out. He immediately woke up because of that damn insect. It was she who disturbed the sleep of the great black dragon. The girl immediately bowed and apologized, because she didn't know that the great black dragon was sleeping. So this is the summoner who left almost no one alive. It seems that the dragon's blood mixed with the girl's blood and actually changed her body. From her characteristics, he saw that she was no longer human. She was taller than the transformed dragon. If the main character had to define her, she would be a dragoness. As for the blood ability called Nirvana, it was probably the source of the girl's powerful self-healing ability. A special NPS of unknown level was discovered. It should help the NPS fulfill its wish and gain a special ability related to something unknown. Su Nian asked what kind of game the system was playing with him, what those question marks were. Since special NPSs don't have names, question marks are used. If she doesn't even have a name, how good is she? But he assumes that the so-called bonus to special abilities is most likely Nirvana, or at least something related to self-healing. With these amazing self-healing skills, wouldn't he be invincible? Considering that this was her first mistake, he would forgive her this time. Since this elf was a summoner of black dragons, he could grant her one wish. But she had to remember not to be too greedy. She was immediately delighted when she heard about the wish. She wanted to kill the one who had hurt her mother and avenge her death. This was her greatest desire. The reason she lived. The great dragon agreed to her terms. He would help her fulfill her wish. In return, the dragon wanted to know who the enemy was who had killed her mother. It was King Erlen. Her mother was an ordinary seamstress. The king forced himself on her one night, and since her mother was a commoner, she was forced to live in violence. When the king learned of the elf's existence, he took the girl away from her mother by force. Moreover, he ordered his soldiers to brutally kill her mother. The royal family cannot leave the country, so she was left alive. And to keep her mother silent, the king killed her without mercy. For years, she was imprisoned in the palace of Erlen. She does not know why the king did not get rid of her, and she was not sure why he did not do so. But it seems to be somehow connected with her healing. Today is the day she comes of age. But she was knocked out and taken to the Colosseum, as if they thought they could finally kill her. He definitely couldn't defeat the king. Even in his current body, it would be a difficult challenge, not to mention the monstrous strength of his enemy, his army, and the huge number of powerful people under his command. That's enough to keep the Black Dragon from invading them, not to mention that they have every possible defensive structure on their walls. When he flew back, you saw that dragon crossbows were installed on the walls. They probably hadn't been used in a long time, so there were no soldiers guarding them. Otherwise they would have fired for sure. The palace of the kingdom of Erlen. The father hit his daughter and called her stupid. Darna apologized to her father, saying she had made a mistake. He had told her that she could play with the child as much as she wanted, but she couldn't kill her. And he couldn't lose her, because she had what he needed. Hadn't he told his daughter that? Darna replied that he had. If it weren't for the fact that before the ritual, the power inherent in the bloodline had to be activated to its fullest extent. Did this girl really think that the king didn't know what she had done to his precious material? Darna began to explain that she didn't know either. A black dragon suddenly appeared in the Colosseum. She didn't expect the black dragon to take the brat away. If she had known, she would have taken her to her private chamber instead of the Colosseum. She knows absolutely nothing. The king asked if his boots were beautiful. Darna replied that they were beautiful, that her father could wear them, they suited him well, and that there was no more charming man in the whole kingdom. After that, the guards heard some suspicious noises. The king came out and ordered that a blindfold be made for his daughter, the third princess. When she woke up, they were to warn him. The next time she made a mistake, he would gouge out her other eye. The Hall of Erlen. It took him so much time and effort to find the conversion ritual in an old church book. They can transfer the elf's blood power to him. After so many experiments, they are almost close to the final step. But how could he not be angry with them for letting the material for the ceremony get away? Now the king wants to know how the young black dragon ended up in his kingdom. They asked His Majesty not to be angry. The dragon appeared out of nowhere. Otherwise, a dragon of that size would have been easy to spot, even if it had flown into the city at night. Does he really think it was teleportation? He may be a knight, but this southern continent is at his disposal, where a magical web is woven. The king knows more about magicians than all of them put together. Training a magician is very difficult, and opening a teleportation array is even more difficult. And now they're going to say that there's a portal to the Colosseum in his kingdom. He began to explain that there were no traces of teleportation in the Colosseum, let alone a permanent portal. But there are many other ways to perform a similar function to teleportation. As he sees it, This is a description of the use of spiritual magic by ancient humans. Only instead of summoning a god, they summoned a conquering king. According to the scrolls, the soldiers of the Rhinewinter Empire had the special ability to quickly summon the conquering king from the capital, even if they were on the front lines. The king asked what he was trying to say. It is written in the scroll that when the conquering king is summoned, a strong vibration occurs in the surrounding space. Then the conquering king arrives before the soldiers, as if he were a god from nowhere. The Colosseum also has traces of strong spatial vibrations. Therefore, he suspects that the Black Dragon arrived at the Colosseum in a similar manner to the conquering king. And the place where the Black Dragon appeared is the place where the king's ritual materials are kept. Now that the Black Dragon has taken the ritual materials, she most likely has them. He ordered them to go to the mages and prepare a tracking spell. There should be some leftovers in the Colosseum. He will be assisted by 2 more knights of the Golden Order, so they must not fail their king. The knight thanked His Majesty for his mercy. He knew that she wanted to take revenge and kill the king, but that was highly unlikely. The king was a knight of the split sky. He was an old monster of the 8th rank. He suggested that she change her desire to something else. For example, killing the princess or something else. However, the elf was determined to kill the king, as he was the source of all tragedies. How disobedient she is. Sunian asked if he could crush her to death. Didn't the system say that if the person with whom you made a contract dies, you will receive their powers? First, the master must fulfill the contract after its completion, and upon the death of the special NPC, the master inherits all abilities. He shouldn't have promised this girl to fulfill her wish. It was the biggest mistake, and now there's no turning back. There are no time restrictions in the contract, and it doesn't say that he has to do it himself. Then why not just let this special NPC go? How can she notice that the Black Dragon isn't strong enough to avenge her? And there's no point in him spraying the king with his fiery breath. This enemy is her enemy, and she must take revenge herself. The elf asked for directions. Now she has unusual abilities. For example, she can unleash dragon power or breathe fire like he does. Right now she is only evolved, but she is not a true Black Dragon. So why not go and create her own army, then turn this country upside down, and destroy everything in the presence of King Erlen? Memories immediately flashed through her mind. If these people were given a chance to fight for their destiny, they would strike back with a powerful counterattack. She thanked the Black Dragon for his guidance. The dragon had no idea what she had understood. In any case, it worked. As long as she didn't pursue him, she was free to do as she pleased. This girl must go and work hard. The Black Dragon would always watch her back. She must understand that a single spark can start a fire. A journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. A drop of water penetrates a stone, and an iron pestle can be sharpened into an embroidery needle. She noticed that the words of this legendary creature were profound and philosophical. She asked the Great Master to give her a name. It was an honor for her, and she would follow him forever. Since that was her wish, he would grant it. Now her name was Shyvana. Sunyan wanted her to be calm, cool-headed, and collected in the face of the enemy. He looked forward to it. Shyvana burst into tears and thanked him for giving her a name. It was the first name in her life, and she would cherish it. Isn't she asking for too much and just walking to her certain death? His enemy is still the Knights of the Broken Sky. He was a Black Dragon, not the Virgin Mary, and such righteousness was not his style. If he were strong enough to fight an 8th level knight, he would be happy to help. Now the system must immediately teleport him back to the lair. The system replied that the contract had not been completed. Teleportation is impossible. The master can fly back to the dungeon on his own. This damn system is trying to force the dragon to help fulfill this damn wish. Since this trash system can't teleport him, he'll fly back himself. Erlen isn't that far from Andreus anyway. The system asked him to look at the map. Explanation of the dots. The red dots are enemies. The green dot is home. When they just managed to surround him, and why the system didn't even warn him about it. The master can switch to his real body and spend a few system points to teleport Anna to himself, which might help the situation. The system had been thoroughly tested, and the strongest enemy on the map was only a Knight of the Golden Horde. He was just a weak dragon and couldn't defeat a Knight of the Golden Horde. On another mountain, an Archmage teacher in a dark robe. She watched the dragon and Anna. She doesn't even know what the dragon is so happy about. The great Archmage was informed that the dragon crossbow was ready. The girl ordered the crossbow to be moved slightly to the left and aimed at the center of the mountain. The knight asked if she was sure that the dragon crossbow would drive the black dragon out of its lair. Of course, she was sure of it. There were 5 threads on these dragon arrows. These threads form 5 spells, namely, sharpness, swiftness, pursuit, explosion, and armor piercing. These arrows are fast and powerful enough to pierce the mountain. However, the first arrow should only pierce the mountain. it is impossible to kill the black dragon with it. Therefore, after the arrow is fired, the second arrow must be loaded immediately. But they don't have any dragon items, so when firing the second arrow, you need to aim carefully and fire. The spell, Pursuit, is still useless. She also informed Mr. Wilson that she had set up an air barrier. We need to say one thing in advance. Due to the large area covered by the air barrier, they will only be able to hold back the black dragon for 10 minutes. In 10 minutes, they must make sure that they can hold back the black dragon. The great mage need not worry, as his knights are fully prepared. As soon as her dragon arrows destroy the mountain, they will move in to restrain the black dragon. She ordered them to prepare to fire the dragon arrows. Then the first arrow struck the mountain. Sivana thought that someone was trying to kill them. The main character grabbed both girls and flew out of the lair. But why did he still feel as if he couldn't fly? Only then did he notice that the space was limited. Another arrow hit the mountain directly, and the next arrow hit him in the back. Because of this, he descended. He would kill those damn little people. What spirit he has! The dragon hunter's first arrow hit its target. This black dragon is much stupider than they thought. If he hadn't grabbed and protected that girl, he could have dodged the arrows. She ordered the next dragon arrow to be prepared immediately, and they were to aim the next arrow at the black dragon's heart. The situation was tense. The man warned everyone to be careful, as the black dragon was about to breathe fire. The front line had to start pulling the dragon away. Sun Yan attacked them with his flames. The dragon's breath would weaken as the distance between attacks increased. Therefore, they had to defend themselves with shields to block the flames. The other knights began throwing chains. Sun Yan used disarm, but then he noticed that there was a high-ranking magic purification priest here. Because of this, his magic was dispelled. The main character was struck with a sword. He became angry and wanted to attack them again with dragon flames. At the same time, they were preparing a new spell. These special chains were designed specifically for huge creatures and have excellent elasticity and resilience. If things continue in the same vein, he will simply be wrapped up like a rice dumpling and killed. They also noticed that the black dragon was trying to break the chains. They had to stop him quickly, because they were already halfway there. What a ridiculous sight. He's just a stupid creature. This dumb dragon can't even touch their clothes. It's laughable to think that this is the legendary black dragon. Even his breath is about to spill out of his chest. The fact that these knights are so eager to attract his attention only confirms that something is going on with these chains. This black dragon has crossed all boundaries. In that case, they will first have to find the dragon's weak spots. It seems that the red crystal on the black dragon's chest is its weak spot, and this black dragon will protect its weak spot first. But even so, he couldn't hurt this creature with his sword. How tired he was of these damn insects. Their despicable behavior enraged him. The black dragon was truly surprising. They didn't even know he was quite so intelligent. That was an oversight on their part, but his resistance was still pointless. The man used a technique to destroy dragons. This technique caught up with the dragon. Sun Yan noticed that the light of the sword was filled with the grief and rage of his own people. These mental images, vivid memories of the souls of the dead, emanated from the sword's light. The master had mastered the dragon's word, royal power. But even after that blow, he remained unharmed. That's simply impossible. After that, the main character used his roar. The dragon's word is a special 5th level spell. When the master uses the dragon's word, he gains complete control over everything within a 100-meter radius. The king's greatness is unbreakable. My fertile land is your grave. When an enemy provokes the master, they are held accountable. Within the radius of the royal power, the master's willpower and resistance increase by 1. The enemy's willpower ratings are reduced by 1. The master's ratings are effective against skills, but not against the weapon itself. The master's will rating is higher than that of the dragon destruction technique. Therefore, he is immune to attacks from this technique. Although he does not know why he suddenly rose 1 level and why he acquired the word dragon, he understands the effect of this word in principle. Within the range of the royal power, they cannot inflict any physical or spiritual damage on him, since these attacks cannot be composed at all. The same applies to the dragon-slaying technique that the Knight of the Golden Order just used. If these bastards want to kill him completely, they will either have to attack from outside the range of the royal power, or be 2 ranks higher than him. Now these insects must prepare for his wrath. All mages must release their shields from the fire element. However, the shield melted. The man screamed for help, but it was too late. The knight decided to attack the dragon. However, the main character reacted quickly and got rid of the knight. With his last ounce of strength, the knight begged to leave quickly. Above them stood Sun Yan, who asked if they were really going to leave. No one would leave here today. Let them taste a bullet from his dragon's breath. Suddenly he was imprisoned in a spatial prison. He did not understand why he could not move. This form had been created by a great sage of space, one of the most powerful mages of the Arelin Empire. Space magic. A prison net. His Majesty is very disappointed in them. They were delighted that Agras's mentor had come here. They could not have imagined that this black dragon would break free and not only become even more powerful, but even master the ability of such spatial magic. So that was their explanation. Upon their return, they could expect severe punishment from the king. After that, he opened the portal. When they fire their dragon crossbows, Argus will clear the way for the arrows to hit the black dragon. But they must remember one thing. He does not have the power to use spatial confinement again. Therefore, there is only one chance to kill the black dragon with one shot. Otherwise, they will be playing with demons in the arena of Erelin. There's no need to worry. They are ready to fire the dragon crossbows at any moment. The main character also heard them talking about the crossbow. These people have another one. He demanded that the system summon his real body. But who knows if he can even stand up to that crossbow. The system apologized, but the master won't be able to stand up to it. A dragon-hunting crossbow was specially prepared for him. Professional mages engraved 5 types of runes on it to kill him. What the hell is going on? He was just summoned to the arena to complete a task. Does the king harbor some kind of grudge against him? Or is it hatred for Sivan, who almost died there? Sun Yan asked the system to immediately generate an effective survival plan for his avatar. He could feel that these people were about to shoot him. The master could teleport his real body to Anna, and this system would guarantee that Anna would have a solution to the master's current difficulties. Is this system really going to teleport Anna here, then play around with the dragon and Anna to its heart's content before changing hosts? This damn system has a good plan. All the system points he had before will go to hell. The system asked the owner not to be impatient. The system has its own mechanism for calculating combat power. Is it possible that the owner really cannot defeat Anna, but the owner himself does not realize it? Sun Yan asked the system if it had calculated everything correctly. Could it be that he really cannot defeat Anna? 5,000 system points will be added for transferring the real body. 1,000 system points will be required to teleport Anna. But he thought they would get this service for free. She's just mocking him. Since the host is in a spatial state, but the system must counteract the force of spatial restriction during teleportation, the host must invest system points. In any case, he decided to activate teleportation. Argus ordered the dragon arrow to be fired. The arrow was fired. Anna noticed that the Dragon Lord was calling her. The girl really found herself next to him. Then she noticed that the Dragon Lord was in danger. She then summoned the 7th level Lord of the Tide Elementals. The Master should not even dream of defeating him. This is the aura of the main dimension, and there are even more delicious offers here. Then the Lord noticed an arrow flying toward them. He only moved aside, and the arrow almost hit Anna's shield. The girl risked her own safety to protect the main character. He simply couldn't believe his eyes. A single insignificant 1st level mage had summoned a 7th level elemental lord. After that, he noticed that an attack was directed at him. They don't think they can do anything against a space mage with unlimited space. Fortunately, there is a life potion that speeds up the recovery of all bodily functions. Therefore, he must do everything in his power to stop this attack. She simply couldn't believe it. Anyone who harms the Dragon Lord should not exist in this world. Argus understood that this half-elf was a genius. Such a genius would be a great danger to the human race if he became a member of the Black Dragon family. Therefore, he must either be subjugated or completely destroyed. To do this, he used a spatial prison. Walls appeared around her, but she would not give up so easily. Anna wondered what to do now. The Dragon Lord approached Anna, who also decided to intervene in the battle using the dragon's word. Royal power. Argus had no idea what was on the Black Dragon's body, like a wave of space. He felt that his spell had weakened considerably due to the Black Dragon's proximity, and the stability of his spells had dropped sharply. He was in the same magical environment as the Black Dragon. Their powers were balanced. It didn't seem like the Black Dragon was sucking all the elementals in the space around the mage. If the Black Dragon could do that, then how did it end up in a spatial trap? He realized that the field on the Black Dragon is a field that follows the Black Dragon. The mage's spatial limitation is greater than this field, so he can control the Black Dragon. But his spatial area is smaller than this field, so he is weakened. Argus didn't have much magic left, but with his years of experience fighting monsters, he could still defeat it in a short period of time. The suffocating pressure disappeared. It seems that the Black Dragon's territorial power is also short-lived. Therefore, now is the best chance to kill the dragon. He ordered them to use the crossbows as they saw fit, and he would make sure they could kill the dragon. His shield was destroyed. The dragon's paw was about to crush him. However, he managed to teleport away. Sun Yan was surprised that he wanted to escape. This old mage must be running out of spells, so now was the time to kill him while he was weak. Such an opportunity could not be missed. A wild race, like red dragons, with their primitive claws and teeth. The main character used his dragon breath. Since he liked to play so much, the mage suggested he try it. In ranged combat, the black dragon can move around as it pleases and dodge all attacks. But in close combat with a black dragon, it can be restricted to a narrower area. There is definitely something strange about this mage, especially in how he uses his aura and energy to change shape. It was a good idea to use breath as a shield against the dragon's breath. In that case, let him taste the dragon's claw. He'll see how strong that shield really is. Argus appeared behind him. Then he wounded the dragon, and behind the man appeared the Lord of the Water Elementals. Anna used a fireball. Thanks to this, he was surrounded. It's the same old trick. They won't be able to lure him into a trap with that. Argus teleported again, and because of that, the attack hit the Lord of the Water Elementals. Anna was also concerned that it hadn't worked. Then the man headed back toward the main character to attack him again. He couldn't even touch the old bastard. The old man quickly dodged the attacks, disappearing into space. Sunyan had thought that he and Anna would be able to defeat this mage with his small reserve of magical power. It seems he underestimated him. The Star Circle mage is 3 levels higher than the main character. And even if his magical power runs out, he can still control the dragon and Anna as if they were in the palm of his hand. On the other side of the mountain, Sunyan used his whisper breath. He was determined to catch this annoying man. Argus didn't understand how the dragon could have foreseen where he would appear. Fortunately, he had a protective shield in the form of the hero's cloak, so he should be able to get out of here. This shield was strong enough to withstand any physical attack up to the 7th level. Now he couldn't scream anymore. An arrow was flying toward him. He decided to let the old man fall straight onto the flying arrow to finish him off. That's simply impossible. How did the arrow end up aimed at Argus? Because of this blow, his shield was destroyed. Sunyan covered himself with his wing. Anna asked the Dragon Lord if he was okay. The main character replied that he was fine. They had finally dealt with the mage who had caused them so much trouble. The Palace of Erlin's Soul, the Hall of Statues. There were many statues there. However, the statue of the mage began to crumble. A subordinate reported to His Majesty that the statue of the great mage of the Star Circle had exploded. A broken soul statue signifies fall and death. How could a 4th-level black dragon possibly kill a space mage? A bell appeared in his hand. Then 3 people appeared before him. He ordered them to find out who had killed the space mage and bring him to him. After that, the king ordered to kill the black dragon and bring back the woman who could heal herself. Mountain range. They were looking for the lowest wizard. She knew that if she returned, she would die. Therefore, she needed to hide. Suddenly, she was struck by lightning. Using fragments of the space mage's soul, they traveled back in time and learned that he had been killed by a dragon's arrow. And the dragon's arrow had been shot by this mage. She began to justify herself, saying that she didn't do it on purpose. The girl was aiming at the dragon, but she didn't know why the great space mage suddenly appeared in the path of the dragon's arrow. The black dragon must have taken control of the great mage. The king asked if she really thought he would believe that. How could a 4th-level dragon defeat and control a Star Circle mage? He ordered her to be locked up in purgatory so she wouldn't bother them anymore. The girl insisted she was telling the truth. Only then did the king ask about the black dragon and how it was that they had not yet brought the girl back. The black dragon had already escaped by the time they arrived. Besides, it was very cautious. There were no information carriers left to track its location, and the dragon's scales and blood had evaporated in the flames. As for the girl, she's probably already dead. That's simply impossible. The principle of the tracking spell is to trace the bloodline using the blood of the bloodline contained in the body of the one being tracked. Hair was used as the tracking material, and now that there is information that she cannot be tracked, it means she is dead. Or there is a possibility that her lineage has changed, and she has become a necromancer, or an elemental organism or something else. But overall, it's impossible to do in such a short period of time. That damn dragon dared to interfere with his plans. Andreas's first fortress. Sunyan wondered what he had stepped on. Anna noticed that they were the remains of a corpse. How disgusting. The bodies the dragon had stepped on must belong to Andreas's soldiers. There were insignia she had seen in the royal library. The king's own soldiers. In theory, they should be the strongest army in all of Andreas. But something was wrong with these bodies. They had been buried by other people. He knows that this is an artificial burial, otherwise how could so many bodies have been buried in the ground like this? However, that's not what Sivan meant. She says that these bodies are most likely undead. She felt a very strong aura of the dead on the fragments of the gravestone. She must be joking. How can a ghost bury the dead? And it didn't even think to leave gravestones. The fact that the corpse was buried and laid to rest, that it did not become undead, meant that the other undead must have had some kind of intelligence. Any undead whose intelligence is not low must be high-ranking undead. She became curious to know how these soldiers had died. Judging by the wounds on their bodies, they had died not only from weapons, but also from magical wounds. They were killed by outsiders. Outsiders, aliens, also known as the Chosen Ones. These are humanoids that recently appeared on this continent. They are arrogant and ferocious. and their leaders possessed the power of resurrection. There were only Andreas's soldiers and traces of magic at the site, and no combat damage. There was no need to guess that this was the work of humanoids with the power of resurrection. In that case, she thought about the Dragon Lord's early home. The people who grow potatoes are also aliens to some extent. The reason Togo allows the Soglaves to sleep next to them is to prevent those people from committing suicide. Because if they commit suicide, they can be resurrected from the gathering place. Perhaps she remembers the human villages they destroyed earlier, and the man who attacked them with that strange weapon. At that time, he said that they were uninvited guests in this world, strange creatures that can be resurrected. She believed resurrection was impossible. However, these invaders do not return to life indefinitely. They have a time limit, and each time they die, the time required for their return increases exponentially. Sivana asked if they were their enemies. Of course they are enemies. Therefore, when they encounter these aliens, they must be killed without mercy. The first fortress has already been captured. He asked Siobhan if there was another human defense nearby. 3 kilometers to the north was the city of Silverlight. 7 kilometers to the northwest was the city of the White Bear. There were no large cities to the east, only a small town and a few villages. He decided to burn these remains. The nearest city is the city of Silverlight, so they will head there first, to see what is happening there. Perhaps they will meet those people from outside, where the undead arrived. The city of Silverlight. All the defenders and walls are dead. The smell is still fresh, so they must have all died a day or 2 ago. A street in the city of Silverlight. Perhaps this is the work of those people from outside. They are too cruel. This city is already in decline, and there are no enemies here. They are simply invading and destroying. In that case, they will go to the city of the White Bear. Perhaps there is a war going on there now. In the city of Silverlight, the dead girl rose. The man repelled another attack with his axe. The king was not sure they could hold the city with the men he had. These barbarians from Erelin were good fighters. Oleander replied that they would not be able to capture the city. King Andreus had no choice but to let go of his fears and pitiful hopes. The city would remain, and the king would live. The city would fall, and he would die too. An army arrived, demanding that they surrender. The enemy was approaching. They were advancing so quickly that they would reach the walls in 10 seconds or so. The king told him to shut up, because he could see everything perfectly well. Enemy troops began to fill the trenches. The enemy divided into 2 groups and began to fill in the trenches to the west and north. They had earth mages, and they filled in the ravines so quickly that in 5 minutes at most, they would be able to fill in the ravines they had dug. Suddenly water appeared there. The water is coming from the broadleaf forest outside the city, and he secretly ordered his soldiers from Carlisle to dig a ditch to bring it here. But this is not the first time that a river has entered the trenches around the walls. The dragon did not expect that these soldiers of the White Bear City were still holding their defenses. Sivana asked if they would attack. They could save the defenders of the White Bear City and destroy the invaders together. She thinks that the Dragon Lord is capable of turning the tide. There is no need to write. Their presence here is icing on the cake, but what is truly valued is a gift of coal in the snow. Therefore, we must wait a little longer. The treacherous Andreus is still hiding. But do they really think that will stop the great warriors of the cherry blossoms? They are too naive. In the face of absolute power, no strategy is worth the effort. Some mages used ice magic and frost bolts on the water. We need to freeze them and move on. The enemy mages are advancing. Where did all these mages come from? And since when did mages fight as well as soldiers? Now the siege is coming to an end. Death to King Andreus. They were all determined to kill this king. At that moment, someone intervened in the battle. She turned to the human king and asked if he needed help. She easily dealt with some of the people. The king thanked the beautiful girl for her help. Her kindness saved the king of an entire country. Whatever she wished for, he would do everything in his power to fulfill it. Of course, he was not omnipotent, but he would do everything he could. Oleander asked who she was. Sivan told him that she'd come to save them. Moreover, they had a common enemy. The man asked why she had decided to save them. However, he was more interested in who she meant by common enemy. Their common enemy was people from outside. Wasn't he curious why they just appeared out of thin air? It was true that they were not from this world. And besides them, they had another common enemy, and that was King Erelin. She asked the warrior Carlisle Oleander what he would say to this proposal. This woman not only knows the secrets of these unknown enemies, but also knows exactly who he is and who his enemy is. He doesn't know what she's up to, but there's a saying, the enemy of your enemy is your friend. Therefore, for now, he will temporarily trust her. It would be difficult for them to repel the attack of their enemies. Although with his own strength, he could escape on his own. It's pointless, he'd rather die here. If she says she can save them, then she means it. Suddenly she bit herself. Then Sivan jumped onto the tower. She began to summon the king who sleeps in darkness. With her own blood, she calls upon him to bring death and plague to their enemies. They wanted to capture this beauty and have some fun. Suddenly they felt an earthquake. The great black dragon servant answered the call. These insignificant ants must now prepare for death. He was even a little ashamed. Who could have come up with such a shameful bad phrase? The master appears as Shyvana's summoner. In the following actions, the impact level and legendary level will be divided between the master and Shyvana. However, because of this, the wall fell. The enemy broke into the city. The black dragon summoned by the enemy helped them break through the white bear's walls. On top of that, it destroyed the entire wall. Does this mean that the black dragon is actually their friend? But since he has a red line, he must be hostile. The black dragon cannot be on their side. Besides, he can attack them at any moment. And why does he look so familiar? But he just stood there and read his prepared lines as he was supposed to. And he left as he was supposed to. But the wall suddenly collapsed. Was it really that fragile? The main character breathed his dragon breath on them. It was very hot here. He ordered the soldiers to run under the dragon's belly. That way, it wouldn't breathe fire on them. The mages had to keep their distance, moving a little further away from the black dragon's domain. No one could stop the great Sakura Empire, not even a legendary creature. This was their attempt to attack the great dragon using underhanded means. How pathetic they were. The system reported that many points had been awarded for killing people. The general's plan has failed. He can see it himself. He's not blind. The black dragon is smarter than they thought, so it looks like they won't be able to capture this city. He ordered everyone to retreat, because there is no need for more senseless sacrifices. The lives of the great Sakura warriors are priceless. His subordinates reported that everyone should retreat quickly. The general was already the first to leave. He didn't like that these insignificant ants wanted to run away like bugs. Desolation. Its movement didn't suddenly stop. Could something have happened? It wasn't even running on gasoline. So why did this chicken suddenly decide to go on strike? He looked around and even thought it might rain soon. It looked very scary. Could this chicken be afraid of it? He tried to pick up the stupid bird. It's just a normal thunderstorm. There's nothing to be afraid of. Because the rider had been beating it constantly, it simply decided to throw him off. After that, the animal ran away. He demanded that the damn bird come back. There's a black dragon there. Does it really want to turn into roast chicken? Similar items from the system store are also so-so. But why is the ground shaking? Is it an earthquake? Only then did he see the undead behind him. The general started running, telling everyone to move aside. A horde of undead was approaching them. However, no one believed him, because people didn't understand how there could be undead creatures on this remote peninsula. He was just trying to force them to retreat straight toward the black dragon and give him a chance to escape. How despicable of him. But now they understood that it was all true. However, it was too late. They were indeed undead. There were so many of them that they had to run. They were doomed anyway. They would be able to resurrect themselves. They just had to turn around and fight the black dragon. At the same time, they could lure the undead army there, and then return here when they survived, and possibly make a few more lucrative deals. He had reached this level and become mayor. He had every privilege imaginable. Every life was precious, and he couldn't just die like that. The system reported that the user is under the influence of the undead wind. Willpower has been successfully activated. He is not susceptible to the undead wind. He is under the influence of the undead's cries. Willpower has failed. He gains a level, and his speed is reduced by 8%. Why the hell did his speed decrease? He was trying to run faster. The system reported that his limbs were immobilized because he had swallowed a large amount of undead breath. Due to the large amount of undead hatred he swallowed, he lost the ability to fight them. It wasn't moving at all. These undead seemed familiar. Then he remembered that they were corpses from the battle in the city of Silver Light. And that's the tailor's daughter. She turned into an undead and probably wants revenge now. However, she won't be able to kill him. Insignificant undead can't even fight the living. She has become something inhuman, and now even thinks she can do something to him. He didn't even need to say much. The dead have no minds, so there was no point in talking. She wouldn't understand anything anyway. The system reported that he had received a curse. This curse cannot be removed by resurrection. He needs to buy an item from the system store. The man didn't understand what she had given him, and why this curse couldn't be removed with resurrection, and now he needed to buy something from the store to remove it. Hadn't they agreed that resurrection would fix all anomalies? He demanded that she take this filth away from him. The curse of the sorrowful soul. The curse locks the soul and cannot be removed by physical resurrection. Therefore, you need to buy a divine purification potion from the system store and take it 3 times to completely remove the curse. The beginning. A completely new organ appeared on him. Every 10 hours, a necromancer baby would hatch from this organ. born by consuming 50% of his blood and removing a random part of his body. She decided to strike him with scissors. Because of this, his head fell down. Anna also noticed that there were undead creatures there. From the city of Silver Light, those corpses turned into undead creatures. It happened very quickly. These undead were awakened by higher-level undead. Perhaps they remembered the anomaly they had encountered earlier in the forest. At that time, the city of Silver Moonlight was full of sorrow, and this sorrow was the best material for the undead. High-level undead did not need to perform any rituals. She could directly awaken these dead bodies by infusing them with the breath of the undead. Anna asked if they now had to attack the undead as well. There was no need to do that because the undead had already completely taken over the atmosphere. It was a cloud of death. If they entered this cloud, their spirits would be weakened. When that time came, it would be difficult to say whether they would be able to release such a large fireball. Sivana asked the master what they should do now. The undead are a mixture of the breath of the undead and non-critical rage. Under normal circumstances, the cloud of death would thicken as the undead were destroyed. However, today everything is different. When players die, they do not turn into undead, and their lives cannot be replenished in battle with the undead. If they do everything right, the cloud of death will eventually become thinner and thinner until it dissipates. They need to retreat to the city of the White Bear. Sivan will order the soldiers to begin repairing the walls, and Anna will help with materials using earth magic to strengthen the walls. The walls were a good barrier against the undead. At least with them, they will be able to save as many human defenders as possible. Now he must believe that she can solve his problems. He was grateful that they were helping them fight off the invaders. His promise still stood. He wanted her to become his advisor in the kingdom of Andreus, equal in rank to him, and he was ready to share with her the power and wealth of this kingdom. Sivana replied that now was not the time to talk about it. It is a plague and an army of the undead, gathered from all the peaceful inhabitants of the city of the Silver Moon, and it is approaching here. How is this possible? And where could the undead have come from? This place is separated from the undead desert by a vast ocean. They were awakened by a high-level undead. Now, while the purpose of this undead is still unclear, she wants him to immediately begin building a new defense system for the walls. She and Lady Anna will help him with the power of earth magic. He immediately remembered that name. This girl looks familiar, especially like the slave girl from the Green Spirit Forest who seduced the Black Dragon a month ago. Not to mention that this elf was too sick to survive and become a mage of such a high level. Even a black dragon cannot reach the 5th rank in a month. Even if she had counted on the dragon's help, she must be dead by now. How could anyone survive near a black dragon? This black dragon and the half-elf, half-dragon are definitely not the two from the Silver Moon. It's all just a coincidence. He could have killed them when they were alive, and now he can kill them even in death. What just flew in, and what is inside his body? The willpower decision has failed. He is cursed. Every 5 minutes, he will receive a willpower decision. If the decision is successful, he will be immune to the effect. If the decision is unsuccessful, he will feel the pain of undead death. Resurrection cannot be cancelled. You need to buy the required items from the system store. Players only feel 10% of the pain, therefore he is not afraid of it, believing that it will not hurt at all. Suddenly, the system reported that the pain system had been disabled. He felt terrible pain. Suddenly, another monster appeared. The main character noticed that something was wrong. Almost all the players were disappearing, but the accumulation of resentment was only increasing. Perhaps that was their ultimate goal. The inhabitants of the city were white media. He decided to make better use of it. He didn't see any point in keeping it, so he just decided to leave it with him. It was good that he had been so thoughtful. Only an idiot would throw away such a high-quality ring. Now it came in handy. Perhaps this ring could smooth out the zombie aura. Selena didn't understand who was scolding her. After that, the main character used the ring. It really worked. However, another undead creature appeared. Because of that, the ring cracked. It seems that one ring is not enough. The system reported that it was affected by the undead scream. Flight speed reduced by 8%. It's surprising that such an undead creature even has a reverse score. His body began to fall downward. What kind of undead is this? If it falls on them, it looks like it will turn into a zombie. Why does this undead horse look familiar? Its clothes really resemble someone. Maybe Bob has become a zombie. Something seems wrong. Then it's better to try her improved inferno. The man asked her to stop. This old man is going to hurt them. He'd better get out of the way. This guy Bob was his friend. He wanted to check something. If he doesn't remember them anymore, the girl will be able to attack again. Undead are creatures whose memories of their past lives are gradually erased by the breath of the undead. He fell to his knees and begged her to let him try. She agreed, but gave them only 10 minutes. And when that time was up, Anna would use her inferno. He tried to get Bob's attention. They had grown up together. It's better to attack directly. This method of awakening the undead's consciousness won't work. Still, it's better to wait 10 minutes. He said Bob's name. Could he have remembered? They used to go to the bathhouse together. They washed there and peed. They also wanted to go to their neighbor's bathhouse and peep on her together. He seemed to remember it immediately, and replied that this man had made a mistake. It wasn't him. After that, he simply decided to leave. So, it could have been like that. If he remembers correctly, there is a village of Sakura players there. That's what they deserve. They earned it. The city of the White Bear. How good it was that they were finally free. May His Majesty be blessed. When he returns home, he will offer 10 pieces of brown bread to the goddess of time, whom he believes in. The king thanked them for their help. Without them, the city of the White Bear would not have been able to survive. If they managed to recruit these two, there was a chance that they would be able to continue expanding the territory of Andreus. Erlan was beyond their power for now, but they could try their luck in the island nation of Ogilal. There, the main character appeared and asked the king if he still remembered him. He didn't even know who this great dragon was talking about, so he was very forgetful. But a few months ago, he had set a trap and tried to kill the black dragon. The bait was the so-called Princess Arya. Then he remembered. But a month ago, he had attacked a young third-level dragon. In the end, it escaped. Perhaps this young dragon was the black dragon's younger sibling. All of this was pointless, so he decided to acknowledge that the dragon was his younger brother. He complained to the main character about the villain's actions. The king's army ambushed him and seriously wounded him. He even sent a third-rank mage after him. Therefore, he now had to offer some kind of compensation. He decided to grant him the status of protector of the kingdom of Andreus, equal in status to the king, so that all the people of Andreus would worship him. He was clearly mocking him. Sun Yan wanted to gain the king's power. This man would be worthy of becoming his puppet. And if he refused, the black dragon would kill him right then and there. He begged the great dragon not to kill him. The king wants to become his puppet and give him the entire kingdom of Andreus. This choice saved his life, and now he must sign the contract. With tears in his eyes, he did so. The system congratulated the master on gaining control of a human country. For subjugating the kingdom of Andreus, he received 200,000 system points. The master's reputation increased. His legendary status was raised. Sivan and Anna shared their legendary status with him. Not bad at all. He hadn't even expected any big rewards. Perhaps this king does not fully control his country. His power is a facade, and the real power lies in someone else's hands. He doesn't even know if it's foolish or reckless to go on a military campaign when he can't even protect his own kingdom. Sivana noticed that the undead army had changed direction, so she asked her master what they should do now. Now they think that she summoned the dragon and Anna, and the king has decided to recruit her. Sivana will return with them, and it would be best if she could persuade Carlina's warriors to join him along the way. Now he has to fly somewhere, and then they will meet in Andreus, the city of Sakura. At the meeting, the player bought 5 bottles of Divine Grace Potion. 50,000 system points were spent. This curse buff spawns babies every 10 hours. But who could have thought that twins would be born at the same time? He spent so many aggression points to buy these bottles of Divine Grace Potion. A subordinate ran to them with bad news. The undead were about to attack the city. According to the patrol players, they were less than 500 meters from the city. The man asked if he was sure about that. The subordinate would not dare to deceive him. They needed to set up defenses quickly. He hadn't even thought that when he returned to the city and had barely recovered, the undead would follow him. Did these bastards really think that the people of Sakura could be so easily intimidated? The warrior players took their positions on the walls. All the mage players were in their places on the tower. The priest players were also in position. The reason this evil had been able to defeat him in the city of the White Bear was that at that time, the mages had been practically crushed by the Black Dragon. Now there is a city of players that needs to be defended. They are just small monsters with experience, so people should not be afraid to follow him. A demon attack has been detected. Activating player resurrection point protection mode. The resurrection point has been detected as the player's city, and the following permissions have been granted based on the city's development. Magic and combat air and divine energy recovery increased by 20%. City wall strength increased by 20%. The system sent a notification. This city is the last resurrection point for Sakura players in Andreus. If the city is destroyed and there are no surviving Sakura players within a certain area, all Sakura players in the current region will lose their chance to be resurrected. How fortunate that they have a resurrection point that can be defended. It's just a bunch of worthless undead. Sakura players aren't afraid of them. However, these undead were under Bob's command. Fear began to spread. These debuffs are piling up too quickly for them to get rid of them. He ordered the mage players to shut that filthy bastard up. This undead is only level 30. They won't be able to withstand fire magic. Sun Yan asked the system if he would destroy the player's defenses and destroy the walls of the newbie village, and then this undead would come there and destroy the players. Would he get any benefit from this? In this scenario, the master would still be able to increase his influence. However, it would not be a significant increase, and his legendary status would not be greatly enhanced either. Wouldn't this affect his ability to obtain the core of the player's city? The system replied that it would not. Fragments of the player's city core can be picked up freely and are not the exclusive property of the owner. There is no reason to doubt this. A man shouted that a black dragon was approaching. We need to run for cover quickly. And then he noticed that the dragon's breath was aimed at the priests. There was an explosion. Where did this black dragon come from? Why didn't they know about it? And isn't it shown on the map? There's no point in trying to stop it. This black dragon will attack not only the players but also the undead. Everyone must return to their homes. The houses are protected and sturdy enough. They are not easy to destroy. Why did these players return to their homes? Isn't that certain death for them? He'll just burn them to a crisp. However, his breath couldn't even damage the building. He was surprised that the houses in the Sakura village were made of special materials. Then he tried to inflict some damage with his tail. Fortunately, it worked. The undead burst in. He decided to use his sweet speech breath. Using his skill, he found the Sakura players. It seemed like they were just trying to dig a tunnel to break through to the other side and escape. He even heard voices saying that the tunnel was ready, so they needed to leave quickly. Could they really escape? Of course, they couldn't even do that. The system congratulated the master, who had destroyed all the Sakura players and all of Andreus with the help of the undead. The master's fame and legendary status increased. Thanks to his contribution to the battle for destruction, he received 280,000 system points. A fragment of the player's city core also appeared. This fragment appeared in front of Bob. Sun Yan immediately flew there and demanded that he not touch it. However, the undead decided to throw the crystal into its body. An explosion occurred. He was in some kind of graveyard. And that was his main item. The enemy had set up a barrier and the owner couldn't get in. A huge bone hand also appeared and smashed the barrier. There was no trace left of the city. A world boss appeared. The location of the world boss is marked on the map. Bob and Kalberg, the Lords of Death. Level 48, Stage 5. The Skeleton Knight was originally the fearsome King Andreus, but after his death, he was turned into a powerful undead creature by the ancient witch's soul box. He caused a spiritual plague and drove all Sakura players out of the Andreus region. Since Skeleton Knight Bob has a large army of undead and already has his own territory, he poses the greatest threat to the player's invasion plan. A world-class ion array teleportation device has been created. Now they can travel to Bob's trial zone through the world-class portal. However, at the moment, they cannot find the knight, so they must explore the trial zone on their own. The fortress of the Heavenly Dynasty's #1 player. This time, the world boss isn't as strong, but he also destroyed all the Sakura players in Andreus. The Sakura player's fortress #1. Last time, someone took the reward for killing the world boss. This time, he must obtain the world boss's treasure chest. Whoever stands before him will be destroyed by his own sword. The player's stronghold is a beautiful country. It seems that the guys have a new goal. Andreas's camp. The man sensed someone approaching. As soon as he asked who it was, Sivan suddenly appeared. That was to be expected from the most powerful warrior in Carlisle. He is very vigilant. He had already seen her power. Sivan could summon a powerful black dragon and the king of the Dark Knight. That's why she offered him to join her quest to avenge the Aerolin Empire. The offer is tempting. But he definitely has no intention of joining her. The girl asked if his son was the reason for his refusal. Oleander asked how she knew about him. Could she have seen his son?